Chapter 1 Hello Tang San. In the dream Wang Shenmeng heard the gods whisper, "Do you want to travel through time?" Yeah, so he dreamed that he turned into a colorful butterfly, flew over the mountains, crossed the sea and finally rushed out of the blue star and got lost in the void of the universe. After an unknown amount of time Wang Shenmeng slowly woke up. The hot sun shone on his face, so hot that he could hardly open his eyes. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and intermittent memories kept pouring out. Hiss, it hurt. Wang Shenmeng held his head and groaned. After a long time the pain finally passed and there was a memory that did not belong to him in his mind. Douluo Continent, Holy Soul Village. Wang Shenmeng, orphan beggar. Wang Shenmeng murmured, his heart was surging. He didn't expect that he just dreamed of traveling through time, but he actually traveled through time. Wang Shenmeng pinched his thigh hard and the severe pain broke his fantasy. This was not a dream, he really traveled through time. If I had known that I would travel through time, I should have cleared my phone before going to bed. Now I can't say that my reputation will be ruined. Wang Shenmeng sighed in annoyance. Because it was a soul traveling through time, he would probably come to the conclusion of sudden death on Blue Star. As for the reason, he is one of the unemployed, so of course he is not tired from work. Given that there are too many restricted resources in the mobile phone, it is probably judged that he died of malnutrition. After a moment Wang Shenmeng had to accept the reality. But this is actually the Douluo Continent, which is known as the Fantasy Sewer. He had read the novel Douluo Continent a long time ago. His memory was fuzzy, but after the anime was broadcast he picked it up again because of the girls with different styles. Now his memory is still clear. This is a world with terrible class solidification, but this body is born from a commoner. This Wang Shenmeng frowned after sorting out the memories in his mind. This body is also called Wang Shenmeng. He is 8 years old this year, but he has not participated in the martial soul awakening ceremony. His parents are not soul masters, but they are also a wealthy family among the common people. It's a pity that his mother was too beautiful and accidentally met a noble playboy and was coveted because of her beauty. The nobles who were high above naturally didn't care about the feelings of Anne. They would take them back if they liked them, but Wang's mother was chased and died by hitting her head against a tree. Wang's father scolded him and the nobles were so angry that they beat him to death with stick. The original owner became an orphan at the age of SI. His family's property was robbed by relatives, friends and neighbors. He became a beggar and couldn't stay in the local area. He wandered for more than a year and came to Shengun village half a year ago. He ate hundreds of meals here for half a year. Not long ago he was chased by a wild dog and fell down and he was transported here. This is too miserable. Don't worry, I will live well for you. If I have the opportunity and ability, I will try my best to help you get revenge and let that noble pay the price. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. After saying this, Wang Shenmeng felt relieved all over. He struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at his skinny body, he couldn't help crying. He followed his memory and came to a pond. He looked at the water carefully and a thin little boy appeared before his eyes. Although his face was dirty, he was still cute and handsome. Xiao Meng, where are you? An old voice came with a hint of anxiety. It's old Jack. Wang Shenmeng tried his best to put himself in a new identity. He stood up and walked towards old Jack while answering loudly, "Grandpa Jack, I'm here." A moment later, old Jack with white hair but vigorous spirit walked over quickly. Seeing that Wang Shenmeng was safe and sound, his nervous Zion Rella Ed. He panted and asked with concern, "Xiao Meng, I heard that you were chased by wild dogs, so I came here in a hurry. You were not bitten, right?" As he said, he carefully checked Wang Shenmeng. Wang Shenmeng imitated the original owner's habit, showing a frightened look, shaking his head and saying, "I fell down and fainted for a while. When I woke up the wild dog disappeared, but it didn't bite me either. I'm glad you're okay." Old Jack finally felt relieved when he saw that Wang Shenmeng had no scars on his body. He cursed, "I don't know where this damn wild dog came from. It seems that we have to drive it away as soon as possible. It would be bad if it bite someone." He touched Wang Shenmeng's head and smiled kindly, "You must be hungry. Let's go and have lunch with Grandpa." "Thank you, Grandpa." Wang Shenmeng did not refuse. He was indeed hungry and this small body could not get food for the time being, so he could only continue to eat and drink. This was not the first time Wang Shenmeng came to old Jack's house. In the past SI months, old Jack had helped him the most. Old Jack often took him home for dinner and sent him some food. Otherwise the original owner might have starved to death long ago. After walking along the dirt road in the village for a while, Wang Shenmeng couldn't help but take a few more glances at an adobe house. When passing by it, the house was shabby with an iron sign at the door with strange Douluo characters on it. Wang Shenmeng recognized the three-word blacksmith shop. "This is Tang San's home. It's really shabby." Wang Shenmeng felt very curious. At this time Tang Shenwang lived a very poor life. He didn't have enough food for 3 meals a day and grew like bean sprout. Of course it was still a little better than what he is now. Wang Shenmeng had never been to Tang San's house. He had eaten at hundreds of families, but he had never eaten at Tang San's house. After all, they were starving living and often relied on old Jack's help to survive. They had no ability to help others. Wang Shenmeng stretched his head curiously and took a few glances. If this shabby little house was placed in 20 years it would probably become a holy place, but now even dogs were unwilling to come in. This Tang Hao is still sleeping in the middle of the day. It's simply outrageous. The deafening snoring in the house could be heard clearly outside the house. Old Jack showed a look of disgust and warned Xiao Meng, when you grow up don't learn from him. He is a useless person. Living is a waste of food. If it weren't for Xiao San I would have driven him away long ago. Well, I know. Wang Shenmeng nodded obediently but didn't say anything to belittle Tang Hao. He was worried that Tang Shenwang would hear him and think that he had a way to die. If he came to him quietly one day he would have nowhere to cry. Hearing the voice, a little boy walked out of the room. He was dark and thin with a very ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would never be looked at in a group of people. He formed a strong contrast with Wang Shenmeng. This little boy was Tang San, who was 2 years younger than Wang Shenmeng, but he was mature beyond his age. His every move was orderly and he was faintly arrogant. Tang San glanced at the two of them and greeted them Grandpa Jack, but he ignored Wang Shenmeng. Wang Shenmeng showed a friendly smile. Hello Tang San. Tang San glanced at him lightly, frowned and ignored him. Wang Shenmeng smiled, not surprised at all. At this time Tang Shenwang did not have a good relationship with the children in the village. Tang Shenwang thought that the children were all snobbish and looked down on him. As a top genius of the Tang sect he would naturally not flatter a few native children, so he never bothered to pay attention to them. Wang Shenmeng curled his lips secretly, not agreeing in his heart. What bad intentions could a child have? He was a wandering orphan and he got along well with the children in the village in the past month, didn't he? No one despised his identity as an orphan, but Tang San showed a lot of disdain. Tang San never played with everyone and over time he was rejected by everyone, so the two were actually not familiar with each other. Old Jack smiled kindly. Xiao San, haven't you eaten yet? Tang San said, I just cooked the porridge and was about to call Dad to eat. Old Jack was even more dissatisfied. You are growing up, how can you eat porridge every meal? This Tang Hao is simply unreasonable. He knows how to drink and sleep all day and he wants you, a child, to support him. Is there such a father? If you give birth to a child but don't raise it, you are unworthy of being a father. Tang San frowned and his voice became a little colder. Grandpa Jack, don't talk about my father. As a son it is natural for me to take care of my father. This is a kind of happiness for me. Moreover, this is a private matter between father and son and we don't rely on others to support us. I think you have no right to say anything. Alas, you child. Old Jack was used to it and said helplessly, forget it. Grandpa won't talk about him anymore. I'll send some food over in the afternoon. You'll have enough food for a few days. Tang San smiled immediately. Thank you Grandpa Jack. Yeah, Jack smiled and said, in a few days the deacon of the spirit hall will come to awaken the spirit. You should take a good rest. Don't get hungry and sick by then, which will delay the awakening of the spirit. Tang San's eyes flashed and he nodded seriously. I know Grandpa Jack. I'll be free in the afternoon and I'll come to talk to your father. He's useless. I hope he won't stop you from awakening your spirit. If you can become a noble spirit master it will be the glory of our holy spirit village. Old Jack smiled and nodded and said to Wang Shenmeng, let's go. Awaken the spirit. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Tang San frowned, thinking. Wang Shenmeng followed behind Old Jack, looking forward to it. Grandpa Jack, I also want to participate in the awakening ceremony. Can I? Newcomer, new book. Please protect me. Please vote. Please collect. Please read. Please beg. Chapter 2. Tang San, who despises the poor and loves the rich. It should be possible. Old Jack smiled kindly. The minimum age for awakening martial spirits is about years old, but there is no rule that you can't awaken after years old. It's just that you will be delayed for 2 years and will fall behind your peers. Wang Shenmeng smiled sweetly with a face full of longing. It doesn't matter if I fall behind a little. As long as I can become a spirit master I will be satisfied. Poor child. Old Jack touched Wang Shenmen's head and encouraged, you used to wander around and had no conditions to awaken. This time I will definitely ask the deacon to awaken you. I believe Xiao Meng will definitely become a great spirit master. He said this but he didn't have much confidence in his heart, but he couldn't bear to hit him, so he could only say a few words of comfort. Alas, Xiao Meng's parents are both civilians who cannot practice cultivation. The probability of civilian children being able to practice cultivation is too low. I hope God will bless them when the time comes after dinner. Old Jack first popularized the basic knowledge of soul masters to Wang Shenmeng. Although Wang Shenmeng knew more than Jack, he still listened respectfully, which made Old Jack very satisfied. Afterwards, Old Jack took a bag of food and went to Tang Hao's house, intending to discuss Tang San's awakening of the martial spirit with Tang Hao. Wang Shenmeng was not interested in seeing Tang Hao's cold face, so he took some rice noodles, vegetables and the like and returned to his home. Yes, he also had a home in Shengun on a thatched shed which used to be the cattle pen of Wang Dehu's family. Wang Shenmeng first grazed cattle for Wang Dehu's family for a period of time. Later the cattle died and Wang Dehu repaired the cattle pen which could at least shelter from the wind and rain, and it became his little nest from then on. The thatched shed was not big, only 20 to 30 square meters, but it was enough for one person to live in. There is a 1-meter wide bamboo bed in the shed. Although the quilt is worn out, it is still clean. In addition to the rice bran pillow, there are also several sets of old clothes at the head of the bed which are basically what Jack's grandson used to wear. In addition, there is a simple wooden table, a small bench, a thermos, etc. Of course there are also stoves, pots and pans. The original owner occasionally caught some small animals or dug some wild vegetables to cook and eat. Sometimes the villagers would also help some food so he could cook for himself. Although the straw shed was shabby and simple, it was a rare safe haven for Wang Shenmeng in the past. It was a rare period of stable life after his family was destroyed. Now Wang Shenmeng suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He couldn't sleep at night and was uncomfortable with the bamboo bed. In addition, the weather was hot and there were too many mosquitoes, rats and ants, which made people sleep restlessly and uncomfortable. Fortunately, I brought back a lot of rice and flour from Grandpa Jack's house, so I won't be hungry in a short time, otherwise I will not be able to survive. The more I can't sleep, the more I think about it. Wang Shenmeng always has a shadow in his heart. He is worried that he can't awaken his innate soul power. If he can't become a soul master, it will be difficult or even impossible to stand out in this class Phi-Ed world. It was not until dawn that Wang Shenmeng fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up, it was almost noon. After getting up and washing, he made a pot of porridge and went out for a few turns. Unknowingly, he came to the door of Tang San's house. He heard a constant clanging sound. He looked over and found that it was Tang San who was forging iron. Looking at the hammer he was swinging, even an adult might not be able to swing it, but Tang San could hammer it one after another and he looked very powerful. Wang Shenmeng was envious. He knew that Tang San was not born with supernatural power as Tang Hao thought. He just practiced Xiantian Gong. Wang Shenmeng coveted Tang San's Xiantian Gong. It was something that could really change the fate of ordinary people. Even if they did not have innate soul power, they could cultivate internal power, and internal power was actually the same as soul power. If he could not become a soul master or his talent was too poor, then Xiantian Gong was one of the few things that could change his fate, and it was the closest to him. Tang San could rely on this Suanman internal power to cultivate pseudo-innate full soul power, and he was still practicing until he became a god king. It can be seen that he was extraordinary. Unfortunately, Wang Shenmeng could only drool. He knew that Tang San would never pass on Xiantian Gong to him. Even Yu Xiaogang, who was stuck at level 29 and wanted to upgrade like crazy, who was both his teacher and father, could not be taught. Who was he? Maybe his eyes were too hot. Tang San, who had been concentrating on forging iron, seemed to sense something. He turned around and saw Wang Shenmeng at the door. He frowned and his eyes flashed coldly. What are you doing standing at the door in secret? Do you want to steal my skills? Although blacksmithing is a lowly profession, it is still a technical job after all, which is not bad among civilian industries. Someone actually wanted to steal his ability to make a living, which was simply a way to die. Tang San was furious and his eyes flashed fiercely. Wang Shenmen's heart jumped when he was stared at by his cold eyes, and he felt guilty for no reason. He did want to steal my skills, but he wanted to steal the Xiantian Gong, not the unsystematic forging iron. If he changed to the chaotic cloak hammer method, it would be more like it. No, I just came and I didn't do anything sneaky. It's just that you were too focused and didn't notice me. Wang Shenmeng smiled and his attitude was very friendly. It's not that he wants to cling to the thigh of Tang Shenwang. He knows that the other party looks down on him. He just doesn't want to provoke Tang San for no reason. This guy is narrow-minded. He is an orphan with no one to rely on. If he offends him, he may be killed by him one day. Before he has a certain ability to protect himself, he doesn't plan to provoke him. What are you doing here? We don't have any surplus food at home and we don't have any extra food for you to eat. You should go to other families to beg. Tang San thought Wang Shenmeng was begging and his face was even worse. A look of disgust flashed in his eyes. No surplus food? Didn't Grandpa Jack just send a big bag of food and you ate it all in one meal? Wang Shenmeng rolled his eyes. He has been in the Holy Soul village for half a year and he didn't even drink a sip of water at Tang San's house. How desperate is he to come to their house to eat? Seeing Tang San's bad attitude and disdain for him, Wang Shenmeng stopped making trouble. I'm just strolling around. Since you don't welcome me, I'll go somewhere else to play. He turned and left but shook his head secretly in his heart. Tang San also said that other children looked down on him because they were rich and poor, but he was the one who looked down on him, a little beggar, as if saying a few more words would lose his value. Wang Shenmeng went home in a depressed mood. On the way he met some children who wanted to invite him to play, but he was not a real child, so he was not in the mood to play house, so he dismissed them one by one on the grounds of being unwell. 3 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, Grandpa Jack picked up Tang San and brought Wang Shenmeng to the Wuhan Hall in the center of the village. Of course, this so-called Wuhan Hall is just a larger wooden house. This year there are a total of 9 children in Shengun village who have awakened their spirit. Wang Shenmeng and Tang San are the last to arrive under the leadership of old Jack. In addition to the village chief Jack and the 9 children who have arrived, there is also a young man in the Wuhan Hall. This person looks to be in his 20s with sword eyebrows and starry eyes and a very handsome appearance. Wang Shenmeng couldn't help but look at him a few more times. This should be the famous blind Douluo Suyuntao. I don't know how many senior travelers he has guided, but I didn't expect that one day it would be his turn. Hello, respected Master of War Soul, I'm sorry to bother you this time. Old Jack saluted respectfully to the young man. The young man showed a hint of pride in his brows and bowed slightly as a return of greeting. I don't have much time, let's start now. Old Jack said, respected Master of War Soul, there is a child with a special situation. He is 8 years old. Because of family changes he missed the awakening ceremony in the past 2 years. I would like to ask the Master to help him awaken this time. Chapter 3 Awakening. 8 years old? Suyuntao frowned. Which one? Wang Shenmeng hurriedly stepped forward and saluted respectfully like old Jack. Respected Uncle Master of War Soul, it's me. Suyuntao's smile was a little gentler. Although the child was dressed in shabby clothes and was a little thin, he looked too handsome. He stood out among the children. He noticed him as soon as he came in. It's a bit late to awaken at the age of 8. There is little hope. It's just a waste of time and energy, Suyuntao said lightly. Wang Shenmen's heart tightened and he clenched his fist. Old Jack begged, Master, please show mercy. This child is too pitiful. This is his last chance to change his fate. No matter what, please let him try. Wang Shenmeng also bowed deeply. Please show mercy, Master, just let me try. Suyuntao said, forget it. Although it's a bit reluctant, there should still be some hope. If it's another 2 years, there will be no chance at all. Old Jack was surprised and said, then the Master agreed? Yes. Suyuntao nodded. It is the duty of our Wuhan Hall to awaken the martial spirits of civilian children. As long as there is a chance, I should not give up. Thank you, Master of the War Soul. Old Jack and Wang Shenmeng bowed at the same time, and they felt infinite favor for this deacon and the Wuhan Hall behind him. For civilians like them, the Spirit Hall is the only light of hope. If one day there is no Spirit Hall to awaken the spirits for civilians for free, it is hard to imagine what a desperate society that would be. Old Jack said happily, children, this is the War Soul Master from Nodding City. He will lead you to open your own spirit. You must cooperate with the Master to awaken your spirit. Grandpa is looking forward to one of you becoming a spirit master. Suyuntao said impatiently, okay, you said the same thing last year. Is it really that easy to become a spirit master? I have been through SI villages and there is no one with spirit power. There is no suitable spirit either. Old Jack's eyes showed a trace of sadness, sighed and said, yes, only the inheritors of the major sects are the easiest to become spirit masters. It is too difficult for ordinary people like us. While shaking his head, he walked out of the spirit hall. Suyuntao's eyes fell on the 9 children in front of him. As a patrol deacon of the spirit hall, helping ordinary people awaken their spirits is his must, and he has long been accustomed to it. Children, stand in a row. He was much gentler to these children. 9 children stood in front of Suyuntao with Wang Shenmeng standing on the far left. Although he was the oldest, he was not much taller than the SI-year-old children. Suyuntao smiled and said, my name is Suyuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master, and I am your guide. Now I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, don't be afraid no matter what happens. While speaking, Suyuntao opened his package on the table beside him and took out 2 things from it: SI black round stones and a shining blue crystal ball. Suyuntao placed the SI black stones in a hyagon on the ground and then motioned the first child on the right to stand in it. Don't be afraid, close your eyes and feel it carefully. As he spoke, Suyuntao's eyes suddenly lit up. In the children's horrified eyes he whispered, lone wolf possessed. A faint green light first released from the center of his eyebrows and went up along the position of the eyebrows and entered the bun. Suyuntao's hair was originally black, but when the green light was injected it instantly turned gray and quickly grew longer. The same color hair appeared on his E-posed hands. At the same time his body seemed to be much swelled than before. The whole body was full of muscle. The special clothing of the Wuhan Hall was very elastic and did not burst because of his larger body. Suyuntao's eyes had turned into a faint green and the claws on the 10 fingers of both hands lashed a faint cold light. 2 circles of light rings lit up from under his feet, constantly wandering from the feet to the top of the head. One of them is white and the other is yellow. It is very strange. The one he called the black stone is a boy. Seeing the changes in Suyuntao's body, he screamed ah and was scared to run away. The green light in Suyuntao's eyes is really scary. He grabbed the child and said, don't move. I told you not to be afraid. This is my martial soul lone wolf. If any of you can become a soul master in the future, you will use the same ability. Su Yuntao clapped his hands quickly and faint green lights were injected into the black stones on the ground. Suddenly a layer of golden light was released from the stones, forming a light golden light shield covering the child before. As the golden light entered the body, the boy stopped crying. After a while he awakened a sickle useless martial soul, but was judged to have no soul power and could not become a soul master. The boy walked aside sadly. The same scene continued to play out, and 5 more children's spirits awakened one after another. Their spirits were farm tools such as hoes and sickles, and not even a beast spirit appeared. As for the spirit power, they were all judged as nothing by Su Yuntao. The 7th was a girl who awakened the useless spirit blue silver grass but still had no spirit power. Finally it was Tang San's turn. Without Su Yuntao's words, he had already stepped forward and stood in the center of the black stone. As Su Yuntao injected spirit powers, the light golden light shone again. Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly lit up because in the golden light shield the golden light spots that appeared this time were even more than the sum of all the children before. He vaguely felt that it seemed that a very powerful spirit was about to appear. The excitement was beyond words. For those of them who were responsible for the awakening of ordinary people's spirits, if they could awaken a child with extraordinary potential and then pull him into the spirit hall, they could get a lot of evaluation benefits which would be greatly beneficial for promotion. But soon Su Yuntao was disappointed. Tang San subconsciously raised his right hand and what he saw was blue. This kind of blue has appeared in the spirit hall of this village for the 2nd time today. Blue silver grass, the same blue silver grass as the girl before. The standard of a useless spirit. Su Yuntao said helplessly, another useless spirit. It seems that the Holy Spirit village has probably wasted time this time. Okay kid, come here, he said to Wang Shenmeng a little tiredly, obviously not expecting much from him. Uncle, you haven't tested my spirit power yet. Tang San looked at Wang Shenmeng and reminded him hurriedly. Su Yuntao said without turning his head, don't try. I haven't seen anyone with a useless spirit like blue silver grass show spirit power. Let me try, uncle, Tang San insisted. So under Tang San's insistence, Su Yuntao was shocked by the innate full spirit power again, but it was a pity that the blue silver grass spirit was too useless. In his opinion, even if there was innate full spirit power, there was really no future. Wang Shenmeng glanced at Tang San's left hand hidden in his sleeve calmly. He knew there was a hammer hidden there. If it was posed, it would surely shake the entire Wuhan Hall. It was a pity that he didn't dare to report it or even look at it more. If Tang Hao and his son found out that he knew this secret, he would surely die without a burial place. What an old coin! At such a young age he knows how to hide his shortcomings. What will happen in the future? Wang Shenmeng secretly complained, but I remember the 4th rule of Xiantian Bailu: never try to play the pig and eat the tiger, otherwise it is easy to really become a pig. What is this, Tang San? Follow it fleibly. Child, come here, Su Yuntao called again. Wang Shenmeng took a deep breath, suppressed his distracting thoughts, walked forward and stood in the center of the crystals. With the injection of Su Yuntao's soul powers, the light golden light shone again. Warmth. This is Wang Shenmen's first feeling. The whole person seemed to be wrapped in a warm world, indescribably comfortable. No wonder the emotions of those children would stabilize once they were wrapped in this golden light. The warm breath penetrated into his body, and Wang Shenmeng clearly felt that something in his body seemed to be awakening. Then under the traction of the warm energy, something in his body seemed to be broken, and all the warm breath rushed to his head in an instant. Chapter 4: Colorful Fantasy Heart Butterfly. Su Yuntao's eyes lit up slightly because in the golden light shield, the golden light spot that appeared this time was not inferior to Tang San just now. He vaguely felt that it seemed that a very powerful martial spirit was about to appear. The excitement was beyond words. For those of them who were responsible for the awakening of ordinary people's martial spirits, if they could awaken a child with extraordinary potential and then pull him into the martial spirit hall, they could get a lot of evaluation benefits which would be greatly beneficial for promotion. In Su Yuntao's expectant eyes, he saw a dreamy colorful light rushing out from the top of Wang Shenmen's head and turning into an extremely beautiful colorful butterfly in the void. This butterfly has a body as beautiful as amethyst, with 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple flowing on its wings. As its wings flap, colorful circles of light spread out, eluding a dreamlike atmosphere. The children were all attracted by this extreme beauty, and they all looked at the fluttering colorful butterfly with intoxicated faces as if they saw what they had dreamed of in their hearts, and smiled happily. The only sober child was Tang San. He looked at this invisible influence on himself. The butterfly in his heart frowned. What kind of martial soul is this? Sensing the influence of the invisible force, as if he saw the scene of the 17 elders of the Tang sect torturing him in turn, he quickly activated the Xiantian Gong and recovered instantly. If he had not practiced the Xiantian Gong and the purple demon eye, his mental power would be much stronger than that of ordinary children. I am afraid that he would not be able to resist this kind of power that penetrates the soul and would inevitably sink into the illusion. Thinking of the nightmare that he least wanted to face just now, Tang San's expression was gloomy and his eyes looking at Wang Shenmeng were particularly cold. This is, it seems to be the seven-colored illusion heart butterfly. Although it is a little different from the record, it seems to be more beautiful, noble and hazy. It should be a mutant martial soul, but it is still within the scope of the seven-colored illusion heart butterfly. Su Yuntao widened his eyes and looked at this extremely beautiful martial soul, but he couldn't help but feel disappointed again. What a pity, such a big commotion, but it's just a low-level martial spirit. The seven-colored illusion heart butterfly is so fragile. What else is it good for besides being beautiful? It's only a little better than the blue silver grass. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a waste martial spirit. Su Yuntao was very unhappy after going from hope to disappointment twice in a row. Coupled with the fatigue caused by the continuous output of soul power, he waved his hand and said, "Okay kids, go back." Wang Shenmeng hurriedly said, "Uncle, I haven't tested the soul power yet." Su Yuntao sighed. The seven-colored illusion heart butterfly is just a low-level martial spirit. Even if it has innate soul power, it's at most level 1 or 2. It doesn't make any difference whether it is tested or not. Wang Shenmeng said disappointedly, "Is the seven-colored illusion heart butterfly so useless? I thought it was so powerful." Su Yuntao glanced at the two in the void. The 3-meter-long butterfly was also amazed at its beauty, but still shook its head and said, "The seven-colored illusion heart butterfly has only a little bit of illusion ability, barely considered a low-level soul beast, not much better than an ordinary butterfly. What's the use of such a beast martial soul? That little bit of illusion ability is difficult to fascinate the soul master, and the martial soul possession cannot increase the master's strength and defense. The only advantage is the ability to fly. Unfortunately, the butterfly's flying speed is very slow and it is not very useful in battle." "Is that so?" Wang Shenmen's eyes flashed and he didn't say much but still insisted, "Uncle, please help me measure my soul power." Su Yuntao saw his firm eyes and then looked at his cute little face. After awakening the martial soul, he seemed to be more beautiful, which made people feel good. Well, the children nowadays are so opinionated." Su Yuntao shook his head helplessly, stretched out the crystal ball and input his remaining soul power. Wang Shenmeng first followed the method taught by Su Yuntao and used his mind to retract the butterfly martial spirit on his head into his body and then pressed his hand on the crystal ball. The blue crystal ball sent a huge suction force, and some mysterious power in Wang Shenmen's body seemed to have found an outlet and surged out quickly, lighting up the blue crystal ball. The dazzling blue light spread from the beginning point in an instant, and in the blink of an eye the crystal ball was shining like a bright gem. The faint blue halo was posed, which was indescribably moving. Su Yuntao opened his mouth in surprise. Again another innate full soul power. When Tang San awakened the innate full soul power just now, Su Yuntao had already planed the innate soul power, and these kids already knew about it, but after all they were young and didn't feel it deeply. They just knew it was very powerful. "Amazing, brother Shenmeng is really amazing." "Yes, the butterfly spirit is so powerful. I just ate a chicken leg." "What is that?" "It clearly a roasted pig's trotter." "It's a gourd." "No, I became the daughter of the Wang family and I have enough food every day." Unlike Tang San, Wang Shenmeng has a good relationship with people. The remaining 7 children claimed and surrounded him, talking about the wonderful experience they had just had under the influence of the butterfly spirit. Tang San habitually stood alone, looking coldly at these little brats who flattered him with a bad look on his face. It seemed that there was an evil fire in his heart which made him extremely unhappy with Wang Shenmeng. How is it possible? He also has innate full spirit power. He is a native and a lowly little beggar. Why? And his martial spirit is only a little better than my blue silver grass. Damn it! Tang San clenched his fist fiercely. He was a peerless genius of the Tang sect, but he was actually beaten by a native child. It was a great shame. After the initial shock, Su Yuntao soon turned to deep disappointment. It's a pity. He has innate full spirit power, but he has a low-level martial spirit. No matter how much he practices, his achievements are limited. He is not worth winning over. Alas, why is my life so miserable? If I had a high-level martial spirit, I would have made a great contribution if I could win him over to join the spirit hall. With a sigh, Su Yuntao quickly packed up his things and walked out. Wang Shenmeng took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. At this moment, the invisible shadow that had been shrouding his heart dissipated and the world seemed to have become different. "Old Jack." The door opened and Old Jack greeted Su Yuntao nervously. "Master, how is it? Is there any possibility that the children in our village can become soul masters this year?" Su Yuntao looked at him, sighed and said, "There are 2, but it's a pity." Jack's eyes showed a look of doubt and he asked tentatively, "Master, what is it?" Su Yuntao said, "Among the 9 children this year only 2 have soul power, and they are rare innate full soul power. Unfortunately, his martial martial soul is the 7-colored fantasy heart butterfly blue silver grass. Do you understand? 7-color fantasy heart butterfly and blue silver grass. Innate full soul power. Oh my god. The disappointed expression on Jack's face was even more serious than Su Yuntao's. He has been the village chief for so many years, so he naturally understands what innate full soul power means. The 7-color fantasy heart butterfly is better, at least it can be cultivated, but this innate full soul power appears on the blue silver grass martial soul, which is really, Master, is there really no way to cultivate blue silver grass? Jack frowned and asked. Su Yuntao could feel the mood of old Jack, but he was not as proud as he was at the beginning. He patted old Jack on the shoulder and said, it's not that it can't be cultivated at all, but what do you think the blue silver grass will evolve into as the martial soul is improved? A useless martial soul is a useless martial soul after all. Even if you become a soul master, I'm afraid you will be a useless soul master. Of course the 7-color fantasy heart butterfly is not much better. This innate full soul power is really a pity. Okay, I'll leave first and I have to go to the NET village. Su Yuntao left the village directly after he finished speaking. Without Su Yuntao, Tang San could only run to Jack and ask the question he wanted to know most urgently. Grandpa Jack, what is a spirit ring? How can I get a spirit ring? Chapter 5 Enrollment. Old Jack seemed to be still pondering Su Yuntao's words and answered subconsciously, I don't know what a spirit ring is. If you want to get a spirit ring, it seems that you have to hunt spirit bees. That is a very dangerous thing and only spirit masters will do it. Speaking, he suddenly reacted, one of those two children with full innate spirit power is not you, right? Tang San nodded with a reserved look. Grandpa, you guessed right. Old Jack hurriedly said, what about the other one? Wang Shenmeng said, Grandpa, the other one is me. Old Jack was very happy to learn that Wang Shenmeng and Tang San were the two people with innate full soul power. He looked at the two and said, I didn't expect that you were so talented. Unfortunately, Xiao Meng had a bad fate and didn't awaken her martial spirit until today, missing 2 years in vain. And Xiao San, you have such a father and there is no good martial spirit to pass on to you. Otherwise maybe you can really become the second soul saint in our village. Tell Grandpa if you are willing to go to a special school to learn the practice methods of soul masters. Only there can you get the most accurate knowledge about martial spirit. Wang Shenmeng listened silently, knowing that old Jack was talking about Nodding College. Speaking of which, the original owner was born in Nodding City and his originally happy family was ruined by a beastly noble in the imperial capital. Nodding College only has one place for work-study students and students can enroll for free. Compared to himself, an outsider, Tang San, who grew up in the village, is undoubtedly more valued by old Jack. After all, growing up in the Holy Spirit village, he has a deeper emotional bond and sense of belonging, and the possibility of rewards is greater after he achieves something in the future. Wang Shenmeng has no dissatisfaction. Old Jack and the Holy Spirit village have given him great favors and he is not qualified to be greedy. However, old Jack was wrong this time. It was purely wishful thinking to expect that Tang Shenwang would repay the village after he grew up. In the later period, how could he still care about civilians? It was not certain whether he still remembered the Holy Soul village. What kind of return could he talk about? Old Jack was really good to Tang San. Every time they were in trouble and couldn't make ends meet, old Jack would help them. Otherwise the future God King might have starved to death. Tang San had already developed a strong interest in martial spirits, especially this martial spirit was related to his own Xian Gong. Secretly glancing at Wang Shenmeng, Tang San asked, Grandpa, is Wang Shenmeng going to school too? This old Jack hesitated, looked at Wang Shenmeng apologetically and said helplessly, the number of work-study students is limited. In many places 2 or 3 villages share one place. Our Holy Soul village has produced a soul saint, so there is one place every year. You two can only go one. If you don't want to go, then I'll let Xiao Meng go. Tang San was originally concerned about Tang Hao's opinion, but when he heard that there was only one quota and he would have to transfer it to Wang Shenmeng if he didn't go, he was unwilling and said quickly, Grandpa Jack, I am willing to go to school. Then he asked, I don't know if my father is willing, please help persuade Grandpa Jack. Wang Shenmeng was stunned when he heard this. This script is wrong. He remembered that Tang San did not agree on the spot in the original book. Why is it different? He looked at Tang San thoughtfully and suddenly had a guess in his heart. Then he thought of the previous time in the spirit hall when his perception increased greatly after awakening his spirit, and he noticed that Tang San had a malicious look and he immediately became alert. This Tang San actually has malicious intentions towards me. Where did I offend him? Wang Shenmeng was puzzled. He thought he was friendly enough to Tang San, but he still offended him inexplicably. He was speechless. He immediately raised his vigilance. This guy was not very kind-hearted. He was very vengeful and would take revenge for any slight. He also had a bunch of messy mean. If he wanted to murder him, it would be hard to guard against. Jack didn't pay much attention to it. He suddenly realized it after hearing hearing it. Yes, no matter how sensible a child is, he is still a child. He should ask Tang Hao for his opinion. He showed a bit of firm light in his eyes. Although he really didn't want to see that sloppy ghost, he didn't care about it for the sake of another soul master in the village. Let's go, Xiao San. Grandpa will take you home and talk to Tang Hao by the way. Thank you, Grandpa. Tang San glanced at Wang Shenmeng again without making a sound and was secretly proud in his heart. So what if his martial soul is better than mine? Grandpa Jack still values me the most. How can you, a stinky beggar with unknown origins, be compared with me? Wang Shenmeng also noticed Tang San's little action and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Sure enough, he shouldn't have any illusions about the pure and innocent mind of Tang Shenwang. He immediately gave up the idea of clinging to his thigh. Old Jack sent the other children back first and let their parents take them away, and then took Tang San to the blacksmith shop. After Wang Shenmeng returned home, he still couldn't help the excitement in his heart. The innate full soul power is the ultimate talent that can be achieved in Douluo continent. Of course, the divine soul power is E-Clud. Although his martial soul is considered a low-level martial soul, Wang Shenmeng doesn't think so. No matter how he looks at this butterfly, it looked like the one he turned into in the dream that caused him to travel through time. How can it be easy to travel through the void of the universe even if it is turned into a martial soul? Besides, with the awakening of my martial soul, I also gained a natural ability. Wang Shenmeng murmured, entering a dream. Proving the truth in a dream, he was full of expectations, but it was daytime and basically no one was sleeping. He just hoped that it would get dark soon so that he could try out how powerful this ability to enter other people's dreams was. I'm afraid I can't go to Notting College, but it's a bit difficult to get a spirit ring net without help, and I don't have meditation either. Wang Shenmeng was a little distressed. Although he was familiar with the plot of Douluo, he only had a rough idea. He knew nothing about various knowledge and cultivation details such as meditation. Do I have to find another college to join, or just join the spirit hall? He believed that with his innate full soul power talent, even if his martial soul was not good enough, the spirit hall would not refuse to accept him. Even if the senior management was not as blind as Su Yuntao, they would definitely understand that anyone with innate full soul power would definitely have a good martial soul and might even alarm the big shot. However, although the spirit hall is most suitable for civilians, the crazy Pope BB Dong is a time bomb. The closer you get, the easier it is to be shattered when it e-plot. Unless he has the ability to change BB Dong and let her get out of the self-destruction of madness and obsession. Otherwise, for the sake of life and health, it is better to stay away from mental patients as much as possible, especially the kind of madman who has terrible power and is full of destructive desire which really makes people helpless. Wang Shenmeng does not think he has the ability to save BB Dong. This ship is destined to sink, so he has always been doubtful about whether to join the spirit hall. After all, no one wants to be tied to a loser. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. The spirit hall will be the last retreat. Just as he was thinking about it, the voice of old Jack came from outside the door. Xiao Meng, are you there? Chapter 6. The visitor has bad intentions. I'm here, Grandpa Jack. He opened the door quickly. Old Jack was standing outside with an angry look on his face, but when he saw Wang Shenmeng, he became kind again. Come on, go in. Grandpa has something to tell you. Grandpa, please come in. After old Jack sat down, Wang Shenmeng poured a bowl of boiled water with a broken bowl. Old Jack took it and drank a few sips, sighing. Xiao Meng, you are a good child. You have suffered a lot in the past 2 years, but now you have awakened your martial soul and become a noble soul master. Finally, the hardship has ended and the happiness has come. Wang Shenmeng said, Grandpa Jack and the villagers of Shengun village have been very kind to me. Xiao Meng will never forget it. Old Jack said with relief, Grandpa believes that you are a grateful child. Finally, another soul master was born in our holy soul village, and 2 of them at once. God has opened his eyes. Old Jack's Zion became excited, and suddenly he was full of anger. Hateful Tang Hao, that bastard Ding Ai. I kindly let Yao San go to school, but he said that no one would cook for him if Xiao San left, and he wouldn't let Xiao San leave. He also said that the blue silver grass was a useless martial spirit and it would be a waste no matter how much he practiced. He also said that I was so enthusiastic because I was greedy for Xiao San's future reward. Where in the world is there such a heartless thing? He is not worthy of being a father, and he ruined his son's future, which is worse than a newborn. Wang Shenmeng said nothing and let old Jack vent his dissatisfaction. He had long guessed that old Jack would hit a wall. Now Tang San has not yet shown his value, and Tang Hao doesn't even treat him as his own son, and of course he doesn't care whether he has a future. But when Tang San shows his twin martial spirit, the clear sky hammer, Tang Hao's attitude will reverse and the father will be kind and the son will be filial from then on. Old Jack continued, since Tang Hao doesn't let Yao San go to school, then Grandpa will let you go. After 3 months, Grandpa will personally send you to Notting College. Wang Shenmeng was stunned. He didn't expect that old Jack didn't didn't insist on letting Tang San go to school as in the original book but transferred the quota to himself. It seems that the butterfly's wings have begun to flap. He naturally wouldn't refuse and agreed immediately. If he could go to Notting College, at least the teachers there could help him get the spirit rings, and he could also get the meditation method, which was many times better than working behind closed doors. Old Jack's mood became better again. Let's go to Grandpa's house for lunch. You don't have to start a fire in the future. You have to eat at Grandpa's house. You need to eat a few full meals to replenish your body. You are 8 years old, but your body is about the same as a SI-year-old child. You have suffered too much in the past 2 years. Old Jack sighed, and after he finished speaking he took Wang Shenmeng to his house for dinner. After lunch Wang Shenmeng studied his martial spirit alone. Time passed quickly and Wang Shenmeng was having dinner at Old Jack's house again. While eating there was a sudden knock on the door. The sound was heavy and rapid. Who is it? Jamie, the eldest son of Old Jack, shouted unhappily, but there was no answer and the knocking on the door became louder and louder. Who is so rude? How can you knock on the door like this? Asking but not answering. Jamie stood up cursing. Old Jack said, okay Jamie, stop complaining. Maybe you have something urgent to ask me. The village chief. Go open the door. Jamie opened the door angrily and a sloppy man came into view. Tang Hao. He immediately lost his good face and said angrily, what are you doing? Can you be polite? The sloppy man didn't even look at Jamie. He squeezed casually and Jamie staggered back involuntarily. His chest was stuffy and he couldn't even muster up the strength. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Tang Hao strode to the dining table and swept everyone with a turbid look. Wang Shenmen's heart trembled. He saw his face clearly with the help of the oil lamp. He looked to be about 50 years old, but he was very tall and strong, but his dress was not flattering. He wore a torn robe without even a patch on it, revealing the bronze skin underneath. His facial features, which were originally quite regular, were covered with a layer of yellow and he looked sleepy. His hair was messy like a bird's nest and his beard had not been trimmed for who knows how many days. His eyes were dull and dim. The strong smell of alcohol on his body made everyone frown. Tang Hao didn't care about the angry looks from Jack family and said lightly, Old Jack, I have something to talk to you about. Old Jack's eyes showed undisguised hatred and he said coldly, tell me, what is it? Tang Hao's eyes paused on Wang Shenmeng for a moment and his eyes became sharp in an instant and then returned to turbidity. I agreed to let Yao San go to school in Notting City. You take him there in 3 months. Old Jack's face did not have the surprise that Tang Hao expected, but he just shook his head. You are late. I saw that you did not agree to Xiao San going to school and I have given the work-study student quota to Xiao Meng. Now Xiao San wants to enter Notting College. He can only pay tuition to go to school. What, you actually gave the quota that belongs to Xiao San to this kid? Tang Hao's eyes turned cold and he looked at him gloomily. Wang Shenmeng took a look and looked unhappy. This kid is not from the Holy Soul Village at all. How can he be qualified to occupy the quota of Xiao San? Old Jack, you are old and confused. I advise you not to do anything. Humph. Tang Hao, I am the village chief. I do things. It is not your turn to point fingers. Old Jack said coldly, Xiao Meng is now a member of the Holy Soul Village. Why can't she occupy the quota? Didn't you just come here years ago? What qualifications do you have to say about others? I gave you a chance. You don't want it and you don't allow me to give the opportunity to others. What do you think you are? If it weren't for the sake of Xiao San, I would have let you go. Tang Hao was scolded by Old Jack and he was furious. His face suddenly looked ugly. His cold eyes wandered between Jack and Wang Shenmeng and his turbid eyes became cold. Wang Shenmeng felt his scalp tingling as if he was stared at by some peerless monster. His heart almost jumped out of his throat and he realized that he was already on the verge of life and death. This is a titled Douluo. Although he was forced to hide his identity by the spirit hall to these little people, he is a living god of death. As long as he raises his finger, Old Jack's family and himself will be killed immediately. For people like Tang Hao, massacring a city is just a piece of cake. Killing a few ants that offend him is really not a big deal. It all depends on his mood. Wang Shenmeng never expected that Tang Hao would be so shameless. As a dignified Haoshan Douluo, he didn't care about his face. Not only did he go back on his word, but he also bullied ordinary people regardless of his status and even had the intention to kill. Old Jack is not a soul master and he doesn't know Tang Hao's background. His feelings are not so obvious and he wants to continue to criticize. Wang Shenmeng quickly spoke first. Grandpa Jack, give this place to Tang San. It should have been his. Since he is willing to go to school, how can I take away his wish? Chapter 7, Entering the Dream. Old Jack was surprised and said, Yao Meng, you. He glanced at Tang Hao and said coldly, don't be afraid. With Grandpa here, Tang Hao dare not force you. Since the place is given to you, it is yours. Grandpa will never treat what he says as fart like some people. Wang Shenmen's forehead broke out in cold sweat, fearing that Old Jack would say something more unpleasant and completely anger Tang Hao. He said firmly, no no one forced me, I just didn't want to go to school. Grandpa, you know I'm from Notting City where my enemies are. Even if I was given a place I wouldn't dare to go to school. Really? Old Jack asked suspiciously. Didn't you say your enemy is a noble in the imperial capital? How come he's in Notting City? Wang Shenmeng said sadly. It was the nobles in the imperial capital who forced my parents to death, but the people who robbed my family's property and drove me out of the house and turned me into a beggar are in Notting City. The nobles in the imperial capital don't care about an ant like me, but there is no danger. Dangerous. But the people in Notting City are different. If I go back to school, won't they murder me? I didn't think of this before, but I suddenly realized it now. So that's the case, it makes sense. Old Jack sighed and said helplessly, if that's the case then Grandpa can't force it. Alas. He turned his head to look at Tang Hao and said unhappily, Tang Hao, you are lucky. Since Yao Meng can't go to school, let's Yao San go. I hope you won't repeat it again this time. Tang Hao sneered, glanced at Wang Shenmeng lightly and sneered, you, he is quite smart. No wonder he can live so long at such a young age after his family was destroyed. Wang Shenmeng forced a smile, not knowing how to respond, so he remained silent. Tang Hao said indifferently, that's it. 3 months later, Old Jack, you sent Xiao San to school. After that he turned and left. Wang Shenmeng breathed a sigh of relief, his body almost limp, leaning on the back of the chair, feeling a chill on his back, and a few words made him sweat. On the contrary, Old Jack and others didn't know that they had walked through the gates of hell. After criticizing Tang Hao, the resentment in their heart dissipated a little. Wang Shenmeng walked through the gates of hell and secretly hated that Tang Hao and his son were really worthless. He had tried his best to be kind to others, but he didn't do anything. If he offended them in any way, he would be bullied by them and even almost killed by them. I would not be a human being if I didn't take revenge for this. He had no appetite, but for the sake of his health he still forced himself to eat 2 bowls of rice. With the comfort and concern of Old Jack, he said goodbye and returned to his home. He lay in bed to recuperate until the early hours of the morning, when everyone was sleeping soundly and the village fell into complete silence. Wang Shenmeng closed his eyes as if he was sleeping soundly, but his mind had sunk into his martial soul. Enter the dream. He quietly opened his magical power and suddenly felt as if he was in a dream. His consciousness turned into a colorful butterfly fluttering across the roof, and the 2 antennae on his head trembled. Suddenly several white light clusters with stars appeared in his mind. Is this the dream of the villagers? Wang Shenmen's mind moved and he flew to one of the light balls. Through a mud wall he could clearly see a middle-aged man sleeping soundly on the bed with a strange smile on his face. This is Li Erniu, an old bachelor in his 40s. Let's try this dream entering magic. Wang Shenmen's entire butterfly suddenly turned into a colorful light ball silently in the white light ball representing Li Erniu's dream, and after a moment it suddenly flew out again. It's really unlucky, this old bachelor. Is he crazy about women? But the widow Chen in this guy's dream has a good figure. Wang Shenmeng commented secretly in his heart, but he had a better understanding of the dream entering magical power. He did not delay any longer and flew quickly in one direction. In the blink of an eye he arrived outside Tang San's house. Before he got close, Wang Shenmeng saw a purple light ball like a furnace in his tentacles, emitting a scorching temperature as if to burn him into ash. Is this Tang Hao's spiritual world? It's really scary. Wang Shenmeng did not dare to get close at all. He looked around from a distance and saw that the purple light ball was just emitting light but did not take the initiative to attack. He knew that Tang Hao could not detect his instant. It would be great if I could enter Tang Hao's dream to take a look, but unfortunately this is not something I can do now. Although he didn't dare to approach the purple light ball, fortunately Wang Shenmen's target was not Tang Hao. He cast his eyes on a small red light ball net to him. Compared with Tang Hao's purple light ball, it was like a firefly and a bright moon, but compared with the white light ball of ordinary people it was much stronger. This was exactly Tang San's dream. This red light ball is a little dim. It should be because he was too tired from forging iron during the day and was mentally exhausted. It was just convenient for me to act. He didn't dare to take it lightly. Tang San had awakened his martial spirit and his mental power was much stronger than that of ordinary people, not to mention that he had also cultivated the purple demon eye. He should not be underestimated. Wang Shenmeng approached cautiously. Tang Hao's purple furnace net to him kept releasing heat, which made him very uncomfortable. When he approached Tang San's dream, the 2 tentacles were like sharp blade piercing into it fiercely, and then the whole butterfly turned into a ball of light and invaded. As soon as he entered Tang San's dream, Tang Hao's spiritual dream could no longer affect him. He felt relieved immediately. Looking around he saw a haze and the red and black fog was everywhere, eluding a negative atmosphere. Is this a nightmare? Whether it was a good dream or a bad dream, they were all dreams and had no effect on Wang Shenmeng. With a flap of his wings a colorful storm blew away the fog and a steep mountain appeared in front of him. On the top of the mountain, which was called Ghosts, a young man was surrounded by 17 old men. Ha 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 ha. The young man laughed laughed wildly, took a step back suddenly and fell off the cliff from the top of the mountain. Then the dream shook violently, bursting like a soap bubble. Wang Shenmeng was involuntarily repelled, and when he looked again the red light ball was gone. He saw Tang San suddenly sitting up in the room, his face pale, sweating all over and breathing heavily. "Damn, I have a nightmare again," he murmured, his face uncertain, sitting on the bed in a daze. The purple oven burned fiercely and Wang Shenmeng no longer stayed. In an instant his consciousness returned and he felt a little tired, and his soul power was also consumed by half. "It's a pity that I went too late. If I start from the beginning I might be able to see the contents of Xiantian Bailu," Wang Shenmeng murmured, but he was not disappointed. It seems that Tang San often has this kind of nightmare. Maybe he has a ghost in his heart and has formed a shadow. But this is good news for me. I will go again tomorrow. If it doesn't work I will go the day after tomorrow. I don't believe that I can't get Xiantian Bailu. Chapter 8 Xiantian Bailu. On the second night Wang Shenmeng opened his dream, entering magical power as soon as it got dark, and quietly squatted outside Tang San's house. Unfortunately Tang San did not dream that night. This continued for 3 or 4 days. On the 5th day, although Tang San had a dream, he dreamed that he had cultivated the 9th level of Xiantian Gong, established the Tang sect, and created the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus super hidden weapons such as the Rain of Pear Needles and the King of Hell Post, killing all the enemies in the Douluo continent and becoming the only master of the beautiful dream. On the sixth day Tang San dreamed that he knocked down the 17 elders of the Tang sect with one move and used the Tang sect tortures one by one and finally tortured them to the point of being unrecognizable, and then hung them on the go, seeing sorrow posed to the wind and sun and pecked by eagles, and died after several months. On the 7th and 8th days there were no dreams. On the 9th day Wang Shenmeng actually saw himself being stepped on by Tang San, laughing arrogantly, mocking himself that a mere beggar actually had the same innate full soul power as him, and that he really wanted to die. Finally he used the chaotic low hammer method to blow himself up one hammer after another. On the 12th day endless iron forging. After almost a month Wang Shenmeng still waited patiently without achieving his goal. On the night of the 29th day when he entered Tang San's dream again, he saw a black and red scene as if a group of demons were dancing wildly, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Sure enough, after blowing away the mist, a little boy appeared in front of him, learning the art of hidden weapons day after day in the Tang sect. This is the beginning of Tang San's nightmare. He claims to be a genius, but he wastes his time in the outer sect associating with mediocre insect and being bullied and driven by the inner sect trash. I don't know how much resentment and unwillingness he has accumulated in his heart. Life without hope is like a nightmare. Time flies. When Tang San was 9 years old he colluded with outsiders to steal the Xiantian treasure record. He practiced secretly every day and studied the supreme hidden weapon Buddha's Wrath Tang Lian, which was the first in the mechanical category. Finally, before the incident at the age of 29 he created 3. Unfortunately the incident was posed and the 17 elders cleared the sect. Tang San didn't want to be caught and tortured, so he jumped off the cliff and committed suicide. As the dream was broken Wang Shenmeng was squeezed out again, but this time he finally got what he wanted. If it weren't for the butterfly body he would have almost laughed out loud. It's called a dream, but it's actually everything he experienced in his previous life. It's engraved in the depths of his consciousness and can't be forgotten. It becomes a seed of obsession. Every nightmare is just a playback of all the memories in this seed. No wonder he can't get rid of the nightmare of his previous life. Wang Shenmeng has a little understanding of dreams. Tang San's situation is a bit similar to the Alaya consciousness seed of Buddhism. When reincarnated, everything he experienced in his previous life was absorbed by the seed and reincarnated with him. Although not exactly the same, the manifestation is not much different. No matter what, the Xiantian treasure record is finally in hand. It's worth my patience to wait for a month. Everything is worth it. After Wang Shenmen's consciousness returned to himself, he recalled the Xiantian treasure record he saw in Tang San's dream. Outside the dream it seemed to be only a few hours, but inside the dream it was nearly 20 years. Although there are many vague places, the core of the obsession about the Xiantian treasure record is extremely clear. Tang San took it out and read it countless times. As a bystander, Wang Shenmeng certainly remembered it by heart, even the process of Tang San forging the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus. An hour later Wang Shenmeng opened his eyes and the Xiantian Bailu in his mind was extremely clear, including the purple demon eye, Xiantian Gong, Swanyu hand, ghost shadow trace, crane control and dragon capture hidden weapon solution, as well as some knowledge of poisons and fairy herb. Tang San, your cheat is mine now. Your dear father almost killed me and you also tortured me in your dream. This Xiantian Bailu is just intras. I will definitely make good use of these martial arts and knowledge and then give you surprises one by one. The sky in the east was turning pale. Wang Shenmeng had not slept all night and he spent a lot of energy and soul power to fall asleep, but the excitement of returning returning with a full load made him a little excited, and he had no intention of sleeping for a while. This dream entering magical power is really good, although it cannot interfere with other people's dreams for the time being. As the saying goes, if you think about something during the day you will dream about it at night. Even if you just watch, as long as you persevere you will eventually gain something. Wang Shenmeng stood up and turned around a few times. He remembered the ghost shadow steps and unconsciously walked a few steps according to them. The soul power on his body surged and his figure suddenly became erratic and his speed increased greatly. But for me it is the purple Etreem demon pupil and the knowledge of immortal grass that are more valuable. The purple Etreem demon pupil can train mental power and assist in combat, not to mention the knowledge of immortal grass. Whether it can effectively intercept the opportunity of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire depends entirely on it. Wang Shenmen's emotions gradually calmed down. Seeing that the sky was about to brighten and the red color in the east was spreading, he resisted the urge to absorb purple energy to practice the purple Etreem demon pupil. At this time in the world Tang San had already gotten up. If he was accidentally seen by him it would be bad. This kid has made a set of sleeve arrows. With his current strength he can't resist it at all. Not to mention that there is Tang Hao who is absolutely invincible for the time being. If he can avoid taking risk he will never rashly commit suicide. But you can't practice the purple demon eye outdoors, but you can try the Xiantian Gong. He immediately bolted the door, covered the small window with a torn sack curtain, sat cross-legged on the bed and practiced the Xiantian method. Not long after he entered into a state of concentration. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him and turned into strands of soul power. After a while Wang Shenmeng opened his eyes and showed a hint of joy. It really worked. My innate soul power is now level 10, which corresponds to the first level of Xiantian Gong. I can practice the first level quickly. In the future I can use Xiantian Gong to replace meditation. Wang Shenmeng remembered that in the original work Tang San told Xiao Wu that if he wanted to learn Xiantian Gong he had to give up his soul power, so he couldn't pass it on to Xiao Wu. He had doubts at the time. Since the internal force cultivated by Xiantian Gong in this world is equivalent to soul power, then Xiantian Gong is equivalent to a more mysterious and powerful meditation method. Anyone should be able to practice it. How can it be possible? Why should he first destroy his soul power? Now it seems that he clearly does not want to pass on the Xiantian Gong to Xiao Wu, but the two of them are together day and night and he cannot hide it. He just needs to find an excuse to stop Xiao Wu's thought. Tisk tisk, Xiao Wu, that stupid rabbit, even sacrificed his life for him, Tang Shenwang, but he is unwilling to share the Xiantian Gong. Even Xiao Wu is unwilling to teach, let alone use Xiao Gang. It is said that a teacher is a father for life. You are really a filial son. Wang Shenmeng sighed. Soon it was dawn. Wang Shenmeng stood outside the house looking around. This familiar place unconsciously felt a bit like home. Of course it was just the original owner's idea. Wang Shenmeng himself, in addition to being grateful for the kindness of old Jack and the villagers, did not have much nostalgia for this place. Now that I have obtained the Xiantian treasure record and even the chaos cloak hammer technique, there is nothing I need here anymore. It's time to set off. Wang Shenmeng sighed and a yearning rose in his heart. Chapter 9, Nodding City. Xiao Meng, have you decided? At old Jack's house, when Wang Shenmeng said he was going to leave, old Jack was not surprised. Wang Shenmeng nodded and said, yes Grandpa Jack, I have decided that if I want to become a powerful soul master I must go to a wider world. Old Jack nodded in understanding. You are right, the Holy Soul Village is just a small puddle and there is no future here. You have a strong talent, you must not waste it. It is time to go out for a walk. He was still a little reluctant in his heart and reminded, but you are too young and you can't go to Nodding College. Without the help of teachers and classmates you must be cautious when you venture out. Be more careful about people and things. Remember, you can't have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Wang Shenmeng said respectfully, Grandpa, I remember, I will be careful. Well, when are you leaving? Let's go today after breakfast while the weather is still cool. Get on the road as soon as possible. Old Jack was surprised and said, so urgent? Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, it doesn't make any difference whether it's one day earlier or later, it's better to go out and explore earlier. My martial soul awakened relatively late and it has been delayed for 2 years. I can't delay it any longer. Old Jack was silent for a moment, nodded and said, you are right, I will prepare some dry food for you. Wang Shenmeng did not refuse. Thank you Grandpa. Knowing that Wang Shenmeng was leaving, the Jack family was a little reluctant. They loved this sensible, precocious and handsome child very much. Therefore when eating breakfast they would give him delicious food and tell him all kinds of caring words. Wang Shenmeng was also quite moved. The old Jack family was really good to him. Just taking him in to awaken his martial soul was not an exaggeration to say that it was a great favor. Before leaving, Jamie's wife handed him a large bag of dry food. Old Jack went home with him. Before leaving he took out a golden coin from his arm. Xiao Shenmeng outside is not like in the village. You can't move without money. Take this gold coin. It's the money grandpa gave you. This is too expensive. 1 gold coin is enough for a family of 3 to live on for several months. Although old Jack is the village chief, his family is just getting enough food and clothing. 1 gold coin is not a small amount of money. Take it. Grandpa doesn't have any extra. Take it to buy some food on the way. In the future you will have to rely on yourself for everything outside. Be careful. When you have time in the future, remember to come back and visit. Old Jack stuffed the gold coin into Wang Shenmen's hand, patted his shoulder. His eyes were relieved and a little sad, and after a moment he turned around and walked away slowly. Wang Shenmeng looked at his somewhat hunched back, holding the warm gold coin in his hand, and a warm current rose in his heart. He had nothing to pack and he didn't plan to take a few old clothes with him. Apart from a bag of dry food and a gold coin, he had nothing. Wang Shenmen's first stop was naturally Notting City. This was the birthplace of the original owner. After his parents died, his family property was robbed by relatives, friends and neighbors, and he became a beggar. It can be said that this was the sad place of the original owner, the place where he fell from a happy life to hell. Wang Shenmeng was at least a level 10 soul master, so he was naturally not afraid of a few ordinary enemies. He came to Notting City this time. In addition to wanting to learn knowledge and obtain soul rings, he also planned to take revenge, take back his own property and solve the economic crisis. The Holy Soul Village was not far from Notting City. He arrived in the evening and found a cheap hotel to stay in. It cost 10 copper soul coins per night. 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins equals 1000 copper soul coin. There was nothing but a bed. Wang Shenmeng was not in a hurry to take revenge. After 2 years no one knew what changes had taken place in the people and things he was familiar with. He still had to find out clearly before saying anything. Out of sight of Tang San and his son, Wang Shenmeng had no scruple. He got up before dawn and went to the roof to practice the purple demon pupil. The 7-colored illusion heart butterfly martial soul he awakened was a spiritual beast martial soul which required a high level of mental strength. Correspondingly, after awakening, it also brought him a considerable mental improvement. This made it progress very quickly when practicing the purple demon pupil. In just one morning he was able to get started. He felt that his vision had improved slightly and his mental strength had also increased slightly. I believe that if he persisted it would not take long for him to cultivate the first level of overview. Early the next morning, after Wang Shenmeng washed up and ate dry food, he came to a place selling clothes and spent 50 copper soul coins to buy 2 new sets of clothes. Many people in this city like to look down on others. When they see ragged country folk, like to discriminate, ridicule and even bully. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to dress himself up neatly and decently. Besides, the old clothes belonged to old Jack's grandson and they didn't fit him well. He was not very comfortable to wear, so he changed them on the spot and gave them to a beggar who was half dressed. In the next few days, in addition to getting familiar with the environment and scouting for revenge, Wang Shenmeng mainly practiced the purple demon eye, mysterious heaven skill, mysterious jade hand and ghost shadow. As for hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings, he now has a shallow understanding of soul beasts and cannot determine what type of soul ring to add to himself, so he will naturally not act rashly. You must know that soul rings are related to the future of soul masters and they are difficult to replace. If you absorb them carelessly, there is a high probability that your talent will be ruined. After staying in the hotel for about 10 days, Wang Shenmeng already had a good idea of his enemies. After careful observation for a period of time coupled with his dreams at night, he has determined that those families have no soul master relationship and connections and are all ordinary people. Half of a gold soul coin has been spent on food, clothing, housing and transportation, and the rest won't last long. Whether it's to solve economic problems or to end old grudges, it's time to end it. It was late at night and the whole city was in deep sleep. Wang Shenmeng pushed open the window of the guest room and looked at the dark sky. The air was dull and hot. Gusts of wind blew, rolling up dust like a precursor to a storm. What a dark night for murder and a windy day for arson. In this situation it's time for me to act. With a thought, the butterfly martial soul flew out suddenly and floated above his head. The colorful light was as beautiful and clear as glass in the night sky. Martial soul possessed. With a light shout, the butterfly martial soul attached to his body and the whole person also underwent strange changes. 2 black tentacles tended from his head and his pupils flowed with misty colorful light. A pair of colorful butterfly wings stretched out from behind, as thin as cicada wings covered with mysterious pattern. Wang Shenmeng once again felt a strange power bless his body. His body became as light as a feather, soft as a unicorn and tough as a unicorn. His perception was magnified tenfold and all kinds of smells from miles away could be clearly sensed and distinguished from his tentacles. Except for a pair of wings and slender tentacles, his body did not change much, but the whole person had a dreamlike temperament, handsome beyond description and seemed to be disillusioned like fog. Everything was false and did not really exist. Wang Shenmen's mind was flowing and the wings behind him spread out instantly, surpassing 2 meters. With a slight shake he was enveloped in it and the colorful light was dimmed a little and finally only a very light color was left and the whole person melted into the night. Let go. Wang Shenmeng flapped his wings and flew out of the window, flying towards a house that was once very familiar. In the blink of an eye he landed in the house and his soul power spread violently. An invisible pressure suddenly enveloped him and the sleeping person seemed to be suddenly pressed by a huge rock and woke up. Chapter 10 ending. What's going on? The lights in the room were on and there was a panicked voice. Come out and see me. After saying this coldly, Wang Shenmeng turned his head and looked at the familiar house and some yellowed memories were also evoked. Of course this was the legacy of the original owner. Before the age of SI the original owner had lived here carrying all the happiness and laughter. Unfortunately after the incident that year this place was occupied by a distant cousin and the original owner was driven out. A moment later a pair of disheveled men and women ran out in panic and saw the uninvited guest floating in the void shining with brilliance again. Their faces turned pale and their teeth trembled. Soul Master. As an ordinary person the awe of Soul Masters is from the bone. Even the lowest level Soul Masters have countless ways to deal with an ordinary person. Unless they are Iparian soldiers, ordinary civilians have no power to resist Soul Masters. Wang Shenmeng looked at the two women coldly. The man was fat and the woman was dressed in silk and satin, showing their pampered and wealthy life, which was very different from 2 years ago. Sir, I wonder if you can help me when you come to my house? Although the fat man was very scared he still bit the bullet and asked carefully, Wang Wuliang, don't you recognize me? Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly and descended from the void a little, revealing his handsome face, which was vaguely similar to 2 years ago but more beautiful. Wang Wuliang recognized him at a glance. After all, such a handsome child is extremely rare. Once you have seen him it is difficult to forget him. Yes, it's you. His face turned pale, his legs trembled and he collapsed to the ground with a groan. You became a soul master? Yes. Have you thought about how to die? Mercy, mercy. Wang Wuliang's wife was even more unbearable and she knelt down to beg for mercy. In their eyes soul masters are absolutely not to be offended and absolutely not to be provoked. Even if this soul master is just a child, no one knows whether there is a powerful soul master backing him up. Besides, the power displayed by this child also crushed their will at once. In fact, it is true. With Wang Shenmen's current level 10 soul power it is easy to kill them and he can do it without any flaws, which will ensure that no one will suspect. Wang Shenmeng was indifferent and speechless, but the soul power fluctuations on his body became more and more fierce, turning into a powerful pressure. This little pressure is nothing to soul masters, it is used, but for ordinary people it is a dimensionality reduction attack of extraordinary power. Wang Wuliang and his wife were crushed to the ground and the shadow of death loomed in their hearts. Spare me, spare my life! Wang Wuliang screamed miserably. After a period of silence, just when Wang Wuliang was gradually despairing, a voice like the sound of nature came. If you don't want to die, return everything you owe me. I'll give you 1 day and I'll come to get it tomorrow night. If you still have a copper soul coin left, I will kill your whole family, leaving no one alive. The cold voice made Wang Wuliang's hair stand on end. He didn't dare to have any thoughts at all and kowtowed like pounding garlic. Yes, I will definitely sell all my property and return it all to you. After a long time without hearing a reply, Wang Wuliang raised his head with difficulty. It was pitch black all around and there was no trace of anyone in the void. He suddenly felt the heavy pressure on his body dissipate in an instant and sat up from the ground with a face full of shock. After a long while his wife finally calmed down and said in panic, do we really have to give him everything? He is just a child, why not? Ha! Wang Wuliang slapped her hard and said viciously, if you want to die, don't drag me. He is a soul master who comes and goes without a trace. What can you use to resist? Even if you go to the city lord's mansion, we have no reason at all. He just wants to take back his property. Do you think the city lord will help us ordinary civilians or stand on the side of the soul master? If you don't want your whole family to die, just do what he says. The woman had never seen a man so weak and fierce. She was lapped and wanted to implode, but under the murderous eyes of the man she couldn't help but feel weak. Useless waste, you dare to lose your temper with me? Why didn't you show any strength just now? If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have spared his life. The woman cursed in her heart and regretted very much that she had spared a little bastard's life. Wang Shenmeng flew out of Wang Wuliang's house and felt very bored. He thought he would have to show more methods, including but not limited to poisoning and mental torture, before the other party would be honest. Unexpectedly they fell down before he could do much. He had a more personal experience of the status of soul masters. It can be said that this world is the world of soul masters, including the nobles. They themselves are soul master families. Ordinary people really have no way out. The awe of soul masters has been immersed in their bone. When they see soul masters, no matter whether the the other party is strong or weak, they will be 3 points lower and dare not resist at all. Like the original owner's parents, daring to refuse the humiliation of the nobles is already very backbone. Net Wang Shenmeng went to several places. They were all the guys who participated in the division of their family's property in the past. Now they are all living a good life. The situation is similar. When they see the soul masters who come and go without a trace, they immediately lose the courage to resist and are satisfied to save their lives. Only one gangster wanted to resist, but after being lost and sunk by Wang Shenmen's soul power and dream power, he casually smashed his knee with a stone and knelt down faster than anyone else. The Net Day Wang Shenmeng secretly observed that these people were still honest and did not do anything small. They were all in a hurry to deal with their property. Wang Shenmeng no longer had the intention to kill. If there were really people who didn't know what was good for them, he would let them die silently, but since they were honest, he would let them live and let them experience the life of being on the street and begging for a living. After all, there would still be some troubles for soul masters to massacre civilians. At least the Wuhan Hall would definitely intervene in the investigation. Even if he was right, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. He had already drained the other party's money, which was also revenge. That night Wang Shenmeng did not go to take back the money. He secretly observed it and entered the dream again and again. After not finding any traps, he finally took away all the money and didn't leave them even a copper coin. Those families suddenly became destitute and were forced to live on the streets, becoming part of the army of beggars. However, they had hands and feet, and if they were willing to work hard, they would not starve to death, but it was impossible for them to live a good life. More than 300 gold soul coins. I finally don't have to worry about money anymore. Wang Shenmeng looked at these golden little cuties. His eyes turned into stars and he felt that his bones had become lighter and the shadow that had been hanging over his head had also dissipated for the most part. This is a huge sum of money, but unfortunately I don't have a storage soul guide, which is a bit troublesome. Wang Shenmeng immediately decided to buy a house near Notting College. He also planned to go to Notting College to study the basics of martial souls. Since he planned to live there for a long time, he couldn't always stay in a hotel. What's more, he had to study hidden weapons and practice ghost shadow steps, so private space was essential. Notting City is just a small city and houses are not expensive. A house of more than 100 square meters with an independent courtyard cost less than 30 gold soul coin. After buying it, Wang Shenmeng moved in on the same day and bought a blacksmith's furnace and related equipment, which officially made him his home. Chapter 11. The Big Vetman Who Was Giving Up. Finally he had an independent home that belonged to him. Wang Shenmeng felt more at ease, as if he had gained a sense of security. The Net Day Wang Shenmeng bought a lot of food, meat and vegetables, and prepared to start nourishing his body and make up for the lack of nutrition in the past 2 years. Then he found a blacksmith shop, made some money and learned the basic forging technology. Combined with the legendary chaotic cloak hammer method, he was already a qualified blacksmith and his potential was great, very big. As long as you keep practicing for a period of time, you will not worry about not being able to create a powerful hidden weapon. More than 10 days passed in a flash. After solving the urgent problem, Wang Shenmeng finally started to work on his cultivation. Hiding the successfully made sleeve arrow on his wrist, Wang Shenmeng came to the gate of Notting College. This little brother, Notting College is on vacation. I wonder what you want? As he expected, he was stopped by the guard. However, because he was dressed neatly and cleanly, his clothes were brand new although not branded, and he was handsome and had an indescribable temperament. He was not humble and cowardly like ordinary people. He looked like a noble young master. Therefore the guard did not dare to discriminate against him, but smiled gently and flatteringly. Wang Shenmeng smiled and glanced at the guard. This was probably the unlucky guy who discriminated against Tang San, was considered to have a way to die and was almost killed by Tang San with a sleeve arrow. Or lucky. After all, he was the one who escaped from the hands of Tang Shenwang. It is indeed necessary to change into new clothes, otherwise the guard's attitude will be completely opposite if the clothes are tattered, which will cause a lot of disputes and troubles. I am a soul master and I come to visit Master Yu Xiaogang. Please pass on the message. Wang Shenmeng decisively revealed his identity as a soul master and the guard's attitude became more respectful. He hurriedly said, "Please wait, I will pass on the message." The guard is just an ordinary person facing a noble soul master. He does not have much confidence, not to mention that the boy has an extraordinary temperament and may be a noble child. Wang Shenmeng waited patiently for a while and saw the guard running back with sweat on his head. "I'm sorry, the master said he doesn't have time to see you." The guard's words made Wang Shenmeng frown. He took out a few copper soul coins from his pocket, handed them over and said with a smile, "Uncle, you have worked hard. Does the master really have no time to see me?" The guard's eyes lit up and he quickly took the copper soul coins in his hand and quickly stuffed them into his arms, whispering, "The master is still sleeping. He has a weird temper and never pays attention to the students in the academy. He probably thinks you are a student of our academy and thinks you have something to ask him, so he doesn't want to pay attention to you. Wang Shenmeng looked up at the sky. The sun had risen high. It was at least 10 o'clock on the earth. The master's life is really leisurely and comfortable. It's really enviable. Wang Shenmeng said against his will. I thought that this was a complete abandonment of treatment for cultivation and upgrading. I probably felt that since the efforts were useless, I simply gave up and lay down completely and turned my head to drill into the so-called theoretical horns and couldn't get out. Of course, researching theories requires a lot of literature and practical cases to support it. After 20 years in Notting City, I have copied everything I can, and I can live a leisurely life. Wang Shenmeng has also thought about this kind of life, but reality does not allow it, so he can only force himself to struggle. Hehe. The guard didn't know what to say, so he had to laugh dryly. Uncle, please help me make another trip. Just say that I have materials that can help the master's research and I am willing to give it to him free of charge. Wang Shenmeng said with a smile, thinking that the 7-colored fantasy heart butterfly martial soul can also be considered as research materials. Maybe it can be useful to Yu Xiaogang. I am willing to give my martial soul to him for free. This is not considered cheating. Okay, I'll make another trip. For the sake of money, the doorman did not refuse and ran to Yu Xiaogang's dormitory again. When he came back again, he brought someone with him. Wang Shenmen's eyesight was very good and he could see the man's face clearly at once. He was of medium build, lightly thin, and looked about 40 or 50 years old. His short black hair was parted in the middle. His appearance was very ordinary. His hands were behind his back, but he had a special temperament. His eyes were a bit lazy and decadent, but Wang Shenmeng preferred to call this temperament green air. This hesitant and decadent style looked a bit deep and arrogant, as if he despised everything. For some women it was very lethal. Master, it's this young master who is looking for you. The doorman smiled flatteringly, pointed at Wang Shenmeng and said to the master. Wang Shenmeng handed over a few more copper soul coins and smiled. Uncle, I want to talk to you alone. Thank you for helping me. Pass it on. The doorman smiled happily, took the copper soul coins and said quickly, I understand. Soul masters value privacy. You two can talk slowly. I'll go over there to rest for a while. After that he ran away without even caring about the job of guarding the door. The master glanced at Wang Shenmeng calmly. Oh classmate, do you have something to ask me? I heard that you have materials to give me. Wang Shenmeng was asking for help, so he was very humble and flattered. Yes, I heard that the master's theory is invincible and he is the most knowledgeable person on the continent, so I came here to ask for advice, and by the way, I hope to make a small contribution to the research of martial spirit. Yu Xiaogang raised his eyebrows and his vanity was greatly satisfied. He did not give in to the flattery and his attitude became more friendly. Oh, where are you from? Wang Shenmeng said, I am a local of Notting City. Yu Xiaogang said, you are young. Are you a student of Notting College? This Wang Shenmeng decided to make up some nonsense. Anyway, he was going to study in Notting College NET, so it was not a lie. Yes, I am a student of Notting College. Yu Xiaogang asked in confusion. I don't think I have seen you before. Wang Shenmeng hesitated for a moment, glanced at Yu Xiaogang and whispered, although the master is a teacher at the school, he has never taught a class to the students of the college. This cough. Yu Xiaogang looked embarrassed, as if he was accused of eating and drinking for free by a child, which made him feel embarrassed. He coughed dryly and changed the subject. What knowledge do you want to ask me? Wang Shenmeng said, I want to ask the master about the knowledge of soul bees. Yu Xiaogang said, didn't your teacher talk about it? Wang Shenmeng said, the teacher only talked about it roughly. I want to know more details. Yu Xiaogang never cared about the teaching of Notting College, so he didn't know what the teachers of each grade talked about, so he didn't doubt it. He looked at Wang Shenmeng and frowned. How old are you? Wang Shenmeng said, 8 years old. Yu Xiaogang was slightly surprised and said, you are 8 years old? You look like SI or 7 years old. It seems that your martial soul is not a power beast martial soul. What level of soul power are you? What is a martial soul? What level of innate soul power is it? Chapter 12, Twin Martial Souls. If you want to go to school, you can't hide these basic information. There is nothing to hide. In order to obtain the master's knowledge of soul beast, Wang Shenmeng answered one by one. I have level 10 soul power and my martial soul is the 7-colored illusion heart butterfly, and my innate soul power is level 10. Yu Xiaogang showed a surprised look and suddenly widened his eyes. What, you are actually innate full soul power? Your martial soul is really the 7-colored illusion heart butterfly? This is impossible. My martial soul is indeed the 7-colored illusion heart butterfly. If you don't believe it, you might as well see it yourself. This is also the material I want to give you. The 7-colored illusion heart butterfly with innate full soul power should be able to provide you with some inspiration. And after Wang Shenmeng finished speaking, he summoned his martial soul. He also wanted to test the master's vision. He was sure that his martial soul was definitely not a rubbish martial soul. The seven-colored illusion heart butterfly. In the past 2 months, the more he understood his martial soul, the more he felt that this martial soul was extraordinary. Not to mention the super fast flying speed, just the dream power that was emanating all the time. Even if no soul skills were used, ordinary people would have no power to resist. How could the seven-colored illusion heart butterfly's useless illusion touch porcelain? What's more, how could a mere seven-colored illusion heart butterfly come with a magical power of entering dreams? It would be fine if Su Yuntao made a mistake, but this master who claimed to be invincible in theory should be able to see something extraordinary, right? As soon as the seven-colored butterfly appeared, the dream, the beauty instantly attracted Yu Xiaogong's eyes. The colorful light flowed, the graceful body like amethyst, the elegant wings stretched out, and the sword-like tentacles were all extremely beautiful and could not be described in words. Yu Xiaogang was a little stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful martial soul before. It reminded him of a woman who was equally beautiful and indescribable. They were both unique and peerless in the world. Memories surged in his mind for a while, and distant pictures kept appearing. The already blurred face became clearer and clearer. Memories invaded like a tide. Yu Xiaogang stared at the fluttering butterfly in a daze, as if he was looking at a stunning beauty. A perverted smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With his stiff facial expression, it was particularly weird. Master? Wang Shenmeng narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but be surprised. Looking at Yu Xiaogong's appearance, it seemed that he had been tricked. He was affected by the dream power naturally emitted by the butterfly martial soul. I don't know what picture he associated with, but this is too useless, right? Wang Shenmeng was speechless. You know, Su Yuntao, who was only level 26, didn't feel anything at the time. Even Tang San, who had just awakened his martial soul and only had level 10 spirit power, was not affected. But Yu Xiaogang, who was level 29, was hit instantly. He was even worse than Tang San, who had level 10 spirit power. No wonder he was chased by the 400-year-old Mandragora snake and fled in a panic. He almost died and relied on Tang San, who was level 10, to save his life. How did he get his level 29 spirit power? Did he really rely on resources to pile it up? Yu Xiaogong's waist level was beyond Wang Shenmen's imagination. He was just a little better than ordinary people. He took back his martial soul speechlessly. Yu Xiaogang woke up immediately, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and his old face was red. Master, have you seen enough? Wang Shenmeng asked with a smile. Yu Xiaogang heard it as a satire, and a trace of unnaturalness appeared on his stiff face. He coughed and said, it is indeed the seven-colored illusion heart butterfly. It is as beautiful as recorded. However, no matter how beautiful it is just a low-level martial soul. After the martial soul is attached to the body, the martial soul cannot effectively increase strength, defense and speed. It is not very useful except for its beauty. Wang Shenmeng doubted whether he had seen it clearly and said disappointedly, Master, don't you think its illusion ability is very good? Yu Xiaogang shook his head and said, the illusion ability of the seven-colored illusion heart butterfly is very useless. Even ordinary people can hardly be completely confused, let alone soul masters. This martial soul has no future. Wang Shenmeng was speechless. It seems that he has not realized that he has been unconsciously affected by the power of fantasy. He thought of something beautiful in his mind just now. He probably thought that he saw a beautiful butterfly and had a natural association. Yu Xiaogang touched his chin, looking thoughtful. Suddenly he seemed to think of something incredible. There was a trace of heat in his eyes. He looked at Wang Shenmeng as if he was looking at a rare treasure. His lips trembled with excitement. Well, did I misunderstand him? Did he also realize the unusualness of my martial soul? Wang Shenmeng was secretly surprised, but saw Yu Xiaogang tidying up his clothes with his hands behind his back. His chest straightened, his eyes shining, and he said lightly with a master's demeanor, if I'm not mistaken, you should have another martial soul, right? Well, what the hell? Wang Shenmeng almost burst out laughing. Isn't this Tang San's script? Why did it come to him? Master, you have a great imagination. Wang Shenmeng quietly watched Yu Xiaogang show off and heard him say lightly, it seems that I have to be persistent for one. After all, you are also the third twin martial spirit in the past 100 years. Yu Xiaogang continued to perform. Are you surprised that I know you have twin martial spirit? Wang Shenmeng. Yu Xiaogang said proudly, maybe other people can't see the flaws, but if I can't see it, then I don't deserve the word master. Hehe. Wang Shenmeng smiled with a strange look and motioned him to continue. Yu Xiaogang saw that he had shocked this seemingly smart boy and couldn't help but become more proud. I have read relevant records. Although the seven-colored fantasy heart butterfly martial spirit is rare, it has also appeared, but at most it is only 1 or 2 levels of soul power, and it is even impossible to practice. But you are at level 10 with full innate soul power. According to one of the 10 core competitiveness of martial souls that I studied, the size of innate soul power is proportional to the quality of martial soul. The seven-colored illusion heart butterfly obviously cannot satisfy it, so I can be sure that you should have another another martial soul, and it is a very powerful martial soul. Wang Shenmeng smiled. Master, you are really good at telling stories. There are exceptions to everything. Why can't I be a special case? Yu Xiaogang nodded seriously and said, yes, there are exceptions to everything, but your martial soul is the seven-colored illusion heart butterfly, so you are obviously not that exception. In the past 100 years, although only 2 twin martial souls have appeared in the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire, there have been 19 people with full innate soul power. I have carefully studied the martial souls of each of them, and they are all powerful. The youngest one has now reached the level of a great soul master. In addition to the 14 people who have powerful martial souls inherited from their family bloodline, there are 5 exceptions. Their origins are not noble, but they also have full innate soul power, and this kind of accident is the instance of mutant martial souls. According to my research on mutant martial souls over the years, no martial soul will mutate with the 7-colored illusion heart butterfly martial soul. Therefore I can be absolutely sure that my judgment is correct. Wang Shenmeng said cautiously, is there a possibility that my martial soul itself is not the 7-colored illusion heart butterfly? Absolutely impossible, Yu Xiaogang said firmly. Except for the legendary 7-colored illusion heart butterfly martial soul, no martial soul is like this. Wang Shenmeng asked curiously, Master, have you seen the 7-colored illusion heart butterfly martial soul? Well, Yu Xiaogang hesitated slightly and waved his hand and said, the 7-colored illusion heart butterfly martial soul is relatively rare, but although I haven't seen it, it is recorded in the martial ahem. In the information I collected, it is similar to your martial soul. I guarantee on the Master's reputation that I will never make a mistake. Chapter 13. Yu Xiaogang, are you willing to worship me as a teacher? But I really only have one martial soul. Wang Shenmeng blinked his big beautiful eyes and said innocently, impossible, kid, don't hide it. I'm not a bad person. You can tell me the truth without worry. Don't you want to learn soul beast knowledge? Your talent is very good, and only I can train you into a peerless strongman. Are you willing to worship me as your master? As long as you worship me as your master, I can teach you any knowledge you want to learn. Yu Xiaogang persuaded and deceived him, and he was very excited and secretly epected. This is the 3rd twin martial soul in 100 years. What a peerless genius. I didn't epect that. Yu Xiaogang had been dormant in Nodding City for 20 years, and finally my luck turned. I almost picked up a future peerless Douluo for nothing, and it came to me. Haha, good disciple, come to the Master's bowl quickly. The Master is counting on you to clear my name in the future and let those ignorant people who don't understand me laugh at me and look down on me be ashamed and embarrassed. Well, I really don't have twin martial souls. I have a trash martial soul, the 7-colored illusion heart butterfly. I am a waste material destined to have no future, and I am really unworthy of being your apprentice. You should find someone else. Wang Shenmeng shook his head firmly. He didn't want to worship Yu Xiaogang as his master. He just wanted to get the soul beast knowledge from Yu Xiaogang, and he was not prepared to put himself in it. This kind of master-disciple relationship with a certain status is not simple. It is basically bound for a lifetime. It is a relationship of loss and gain. There is only one person to worship in a lifetime, which is completely different from the teacher in school. Yu Xiaogang was slightly stunned, took a deep breath, and then showed an understanding smile. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. This is also a good thing. The tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. You can indeed avoid many dangers by hiding the secret of your twin martial souls. What a smart child. I like you more and more. Wang Shenmeng was helpless immediately. Master, why don't you believe the truth? This is what you think. I don't have to deceive you. Don't regret it. Since the Master is stubborn, I have nothing to say. I wonder if you can lend me this book of soul beast knowledge? Of course. Yu Xiaogang thought that Wang Shenmeng acquiesced to his judgment, and his heart became more and more hot. In order to avoid using too much force to scare his future apprentice, he showed a smile that he thought was gentle. As long as you are willing to worship me as your master, I will teach you all the knowledge about soul beast immediately. Wang Shenmeng looked embarrassed. This, I have to think about it. I'm just a child and I have to discuss it with my family. Yu Xiaogang's disappointment flashed in his eyes, and his expression became more amiable. After all, becoming a disciple is a major event in life, and it is normal to consider it. Where do you live? I will visit you in person and will definitely convince your parent. Let's talk about this later. It's too sudden. I need to slow down. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. You must remember that in the world only I am the most qualified person to be your teacher. I will definitely train you to be the best person on the continent. Can you lend me the book first? I can pay. This is my unique research. It is not convenient to pass it on, and its value cannot be measured by money. After you become my disciple, you can read it however you want. Yu Xiaogang played a trick. In order to accept this peerless genius as his apprentice, he didn't mind doing some not so glorious thing. Wang Shenmeng cursed in his heart. Damn, you actually threatened me. Don't think I don't know. This soul beast knowledge is not a secret. secret knowledge at all. Any family or academy can get access to it. You are so kind to say that it is your unique research. The research results you copied, right? Yu Xiaogang didn't see the rabbit, but Wang Shenmeng was unwilling to worship him as his master. He didn't want to be a test subject for Yu Xiaogang to practice his so-called soul master theory. After all, who can tell how many errors or even mistakes a theory imagined by a 29th level great soul master has? He thought he didn't have the fate of a protagonist and couldn't stand this kind of tossing. If he ruined the butterfly martial soul, he didn't have a second martial soul to cover it, so it was impossible to worship him as a master. But the soul beast illustration must be obtained. Wang Shenmen's eyes flashed and he said helplessly, forget it, I'll leave first, see you later. Without waiting for Yu Xiaogang to stay, he left quickly. Yu Xiaogang looked at his back, his eyes were fiery and firm. This kid is so uneasy to find the soul beast atlas. It seems that he wants to hunt soul beast to get the first soul ring. Well, since he has something to ask for, he will come to me soon and he will have no choice but to surrender. When he becomes my apprentice, I will personally take him to hunt soul beast and take a look at the 7-colored fantasy heart butterfly martial soul. I didn't see it clearly before. He walked back a few steps and suddenly slapped his head. Why did I forget to ask his name? Nodding Academy actually has such a genius. It's really a waste of talent. Well, no, isn't he 8 years old? His innate soul power is level 10 and it's still level 10 now. Has it been delayed for 2 years? Or did he deceive me and it's not the innate full soul power at all? Yu Xiaogang looked ugly, worried, afraid that the peerless genius he had finally found was a fake. He would not be able to withstand the blow. Yu Xiaogang kept comforting himself, thinking that even if he was a fake, he had level 10 soul power at the age of 8, which was considered a genius. If it didn't work out, he would settle for the net best thing and take him in to test his theory. When he met a better one in the future with the previous e-parians, he would be more assured to train him. As for whether the e-pariment would cause permanent and irreversible damage, that was not a problem. He considered a civilian soul master, not a peerless genius, could become his test subject, which was a great honor for his ancestors. What else did he want? Wang Shenmeng, who returned home, cursed Yu Xiaogang in his heart. He originally planned to buy a copy from Yu Xiaogang for a little money, but that guy was determined to lure and threaten him with the soul beast atlas, so he refused. Wang Shenmeng could only think of other ways. Soul beast knowledge is not top secret, but not everyone can get it. In Notting City except Notting College, Wuhan Hall and City Lord's Mansion, there is not even a soul master store on the market, so naturally it is not sold. As for the Spirit Hall, it goes without saying that unless you join it, forget it. There is no hope for the City Lord's Mansion. There is a library in Notting College, but the dean of the college is a soul master of more than 40 levels. Wang Shenmeng said he can't afford to offend him. Unless he waits another month to officially enroll, it will be impossible to get him. Among so many targets, Yu Xiaogang is the easiest. Moreover, the soul beast knowledge in his hands brings together the records of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus resect and the Spirit Hall, plus the records collected from other places. In terms of comprehensiveness and professionalism, it is definitely far superior to others and even the only one in the entire continent. This is also the main reason why Wang Shenmeng covets Yu Xiaogang's Soul Beast Encyclopedia. As long as he reads this Soul Beast Encyclopedia, there will be very few Soul Beast knowledge that can stump him in the future. So it still depends on Yu Xiaogang. Unfortunately, I can only watch from the sidelines if I enter the dream. If I want to participate, I can't do it now. I will go to Yu Xiaogang's dream tonight to see if I can gain anything. I don't believe that you, who is devoted to the research of martial soul theory, will not dream about Soul Beast. Chapter 14 Yu Xiaogang's Good Dream Travels All Night. The net day, Wang Shenmeng spent his time practicing and forging iron. At night, the dream butterfly came out of his body and came to Notting College. Although the college has a dean at the level of soul sect, the dream butterfly came like an illusion. Even Tang Hao could not detect it, let alone a soul sect. I had just seen it during the day, and Wang Shenmen's tentacles on his head moved lightly, and soon he smelled a familiar smell. Well, sweat smell, foot smell, drool smell, and some unknown smells, as well as indescribable smells. Yu Xiaogang, you are worthy of it. This level of slovenliness is comparable to his idol Tang Hao. It is true that people are divided into groups. Wang Shenmeng was afraid that he would vomit. His tentacles trembled and he quickly blocked his perception. He lamented in his heart, oh my god, why am I? How can he have such a sensitive sense of smell? Damn talent, it's just terrible. He came to the outside of Yu Xiaogang's dormitory with a curse and saw a ball of red light that stretched and stretched, emitting a warm breath. Yu Xiaogang's spiritual dream is only red, not much better than Tang San. He is really useless. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. The stronger the spiritual power, the further back the color. Tang Hao's spiritual power is like a purple sun, and Wang Shenmeng can hardly get close to it, let alone enter the dream. And Yu Xiaogang is only worthy of a small red fireball which poses no threat to to Wang Shenmeng. As soon as he entered the dream, Wang Shenmeng's face turned black and he couldn't help gritting his teeth. I saw a child kneeling and kowtowed to Yu Xiaogang 3 times and 9 times with a face full of admiration as if facing his own father, calling him teacher with a face full of reverence. After a closer look, the child looked a little familiar and he looked so cute and beautiful. Who else could it be except him, Mr. Wang? Yu Xiaogang, you are really a thief. You dare to let me kneel and kowtow to you 3 times and 9 times. It's really beautiful, but I don't know if you can bear it. Many dreams are the result of subconscious desires. It is obvious that Yu Xiaogang is dreaming about something during the day. He probably fantasizes about the scene all day, which makes him dream all the time. But the NET scene made Wang Shenmeng excited and his eyes widened. Yu Xiaogang looked at the child with satisfaction, touched his head with satisfaction, and then took out a book. The words Soul Beast Atlas on the cover were clearly visible. Disciple, this book is the Soul Beast book you have always wanted. It records almost all kinds of soul beasts on the continent. It is the most comprehensive soul beast book on the continent. I will give it to you as a gift. The child Wang Shenmeng took the book with a look of surprise and began to flip through it on the spot. Page after page recorded the information of soul beasts, which was dazzling and countless. This is really a new village after a dark one. Wang Shenmeng was overjoyed, staring at every word and pattern on every page, not missing any details. Yu Xiaogang's dream was based on his subconscious and it was coherent and logical. In his subconscious, he obviously thought that Wang Shenmeng was so eager for soul beast knowledge that he would be addicted to the book once he got it. The dream evolved according to this subconscious and Wang Shenmeng really couldn't stop reading it and he read it from beginning to end. Such a dream owner obviously cannot dominate the dream, but the memory in the subconscious will not disappear. The knowledge in the soul beast illustrations all is in Yu Xiaogang's memory. At least he has seen it, otherwise it cannot be evolved. As a bystander, Wang Shenmeng's dream butterfly naturally took it all in from beginning to end. Since his martial soul awakened, his mental power has skyrocketed and he has gained the ability to remember everything he sees, and in the dream butterfly state his spiritual perception is even more sharp. This thick book can be read once. I will never forget it. The concept of time in the dream is very vague. It takes a long time to finish a book, but it seems like a short while. Then there are all kinds of imaginary plots of Yu Xiaogang. Under his cultivation, Wang Shenmeng becomes an unparalleled strongman. On the road of growth, he suppresses all geniuses in the world and his brilliance is dazzling. In the end, he defeats the Pope Bibidong of the Spirit Hall and destroys the evil Spirit Hall in one fell swoop. Yu Xiaogang himself also took advantage of his apprentice's momentum and became a master respected by everyone. The strong men on the mainland licked him one after another. All those who once looked down on him all knelt down at his feet in tears and begged for forgiveness from the master. And Bibidong, the saint of the Spirit Hall, who once abandoned him like a rag, hurt him mercilessly, made him feel inferior and deeply hit, shed tears of regret, cried and begged to return to him, but was ridiculed by him and finally rejected coldly, and Bibidong collapsed. Humph, you ignored me in the past, but today I will make you unable to reach me. Ha 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 ha. Just when Yu Xiaogang was full of pride, laughing wildly and claiming to be the best in the world, suddenly the sky shone with golden light and a tall man with golden light descended from the sky with golden wings spread out behind him, looking down at him like a god, and coldly spat out 2 words: waste. Ah! Yu Xiaogang's face changed drastically as if he had touched the horrible shadow in his heart, and the beautiful dream instantly turned into a nightmare. In the rolling black cloud there was a scream and the dream was shattered. Interesting. Wang Shenmeng returned to the real world and looked at Yu Xiaogang sitting on the bed, his face turning pale and blue as if he had opened a dye shop, and couldn't help showing a playful smile. The last man should be Qian Sunji, the former pope of the Spirit Hall, the Douluo of the secret room. Tisk tisk. Yu Xiaogang's shadow is so big that he changes color when talking about it and collapses when meeting him. What an inhumane thing did Qian Sunji do to him back then? Wang Shenmeng was extremely curious as this was not mentioned in the original TET. However, when Yu Xiaogang and Bibidong were in love, it was impossible for Qian Sunji not to have warned him, and it was normal that he had even implemented cruel punishment, but this did not separate the two. Bibidong was a love-brained person. Even if Yu Xiaogang was willing to back down, she would never give up easily. Seeing that the genius disciple who had been trained for 20 years was about to run away with a waste and the other party was from the hostile forces of the Spirit Hall, it was equivalent to betrayal. Isn't this a complete scapegoat? It is equivalent to training a super fighter for the enemy, and it is very likely to backfire on the Spirit Hall in the future. No one can bear it. Qian Sunji was so angry that he simply turned into a beast and forcibly kept Bibidong by despicable means. Although he achieved his goal, he also completely confirmed that he was a scumbag. The fact that he was a beast, the kind that was nailed to the pillar of shame and couldn't get down and finally died of backlash. I didn't expect that Qian Sunji had died for so many years, but Yu Xiaogang's fear of him had not dissipated. No wonder Yu Xiaogang regarded Tang Hao as an idol. After all, it was said that Tang Hao killed Qian Unji, who he feared the most. In Yu Xiaogang's eyes, Tang Hao was like his salvation, and in his eyes he was the invincible light of righteousness. After watching a dream, Wang Shenmeng learned a lot of knowledge, understood a lot of secrets, and also met the Saint Bibi Dong in Yu Xiaogang's memory. At that time she was still in her youth of about 20 years old, full of longing, high-spirited, bright and valiant, like something out of the ordinary world. But I didn't see the other woman, Lu Erlong. It seems that Yu Xiaogang avoided her completely. He didn't even want to think of her subconsciously. Or maybe he didn't care much about Lu Erlong and just regarded her as a spare tire, so he didn't miss her after 20 years. No matter which possibility it was, Wang Shenmeng felt a little sympathetic to the female Tyrannosaurus Re and felt it was not worth it for her. You know, breaking through the constraints of secular ethics is a very courageous thing. Some things are suffocating just thinking about them, let alone really doing them. But Lu Erlong ignored ethic and waited for Yu Xiaogang for 20 years, wanting to marry him. Regardless of right or wrong, at least this resolute rush like a moth to a flame turned Yu Xiaogang, who could only cowardly escape, into scum in seconds. The guy with the shoehorn face and hooked nose appears frequently. He must be Yu Xiaogang's only friend, Flanders. The golden iron triangle is missing one. He ridiculous. There are also Tang Hao, Tang Xiaoning, Fengzi in their youth. These young faces in Yu Xiaogang's memory, each of which makes him envious and inferior. Wang Shenmeng looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was deeply shocked by the broken dream. With pity, shook his head, spread his wings and flew away. Chapter 15 Soul Hunting Order. After acquiring rich knowledge of soul beasts, Wang Shenmeng began to plan to hunt soul rings. He took a few gold coins, bought 3 recommendation books from several children of small nobles, and came to the spirit hall. The 2 guards at the door looked about 20 years old, with weak soul power fluctuations, which was a little worse than Wang Shenmeng. They were obviously soul warriors below level 10. This also shows the remoteness of Nodding City. The level of the spirit hall can tell whether this city is important in the Tiandu Empire. Uncle, hello, I'm here to get the soul hunting order. Wang Shenmeng raised the recommendation letter in his hand and said to the guard. The 2 guards showed a skeptical look. Such a young child came to get the soul hunting order. Is he kidding? But they didn't stop him. Maybe he was really a genius. They nodded and said, then go in. Go to the reception hall to find Master Machino. He will help you solve the problem. Thank you. After Wang Shenmeng thanked him, he walked into the spirit hall. What kind of atmosphere is the 20-meter high dome? When Wang Shenmeng walked into the spirit hall, he was immediately infected by this magnificent momentum. The dome of the entire hall is covered with murals. Various spirit graphics are painted in small squares. The background color is shining gold, which looks magnificent but simple. There are huge crystal windows around the spirit hall. The sunlight is refracted by the transparent crystal windows and sprinkled on the murals. The feeling of shining golden light is even more dazzling. Reception hall. Where is the reception hall? After being infected by the atmosphere in the hall, Wang Shenmeng began to look for the destination of this trip. There were not many people in the Wuhan hall, and there were only some servants leaning around. Wang Shenmeng was about to find someone to ask, but saw 2 people coming towards him, one of whom was an acquaintance, Su Yuntao, who had the lone wolf Wuhan. Wang Shenmeng hurried over. At this time, Su Yuntao was talking attentively to a young woman, Net to him with a flattering look. The woman was tall and plump, and her appearance was also above average. The 2 talked and laughed and did not notice the approach of Wang Shenmeng. A little kid. Master Su Yuntao. Wang Shenmeng called out. Su Yuntao then noticed the instance of Wang Shenmeng, and the female soul master beside him brightened her eyes. Wow, what a cute child. Then she asked in confusion, where did this child come from? When did our spirit hall have such a cute child? Could it be that a noble son came to our spirit hall to awaken his spirit? Su Yuntao recognized Wang Shenmeng at a glance. After all, although there were many children who had their spirits awakened by him, there was only one who looked so good, had a unique spirit, and was born with full spirit power, which left a deep impression on him. Oh, it's you. Your name is Wang Shenmeng, right? Su Yuntao greeted with a smile. Wang Shenmeng said quickly, Master Su Yuntao, I am the 7-colored fantasy heart butterfly martial soul that you awakened in the Holy Soul Village last time. Wang Shenmeng, who is born with full soul power. Su Yuntao nodded. I remember you. Why are you here? Wang Shenmeng said, I'm here to get the soul hunting order. Su Yuntao was surprised. Are you alone? Su Yuntao's female companion seemed a little dissatisfied because she was ignored. She looked at Wang Shenmeng's face and smiled lightly. Yuntao, is this the child you mentioned to me who awakened his martial soul at the age of 8 with full soul power? He is so handsome. It's a pity that his martial soul is a little bit lacking, otherwise his future is limitless. Su Yuntao said flatteringly, see, I told you about him. His martial soul is very beautiful. There is also a martial soul of blue silver grass which which is also born with full soul power. Don't you think it's strange? Wang Shenmeng smiled sweetly. Hello sister. Ceci was slightly stunned and then smiled even more. Little brother is really good, a polite and good child. She obviously didn't care about the blue silver grass martial soul and said to Su Yuntao, this little brother is here to get the soul hunting order. Don't leave him alone, take him to find Master Machinyo. I'll wait for you here. Okay, I'll go now. Su Yuntao was very obedient and took Wang Shenmeng to the second floor. Wang Shenmeng waved her hand. Goodbye sister. Ceci also smiled and waved well goodbye. The two climbed up the stairs net to them to the second floor of the spirit hall. When they came to the corridor on the second floor, Wang Shenmeng saw a circle of rooms here, and from here he could directly see the hall on the first floor. No need to ask, this is where the spirit hall works. Su Yuntao was obviously an eas to accompany Ceci, and he took Wang Shenmeng to the door of a room quickly without knocking and pushed the door open. Who is this? You are so reckless. Some old voices sounded from the room. This is a bright office. An old man sat behind a large desk. His neat spirit master clothes and the standard three swords logo on his body showed that he was a great spirit master level fighting spirit master. It turned out to be Yuntao. Why are you still so reckless? Spirit masters need to concentrate on their cultivation and they should be more calm. Otherwise you will be like me, unable to step into the threshold of level 30. Su Yuntao complained. Master Ma Xiaonyo, please stop talking. This child is here to get the soul hunting order. Please help me. Su Yuntao obviously has a good relationship with this old soul master. The old soul master laughed, and when his eyes fell on Wang Shenmeng he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Yuntao, are you sure that this child is here to get the soul hunting order instead of awakening his martial soul? Su Yuntao smiled bitterly and said, of course I am sure that this child's martial soul is awakened by me. He is the child who has innate full soul power, and martial soul is the 7-colored fantasy heart butterfly. He now needs a soul ring to break through the bottleneck of level 10, so I trouble you. Ceci is still waiting for me. I'm leaving first. After speaking he patted Wang Shenmeng on the shoulder and hurried out. Looking at Su Yuntao's departing back, the old soul master Ma Xiaonyo shook his head helplessly. Another young man who was overwhelmed by love. Unfortunately Ceci is not suitable for him. That girl's heart is too big. How can you restrain it? Wang Shenmeng did not respond but bowed politely. Hello Master Machinyo. Machinyo looked at Wang Shenmeng with a smile and said, child, don't call me master. I am not a master, just call me Grandpa Machinyo. I am 81 years old this year and it should be okay to be your grandfather in terms of age. Wang Shenmeng followed suit. Hello Grandpa Machinyo. Machinyo smiled lightly and said, you are a very polite child, very good. It's a pity that your martial soul is the 7-colored fantasy heart butterfly, but don't be discouraged. Even if it is a low-level martial soul, as long as it can be cultivated to a certain level, it will be better than most low-level soul masters. With your talent, as long as you work hard, there is still hope. While speaking he took the recommendation letter from Wang Shenmen's hand, checked it and found no problem, and said, I want to check your soul power level to see if you really need to hunt soul rings. Chapter 16 Machinyo's Invitation. Machinyo took Wang Shenmen's hand and walked out of his office along the corridor on the second floor towards the inner side of the spirit hall. When they came to the end of the corridor, 3 tall arches appeared in front of them. Machinyo smiled and said, this is the spirit hall's spirit laboratory for advanced appraisal. Come on kid. As he said, he pushed open the door on the far left and walked in with Wang Shenmeng. As soon as he entered the room, Wang Shenmeng had a special feeling. The soul power in his body seemed to be slightly moving with a special rhythm. This room is very wide and tall with an area of 200 square meters. A huge floor-to-ceiling window provides efficient lighting for the room. Wang Shenmeng immediately found the reason for his internal force. On the surrounding walls there were a total of 5 fist-sized black stones inlaid. It seemed that the material should be the same as the stone that Su Yuntao used to help him awaken his spirit. Machinyo said, show your spirit. Wang Shenmeng walked to the center of the ground mark and stood still. With a thought, a warm current flowed from his body to the top of his head. The colorful light shone and the beautiful butterfly martial spirit flew out from the top of his head. Machinyo originally had a gentle smile on his face. When he saw the butterfly martial spirit, his expression had turned into admiration. This is the 7-color fantasy heart butterfly. It is really beautiful. I can't imagine that there is such a beautiful martial spirit in the world. He was secretly surprised in his heart and then frowned, thinking this martial spirit does not seem to be simple. I feel that there is an invisible force trying to influence me. This is definitely not a simple 7-color fantasy heart butterfly. Maybe it is a benign mutation. Machinyo took a deep look at Wang Shenmeng and made a secret decision in his heart. This child may not be as hopeless as we think. He may be a genius waiting to be discovered. In any case, I have to report this news and let the higher-ups send someone to confirm it. If it is really a missed genius, it would be a pity not to bring him come to the Wuhan Hall for training. Ma Xianyou thought so in his heart, but his face showed no sign of it. He picked up a yellow crystal ball from the table beside him and walked in front of Wang Shenmeng. Put your soul power, inject it into it. Let me see what level you have reached. It is said that the innate full soul power must be level 10, but there is still a process to follow the regulations. Just after Ma Xianyou finished speaking, the crystal ball he handed to Wang Shenmeng had already lit up a layer of white brilliance. The light was very strong, filling the entire crystal ball, almost overflowing. It is indeed level 10 soul power. Okay, you take back your martial soul. Ma Xianyou smiled and nodded, took Wang Shenmeng back to the office, took out a token and handed it to him. Wang Shenmeng took it and saw that there was only a sword on it. He saw that this was the lowest token and had to be returned after use. Sure enough, Ma Xianyou instructed, when you come back from the soul hunting forest, you must remember to return the token to me and register with the Martial Soul Hall. In the future you can receive a subsidy of 1 gold soul coin every month, which is enough for you to sell. Wang Shenmeng bowed and thanked him. I know, thank you Grandpa Ma Xianyou. Ma Xianyou smiled kindly. You're welcome, this is my duty. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Wang Shenmeng said, my name is Wang Shenmeng. Nice name. Ma Xianyou praised casually and asked, does anyone help you hunt soul beasts? Wang Shenmeng scratched his head. I'm going to find a soul hunting group to join. Ma Xianyou nodded. If no one helps, then joining the soul hunting group is an option. But kid, you have to remember that soul masters are more dangerous than soul beasts in many cases. When choosing a soul hunting group, you must be cautious. Don't just look at strength. Character is more important. Wang Shenmeng said sincerely, thank you Grandpa Ma Xianyou for reminding me. I will pay attention. Ma Xianyou thought for a while and said solemnly, child, are you willing to join our Wuhan Hall? As long as you join our Wuhan Hall, we will help you hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Wang Shenmeng was slightly stunned, but he has not yet made up his mind to join the Spirit Hall. This is a ship destined to sink. Bibi Dong is trying to destroy herself, and there are many enemies outside, especially the possibility of involving the Azura God King. If you get too close, you will be crushed to pieces. If he has a choice, he doesn't want to be bound to them. Of course, Wang Shenmeng is not afraid of Tang San, he is mainly afraid of God. So he declined. Grandpa Ma Xianyou, I like freedom and don't want to join any spirit master organization for the time being. Oh, it doesn't matter, this is your freedom, I respect your decision. Ma Xianyou already had a plan in mind, so he would not rush into it at this time so as not to disgust the child. As long as the people above confirmed it, if he was really a top talent, they would definitely find a way to make the child willingly join the Spirit Hall. It would not make any difference if it was one day earlier or later. The soul hunting forest, located 400 miles northeast of Notting City, is where the Heaven Do Empire keeps soul beasts. There are only low-level soul beasts in the soul hunting forest, most of which are hundreds of years old. There are very few soul beasts that are thousands of years old, and there are absolutely no soul beasts that are 10,000 years old. Wang Shenmeng came to the outside of the soul hunting forest and saw a huge market with large houses or shops. Various shouts were heard one after another, and simple artificial paths were crisscrossed in it without the natural atmosphere of deep mountains and old forests. There is a warrant, and we need 2 more people to form a group to hunt power type soul beast. Hunting agility type soul bee. 7 people waiting for the warrant. 10 gold soul coins. Similar shouts were heard one after another. Most of the shops were selling weapons, protective gear and various food supplies. Wang Shenmeng and Ma Xianyou said they were going to form a group, but it was just a perfunctory statement. The soul hunting group might not be reliable. He didn't want to leave his back to someone he couldn't trust. Instead of being on guard against each other, it was better to act alone. For this he made a lot of preparation. As long as he wasn't too unlucky, he was confident that he could go back and forth safely. Wang Shenmeng walked straight through the market and saw a large forest. The height of the trees showed their age. Outside the forest there was a circle of huge steel fences, and a large number of spikes were posed towards one side of the forest. The height of the fence was more than 10 meters and it looked very solid. That's not all. Outside the fence a team of 100 soldiers were cruising there. These soldiers were all wearing fine iron full body armor, holding long spears, and had a strict military appearance. Hundreds of steel warriors stood together, giving people a sense of solemnity. Wang Shenmeng walked to the entrance of the forest and the sergeant stopped him. Kid, this is not the place you should come to. Go back quickly. Wang Shenmeng took out a token from his bosom. I am here to hunt for spirit rings. I have a warrant. The sergeant took the warrant and saw that there was an engraved sword on it. It was the lowest level warrant, but it was not fake. Although he was very confused since there was no problem with the warrant, he did not intend to cause more trouble. He returned the warrant and nodded, saying, since you have a warrant, then go in. Chapter 17 The Pope's Troubles. After passing through the steel fence and entering the forest, all the noise seemed to have disappeared and the air finally became fresh. It gave people a relaxing feeling. There were no people in the deep forest. Wang Shenmeng was right. Only a very small number of people needed soul rings. The forest was so big that the probability of meeting people was very small. Wang Shenmeng directly activated the martial soul possession. The simple martial soul possession did not consume much soul power. The two tentacles on his head vibrated and all kinds of smells within a radius of several miles were sensed, especially the smell of powder, which allowed him to distinguish a lot of information. This was also the biggest reason why Wang Shenmeng dared to come to the soul hunting forest alone when the spirit is in possession. If there are spirit beasts approaching within a few miles, he can't hide it from his perception. Wang Shenmeng wandered around the forest for a while and saw a lot of spirit beasts, but most of them were 10 years old and 100 years old was rare. The only few were plants which were not suitable for him at all. Yu Xiaogang said that animals can absorb plant spirit rings and plants can also absorb animal spirit rings. No matter whether it makes sense or not, for the sake of safety I will never absorb plant spirit rings. Wang Shenmeng was very distrustful of Yu Xiaogang's so-called research theory. Although Tang San in the original work seemed to be successful, Tang San had too many cheats and ate so many fairy herbs. It was a special case and could never be used as a theoretical basis. And animal spirits absorb animal spirit rings, plant spirits absorb plant spirit rings, and weapon spirits absorb plant spirit rings according to the situation. This has been popular in the spirit master world for countless years. After generations of spirit masters practice, even if there are omissions, there will definitely be no mistake. My butterfly martial soul is undoubtedly the most powerful in spirit power, followed by speed. Strength and defense are not strong, therefore the strong attack and defense systems are not suitable for me. I should choose the control system and continue to strengthen my spirit power and speed. Wang Shenmeng thought secretly in his heart that cultivating martial souls does not require comprehensive development, but to maximize the strength and reach the extreme in a certain way. After all, the number of additional soul rings is limited. If you want to make up for the shortcomings and make progress in each path, it will only waste your own talents and eventually become mediocre. Wang Shenmeng has studied for several days and has roughly determined the types of soul bees to hunt, mainly focusing on butterflies and moths. These two types of soul bees are undoubtedly the most suitable for him, and there are many with strong bloodlines such as the imperial moth, yin yang butterfly, the purple monarch butterfly, etc., which are the kings of soul bees. And to find butterfly soul bees, it is right to go to the place where the 100 flowers bloom. Wang Shenmen's antennae trembled and soon countless kinds of fragrance filled his sense of smell, attracting him to the direction with the strongest fragrance. As he went deeper into the soul hunting forest, more and more soul bees appeared along the way, and 100-year soul bees were everywhere. Wang Shenmeng tried to avoid them carefully. If he couldn't avoid them, he would spread his wings and fly away quickly. Fortunately, 100-year soul bees were not very powerful. Wang Shenmeng, who had practiced Xian Gong and Ghost Shadow Mitsukoshi, prepared a lot of poisons and hidden weapons and could fly quickly, was safe. As long as he didn't provoke 1000-year soul bees, it would be fine. Wang Shenmeng searched for a day but still couldn't find a soul beast that suited him. So he found a place, sprinkled medicine powder, ate dry food and meditated to restore his soul power, preparing to continue searching tomorrow. And just as he was heading to the soul hunting forest, a secret letter was quickly delivered to Wuhan City. Fasno province is in the southernmost part of the Tiandu Empire, bordering the Xingluo Empire. It is less than 1,000 miles away from Wuhan City, which is located in the middle of the two countries. It takes less than a day for the secret letter to be delivered from Nodding City to Wuhan City. At this time, in the majestic and magnificent Pope's palace, Pope Bibi Dong, wearing a black robe with gold patterns and a 9-curve purple gold crown, was concentrating on handling government affairs. After an unknown period of time, as the sun was setting, Bibi Dong put down her pen and stretched lazily, revealing her beautiful figure, but unfortunately no one appreciated it. She moved her hands and feet, and just as she realized, her head suddenly ached again. There were waves of negative emotions in her heart for no reason. She suddenly felt sad, angry and manic. Looking at the beautiful autumn chrysanthemums in the corner, she didn't know why she had the urge to destroy them completely. This emotion came for no reason, but it instantly made people feel bad, as if they had suddenly fallen into a quagmire shrouded in darkness. The negative emotions, like mud, polluted the soul and could not be shaken off. Damn it, it's happening again. It's always like this. As soon as I relax and feel a little bit of joy, my mood inexplicably becomes very bad. Am I not worthy of happiness? Bibi Dong stood up frantically, a flash of blood in her eyes. Her soul power fluctuated and a hint of evil aura was faintly emitted, but she was completely unaware. Calm down, I can't be dominated by the evil thoughts that inexplicably grow in my heart, otherwise I will become unrecognizable. Will I still be me in that state? She closed her eyes slightly and used her strong willpower to forcibly dispel the haze in her heart, but it was only a moment of peace and the negative emotions were stirring again. Damn it, how can can I completely get rid of these negative emotions and evil thought? If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress it. Bibi Dong was extremely troubled. Seeing that her head began to ache again, she hurriedly made herself busy and handled government affairs again regardless of her fatigue. Only when you concentrate on doing something, whether it is cultivation or work, and immerse your mind in it, can you temporarily block the influence of negative emotions or recall some good experiences in the past which can make your mood less sad and you feel like a normal person. Just then a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Your subordinate Douglas wants to see His Holiness the Pope. Bibi Dong put down her pen and said calmly, come in. Yes. A moment later a cardinal walked in with a letter in his hand and said respectfully, Your Holiness, a secret letter came from the Wuhan branch hall of Notting City in the Fasno province of the Tiandu Empire saying that a child suspected of being a top genius was found. The secret letter is here, please take a look at it. His Holiness the Pope. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes showed a trace of surprise. Suspected genius? Can't they even tell whether it is a genius or not? Show it to me. Yes. Douglas respectfully handed over the secret letter. Bibi Dong opened it and browsed it carelessly with half-closed eyes. In a moment her face changed slightly, her eyes became more serious and she showed a thoughtful look. He awakened his martial soul at the age of 8 with a rare innate full soul power, but his martial soul is a waste of colorful fantasy heart butterfly which is considered to have no future. At this moment she immediately noticed something unusual. No, there must be something fishy here. Chapter 18 Attention from the Pope's Palace. Bibi Dong is not Su Yun Tao. Whether in vision or knowledge, the two are worlds apart. She herself is born with full soul power and she knows how rare this talent is. As long as she doesn't mess around, she can almost become a titled Douluo without doing anything. And those who can become titled Douluo have top-notch martial souls. If it is just a 7-colored illusion heart butterfly, how can it be qualified to have a title? There are only two reasons for this perception. Either the 7-colored illusion heart butterfly martial soul has a benign mutation and has become a top-level martial soul, or it is not the 7-colored illusion heart butterfly at all, but it just looked like it and is mistaken for the 7-colored illusion heart butterfly. Bibi Dong guessed the truth almost instantly and immediately developed a strong interest in this child named Wang Shenmeng. For some reason she had a vague intuition in her heart that this child was very important to her and she must bring him to her side, otherwise she would regret it. A deep light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes and her tone was majestic. The Notting City Wuhan branch hall did a good job in this matter and they should be rewarded. Douglas, you should immediately send someone to Notting City to investigate the past of this child named Wang Shenmeng and don't leave anything out. Douglas was secretly shocked. The level of the Notting City Wuhan hall was too low and even urgent letters were not qualified to be sent directly to the Pope's desk. Of course they had to be screened by the bishops who assisted in handling government affairs. He had read the letter and because it was related to a genius with full innate soul power, he hurriedly submitted it to the Pope. Now it seems that the Pope really attaches great importance to it. If nothing unexpected happens, the child named Wang Shenmeng will soon rise to prominence. Yes. After receiving the order, Douglas asked again, then should we contact the child? Don't worry, he can't run away anyway. Ma Xiaoyunyo said that he refused to join the spirit hall. Maybe there are some reasons we don't know. Let's investigate his information first. Bibi Dong said lightly, but during this period don't let him join any other forces. Once there is a sign, stop it immediately. Yes. Douglas was about to leave. Bibi Dong pondered for a while and suddenly ordered, after you go down, let Zhu Douluo come to see me. Douglas was even more shocked. It seemed that His Holiness the Pope valued this child very much. Even Elder Zhu, a titled Douluo, was alarmed. When the child joined the spirit hall in the future, his status would definitely be very high. He secretly kept his mind on it, wondering whether to send a few people to secretly protect him. If he invested a favor in advance, it might be of great use in the future, such as helping him to be promoted to a cardinal in white. But he changed his mind and thought His Holiness the Pope values this child so much, he must be paying close attention to it. If I send people to protect him, it may not be in line with His Holiness the Pope's wishes and it might backfire. Douglas thought about it for a long time and finally had to give up this tempting idea, but he remembered the child named Wang Shenmeng in his heart. After Douglas left, the study became quiet again. Bibi Dong leaned on the seat, rubbing her temples with both hands to relieve the pain in her head. Her jade-like cheeks were a little pale with a trace of fatigue and the whole person showed a rare weakness. Less than 10 minutes later, the breath of Zhu Douluo appeared outside the hall. Bibi Dong immediately sat upright and her Zion returned to calmness and majesty. After a while, a figure walked into the hall with golden hair, skin that looked as delicate as a baby and a face as charming as a woman. If it weren't for, no one would think that he was a man because of the Adam's apple on his neck. He was the elder in charge of punishment in the spirit hall, titled Douluo Yuegwan, also known as Zhu Douluo. Zhu Douluo wore a red dress that only titled Douluo was qualified to wear. The red dress was inlaid with gold and silver patterns, especially the gem on his chest that was shining with golden light and as big as a baby's fist, which was full of luyuri. But in front of the noble, cold and elegant Pope, his coquettishness suddenly became vulgar and his luyuri was eclipsed, as if he had suddenly changed from a noble golden chrysanthemum to a green leaf that set off the red. Douluo unconsciously restrained his sharpness and said in a soft and shrill voice, "Subordinate Yuegwan pays homage to His Holiness the Pope." Bibi Dong said in a gentle voice, "Elder Ju, there is no need to be polite. Here is a secret letter, take a look first." With a light flick of the slender white jade hand, the letter flew out and stopped in front of Douluo. Yes. Douluo stretched out his blue finger, took the secret letter and took a look. He also showed a surprised look and he claimed, "This is impossible. It must be that the people in the Nodding City Wuhan branch hall made a mistake. How could a mere 7-colored fantasy heart butterfly awaken the innate full soul power?" Bibi Dong nodded and said, "I also think they made a mistake. In short, this child must be Etraordinary. Since we have discovered him, we must take him back to our Wuhan hall and never let him fall into the hands of other forces." Douluo nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty, the Pope is wise and I think so too. No matter which force, if we get this child we will almost certainly get a title Douluo or even a super Douluo or even an Etreme Douluo in the future. We must never allow such a genius to be left alone." But this child refused to join the spirit hall before. Maybe there is some misunderstanding, so let's hold off for now. Don't force him roughly. Use gentleness and try to get him to join us voluntarily. After all, we want to cultivate strong people who can be used by us in the future, not to cultivate an enemy. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and then said lightly, "But seeing is believing. Just in case, we still have to confirm what his spirit is like. Elder Ju, go to Nodding City and observe carefully to see what this child has, how much effort and resources are worth investing. Your Highness, rest assured I will study him thoroughly from the inside out. If he is a false genius, he will not escape my eyes." Douluo's charming eyes flashed with a hint of expectation. He was also very interested in this child. This is a talent with innate full soul power which has only been born less than 20 times in the past 100 years. Each of them has his own magical features. When they grow up, they will all be influential figures influencing the situation on the continent. And this child is only 8 years old when he awakened. He has a martial soul that is suspected to be a benign mutation or another rare martial soul. There are too many things worth exploring. This is a very good experience for Douluo. I don't know if I have been killed by someone. The big man gazed. Wang Shenmeng wandered in the soul hunting forest for several days in a row and encountered many soul beasts, but there was no one suitable for him. Butterfly soul beasts and moth soul beasts are rare, and those with high bloodline are even rarer. If it were the Stardo Great Forest it would be fine, but the species richness of these artificially raised soul beasts is much worse. Unfortunately, butterfly soul masters are very rare on the mainland. Because there is too little demand, they are naturally not valued in this artificially raised forest, and they are not deliberately protected, making this type of soul beast almost extinct. It's not true that there are none. Are we going to the Stardo Great Forest? Wang Shenmeng touched his chin depressedly. He really didn't want to go to the Stardo Great Forest now. It was much more dangerous there than here. He was just a level 10 soul master, too weak to send warmth thousands of miles away. I don't believe it. If you search deeper, in such a large forest you can't find a butterfly soul beast of 100 years. Wang Shenmeng was furious. He carefully restrained the fluctuation of his soul power while using his tentacles to the best of his ability to sense the surrounding information. After advancing for more than 10 miles and approaching the core area, Wang Shenmeng's face suddenly changed. Without saying a word, he spread his wings and turned around to run. Chapter 19 Moths Eating Fire. Wang Shenmeng had just walked a short distance from Luffy when a ball of fire quickly shot out from behind him, drawing a bright line of fire in the sky. He turned his head and took a glance. The first level of the purple Etreme Demon Eye was activated. Even at a distance of several hundred meters he could see clearly that it was a soul master with a burning body. 2 burning red bird feathers were flapping behind him and he was running away madly with a panicked look. Is this the flamingo martial spirit? Is this person being chased by a soul beast? Damn, he found me. Don't run to me. Wang Shenmen's face darkened and he saw that the guy behind him suddenly changed his angle and approached him quickly. Wang Shenmeng turned 45 degrees without saying a word and flew in another direction, but he saw that the guy behind him also turned and stuck to him, determined to meet up with him. Damn, are you trying to divert the trouble? Wang Shenmeng cursed in his heart. In his sensitive tentacles he could sense that about a mile away countless soul beasts emitting fiery energy fluctuations were chasing him. Obviously this guy was being chased by these soul beasts. Although most of these soul beasts seemed to be weak, the dense number alone was enough to make people's scalps numb and they had no courage to fight against them. Wang Shenmeng saw that this man was determined to drag him down and he didn't care about the consumption of soul soul power. He flapped his wings rapidly like a colorful rocket and flew towards a deep cold pool in his memory. He looked back and saw that the man was surrounded by a white soul ring. The flames on his wings burned more and more vigorously and his speed was getting faster and faster. It was obvious that he didn't care about the loss of soul power and just wanted to escape. This person should be here to hunt for the second soul ring. The soul power of level 20 is 10 levels higher than mine. He also has soul skills. If you don't count poison and hidden weapons, his strength may be a little stronger than mine. Even he fled in a panic, which shows how difficult the soul beast chasing behind is. I must not be entangled, otherwise the end will be bad. Wang Shenmeng fled for half an hour and consumed most of his soul power. The guy behind him was still chasing him. After all, he was much higher in level and chased him regardless of the loss. At this time he was only a dozen meters away from him. Little brother, please help me. As long as you beat back the soul beast behind, I will thank you very much. I will give you everything you want. The man looked about 17 or 18 years old with a pale face and loudly calling for help. His voice was full of panic and pleading, and he was still approaching Wang Shenmeng quickly. Wang Shenmeng did not even look back and madly used his soul power to fly faster. Are you kidding? How can I help? The soul beast chasing after the man were already close at hand. The dense fireballs in the void rushed over like thousands of meteor showers. The combined momentum made people feel suffocated. Wang Shenmeng had no doubt that as long as he was surrounded he would be wiped out. However, these soul beasts turned out to be fire moth. It's really hard to find them. I finally found a suitable soul beast for me. Wang Shenmeng recognized the fireball at a glance. Under the flame there was a red moth with only flame pattern. It was just that the dark red flames were burning all the time and it looked like a fireball. Fireflies fly when they see fire, feed on fire and grow by swallowing all kinds of flames, including fire attributed soul beasts and soul masters, which are all their growth resources. They are either burned to death by flames or sublimated in flame. They are extremely crazy and evil soul beasts. It must be the flames burning in this person's flamingo martial soul that attracted the fireflies. It is true that fireflies like to eat fire, but it does not mean that they do not eat human flesh, especially the flesh of soul masters. Relevant information quickly emerged in his mind. Wang Shenmeng had made up his mind. For the first soul ring he would take 100-year-old fireflies. If nothing unexpected happens, he will get a very powerful soul skill. The first soul skill, fire feather flying arrow. A fierce and loud shout suddenly came from behind. Wang Shenmeng turned his head and saw that the man had a crazy and fierce face with a strong resentment in his eyes, as if he resented Wang Shenmeng for not helping him. The soul ring on his body turned rapidly and feathers fell off from the wings of the flame bird, turning into dozens of rockets, but the target was not the fire moth behind but Wang Shenmeng. Damn spiritual tide! Wang Shenmeng was furious. His body turned rapidly in the void. Colorful light swirled in his eyes and invisible waves spread in the void. He had used a self-created soul skill that he had studied during this period of time. The huge mental power surged like a tide, turning into invisible waves in the void. The rain of fire arrows shot on the waves and was buffered and bombarded by waves of mental power and finally turned into spark and extinguished. How is it possible? The man looked incredulous. The kid in front of him clearly didn't even have a soul ring, but he used unknown means to resist his soul attack, which directly overturned his cognition. He didn't know that Wang Shenmeng had awakened his martial soul for more than 2 months. Because he couldn't continue to upgrade without a soul ring, he could only think about his martial soul. The real and clearly perceptible mental power brought by the butterfly martial soul is the object of his research. Wang Shenmeng had read a lot of novels in his previous life. Apart from other things, he had all kinds of ideas and creativity. Naturally, he would not use mental power passively in charm or illusion. This mental tide is a soul skill that combines defense and attack that he developed. It achieved extraordinary results when it was first used against the enemy. It is said that the soul masters in this world have remained at an extremely simple and primitive level in the development and use of mental power. They have not studied its strength in depth at all. They just use it passively according to martial souls and soul rings. It reached the extreme. The man naturally couldn't understand Wang Shenmen's method and couldn't help but panic. He saw Wang Shenmen's body flying, his hands fluttering like butterflies, and instantly shot out a few cold stars with tricky angles, unpredictable trajectories and extremely fast speed. With the strength of the man close to that of a great soul master, he didn't dodge for a while and was shot by several bone-piercing nails and scimitars with a puff. The poison on the hidden weapon immediately began to take effect, making him weak and a little dazed, and then his head was a little painful, as if a raging wave rolled through his mind. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground involuntarily. The overwhelming fire moth behind him pounced on him, frantically devouring the flames on his body and gnawing at his flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of bones was left. Wang Shenmeng turned a deaf ear to the man's screams. The fire fire moth were briefly delayed for a while, and he took the opportunity to continue flying forward 1,000 meters. When the dense moths caught up with him again, a deep and cold pool with no bottom was already in sight. Chapter 20 Yin Corpse Grass. Wang Shenmeng immediately plunged into the cold pond, diving down more than 10 meters, removing the possession of the martial spirit, practicing Xian Gong and turning into a fetal breathing state while resisting the water pressure around him. Wang Shenmeng operated the purple Etreem demon eye in the water, and colorful light flashed in his eyes. The whole colorful world seemed to collapse in his eyes, separating various subtle elements and spectra. Everything was extremely clear. The pupil technique was far more powerful than described. It easily passed through the barrier of more than 10 meters of water and saw the situation on the water surface clearly. Countless fire-eating moths were seen hovering over the cold pond, turning the icy. The heat waves of the lake water were rolling, and countless fish and shrimps were cooked directly floating on the water with their stomachs turned upside down. But fortunately these fire moth did not dare to get into the water. Most of these fire moth were less than 1 meter long and were soul beasts within 100 years. Only 3 or 4 were more than 1 meter long and were soul beasts of 100 years. The largest one was 6 or 7 meters long, surrounded by many fire moth. It was the Moth King at first glance. That person's plan to divert the trouble was successful. The fire moth seemed to be eager for my butterfly martial spirit, and they were determined not to give up. Moreover, these fire moths often endured the pain of being burned by fire, and their mental strength was extremely strong. The aura emitted by my martial spirit could hardly affect them. Wang Shenmeng was thoughtful. Seeing the fire moths circling around, he dared not show his head anymore. He quietly swam in the water and headed downstream. Just as he left, a ray of light flashed in the void, and Douluo wearing a golden chrysanthemum patterned armor appeared. The strange thing was that he was clearly standing by the cold pond, but thousands of fire moth turned a blind eye to him. It's really surprising. Was that a self-created soul skill just now? This kid is so young, how can he have such a strong control over his mental power? He has already used it so well. He is indeed a genius. Douluo showed an admiring look on his face, recalling what he had seen in the past 2 days. This kid was undoubtedly excellent in all aspects beyond imagination, whether it was his mind understanding or reaction ability, which were far beyond ordinary children. His martial soul is definitely not the 7-colored fantasy heart butterfly in the ordinary sense. The power emitted naturally alone has a strong hallucinogenic ability. Even those below the level of Great Soul Master are inevitably affected. How incredible is this? The quality of this martial soul is at least top level, and it is more mysterious than Hulina's demon FO martial soul. If it wasn't too shocking, Douluo would even want to think about the god level spirit. At least in his decades of experience, a 10th level spirit master can influence a higher level spirit master with the natural aura of his spirit. This has only been seen in the pure and holy aura emitted by the angel spirit. Others, whether it is the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Re or the clear sky hammer, cannot do it. This is a super genius. I have to tell His Majesty the Pope that no matter what means are used, this child must join my spirit hall, and join willingly. If he is abducted by the 3 upper sects, it will definitely be a terrible disaster for my spirit hall in the future. Douluo's always charming face also had a rare serious look at this time. He looked at the fire moth hovering in the void and smiled tenderly. It seems that this child has the first spirit ring. Let me see what method you will use to defeat these little things. I hope to give me more surprises. Giggle. The laughter became lower and lower. As the golden light and shadow faded, Douluo's figure slowly disappeared, turning into a golden stream of light quietly heading downstream of the cold pond. Wang Shenmeng came ashore at a bend downstream of the cold pond, and he could no longer sense the breath of fire moths in his tentacles. Although most of the fire moths are relatively weak, thousands of them gather together, and even 1,000-year-old soul beasts have to take a detour. It is far beyond my ability to deal with them. However, although the group power is strong, its weaknesses are also obvious. As long as there is a large-scale group attack method, the upper limit does not need to be too high, and the effect of clearing the field can be completed very quickly. Wang Shenmeng had a smile on his face. Although my strength cannot do this, poison can. Having watched everything in Tang San's previous life, Wang Shenmeng naturally became an expert in using poison. He didn't have the materials to make high-level poison, and he couldn't make it in a short time, but it was not difficult to use poison to deal with soul beasts that were less than 100 years old. During this period he ran to many places in the soul hunting forest and saw many poisonous grasses. However, because he didn't have a space soul guide, he didn't pick them in large quantities, but he still remembered the general location. The fire moth is a soul beast with fire attribute. To deal with them, the best thing to use is the cold and cold poison. The yin corpse grass in the corpse poison forest is good and can definitely restrain the fire moth. Wang Shenmeng found a hidden place and spent 2 hours to restore his soul power to a peak. Then he spread his wings flew more than 10 miles and landed outside a gloomy forest. The forest was filled with gloomy air and thick grey fog. A rotten and fishy smell came which made people nauseous. Wang Shenmeng saw at a glance that a big fight must have happened here. Many corpses were buried below. It was unknown whether they were human or soul beasts. The corpse gas miasma and resentment were entangled, forming this Jedi. He named this forest the Corpse Poison Forest. There were many poisonous grasses growing in it, the most common of which was yin corpse grass. Wang Shenmeng carefully avoided some souls. The beast dared not go deep into the forest. He only collected a large bundle of yinshi grass with his black jade hand at the edge of the corpse poison forest and then left in a hurry. It took half a day to make this bundle of yinshi grass into medicine powder. At this time it was already dark, but it was just right for Wang Shenmeng. He carefully sneaked back to the vicinity of the cold pond, but there was no trace of the fire moth. Wang Shenmeng immediately possessed his martial spirit and the tentacles on his head stretched out. The smell remaining in the air was immediately clearly transmitted to his sense of smell. He followed the smell all the way and finally came to a valley. From a distance countless fire moth gathered like fireflies flying all over the sky. In the middle a huge fire moth was lying on the steep mountain wall, flapping its two wings, moving, burning with blazing flame. This scene, which is like a group of stars holding the moon, is naturally very small compared to the stars in the sky, but there are also similarities. The sky is full of flowing fire flowing everywhere in the valley, and the scene is undoubtedly extremely magnificent. Wang Shenmeng secretly admired the mystery of nature, but his subordinates were not polite at all. The powerful mental power enveloped himself and the whole person's light converged. The illusory implication of non-existence became stronger. Even the 700-year-old fire moth king could hardly detect his existence. Wang Shenmeng took out a large bag of yinshi powder and threw it at the fire moth group with the method of throwing hidden weapons. Instantly the fire moth group became restless and countless fireballs flew towards the medicine bag, and in an instant the outer cloth was burned and the grey medicine powder inside was scattered and floated everywhere, and in a short time it was all over the valley. The medicine powder made of yinshi grass is cold in nature and ordinary flames naturally cannot burn it. At this time it was scattered among the moth group and countless weak moths were quickly hit. The flames on their bodies dimmed and then extinguished and they fell down like dumplings. As time went by, more and more fire-eating moths were hit. After half an hour all the fire-eating moths under 100 years old fell to the ground. Of course these small fire-eating moths did not die, but they temporarily lost their strength. After a few hours they recovered, and the 300-year-old fire-eating moths relatively weak. The flames of the other two also dimmed and they were greatly affected. Only the king of fire moths seemed to be intact. Chapter 21. The First Soul Ring. The king of fire moths let out an angry hiss and circled violently over the valley. Groups of dark red flames fanned out from between its wings, turning into a sky full of flaming moths. Wherever it went a fire was instantly ignited. Wang Shenmeng released a breath at the right time and the moth king immediately sensed it and flew over frantically, but was greeted by a spiritual tide. The continuous spiritual shock made the body of the fire moth king stiffen and the flames on his body fluctuated violently as if blown by gusts of wind. Wang Shenmen's face turned pale and he suffered a great backlash, but he took the opportunity to rush out and approached the king of fire moth 3 meters away. With a shake of his right hand he threw another bag of medicine powder over. The king of fire moths opened his mouth and spit, burning the medicine bag, and a grey mist was scattered inside again. This time it was no longer a weak powder. It was made of yinshi grass that was more than hundreds of years old. Previously it was just to avoid causing large-scale casualties to other fire-eating moths, but dealing with the moth king alone was not so particular. The moth king inhaled a large amount of poison and was immediately affected. The flames all over his body seemed to be poured with cold water and suddenly dimmed a little. Although it did not go out immediately, its power was greatly reduced. As time went by it even had the posture of disintegration. The moth king felt the rapid weakening and decay of his soul power and became even more angry, but most of the power in his body was lost and he could no longer activate the fierce flame attack. He immediately opened his huge mouth part, desperately rushed over and bit Wang Shenmeng. Wang Shenmen's eyes were full of colorful halos. In the sight of the purple extreme demon eye, the speed of the moth king was far less than before and his strength was terribly weakened. His movement trajectory and weaknesses were all shown in his eyes. He stepped on the ghost shadow step and his figure dodged the attack of the moth king like lightning. The moment he crossed the moth king's head he mobilized all his mental power frantically and the mental tide started violently again. Taking advantage of the moment when the moth king was confused, he suddenly took out a dark dagger from his sleeve and stabbed it into the moth king's left eye. The dagger went straight into the brain and the poison on the blade plotted in the moth king's head, quickly cutting off its life. The fire-eating moth king screamed loudly, fluttered several times and fell to the ground, rolling and struggling constantly. As the flame flames on his body were completely extinguished. He gradually became silent. A yellow soul ring floated out from the Moth King. Wang Shenmeng's face was a little pale, his head was in pain, he felt nauseous and he was very tired. This was caused by the continuous and violent use of the mental tide, which consumed a lot of soul power and mental power. He watched all this calmly, and only at this moment did he really breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Shenmeng turned his head and saw the two fire moths, which were about 100 or 200 years old, still fluttering. He immediately gave each of them a mouthful of 100-year-old poison, causing the two soul bees to fall into a coma. Wang Shenmeng sensed around and did not find the breath of other soul bees. It seems that soul bees have a strong sense of territory. This group of fire moth gathered together to be the overlord of the soul hunting forest. The 1000-year-old soul bees had to go around them. There were no powerful soul bees within dozens of miles nearby, and even the weak soul bees in the valley were extinct. It's just convenient for me to absorb soul rings. Wang Shenmeng was very satisfied, but he still sprinkled a lot of medicine powder around. Ordinary soul beasts could not break through. Even 100-year-old soul bees had a certain defensive effect. If a 1000-year-old soul beast really came, it could only be said that the year was not good and the sky was going to kill him. The 700-year-old spirit ring exceeded the absorption limit of Yu Xiaogong's research by nearly 1 time. Wang Shenmeng pondered in his heart. According to Yu Xiaogong's theory, the limit of the first spirit ring is 423 years and the limit of the second spirit ring is only 704 years. Even most spirit masters dare not absorb the 700-year-old fire moth king when it has a second spirit ring, otherwise there is a great possibility of plotting and dying. But Yu Xiaogong's so-called theory is questionable. It can only be used as a reference, not as a basis, and cannot be applied to everyone. With my talent, the strength of the butterfly martial spirit and the transformation of the body after the mental power is strong. Absorbing the 700-year-old first spirit ring has certain risks, but it is still within the tolerance range. Wang Shenmeng felt that his physique was dragged down. Otherwise, relying on the strength of his martial spirit and the strength of his mental power, it is entirely possible to absorb the 1000-year-old spirit ring. However, after practicing for more than 2 months plus forging iron and the butterfly martial spirit, subtle improvement of physical fitness. Although his physical fitness has improved a lot, he was malnourished for too long before. Although his physical fitness is very good now, it should not be as good as that of a great soul master above level 20. However, combined with the powerful mental power, he is still very confident in absorbing the 700-year-old soul ring. The opportunity is right in front of him and Wang Shenmeng will naturally not look back. After taking various protective measures, Wang Shenmeng immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recover. Half an hour later, his soul power and mental power were restored to fullness and Wang Shenmeng immediately pulled the soul ring into his body and began to absorb it. Not far away, Douluo watched this scene and he claimed this kid is really a little pervert. At such a young age he dared to enter the soul hunting forest alone and even defeated a group of soul beasts and personally killed a 700-year-old soul beast with strong blood and powerful potential. If you tell others about it, it will shock the continent. Although Wang Shenmeng used many means other than martial souls such as poison and hidden weapons which surprised him a little, this did not affect the excellence of this child at all. Whether it was courage, intelligence or fighting will, they were all top-notch. The choice of a child of this age is really rare. At such a young age he already has some potential to be a strong man. Our spirit hall has picked up a treasure this time. Ma Xiaonyo of the Nodding City Spirit Hall is very good and has made great contributions this time. If everyone is like Su Yuntao with eyes that don't work, what hope does our spirit hall have? Douluo looked at the child who was concentrating on absorbing spirit rings with a dim gaze as if he saw the rise of a peerless strong man. But the first spirit ring directly absorbed a 700-year-old one. Is there no problem? This child is still too reckless and too arrogant, or has no one told him about the age of spirit rings? Douluo frowned slightly. A 700-year-old spirit ring, more than 90% of spirit masters do not have this age for the second spirit ring. He stared at Wang Shenmeng closely, ready to rescue at any time. At this time Wang Shenmeng was indeed in pain. As the soul ring was drawn into the body and put on the butterfly martial soul, a strong and hot force like magma rushed into the body. In an instant the 5 internal organs were burning and the body could not help but tremble violently. No matter how the power of the soul ring hits the body, you must stay away. Only in this way can you better use the power of the soul ring in the future. This is what Wang Shenmeng heard when he was accepted as a disciple by the master in his dream. Of course this is common sense in the soul master world and only the rookies who have just joined the circle are unaware of it. The net second he closed his eyes and his consciousness was completely immersed in the boiling ocean. The Xian Gong internal force in the body, which is inseparable from the soul power, seemed to be ignited by this sudden power. The heat flow instantly spread to every part of the body. Wang Shenmeng felt that he could spit out fire when he opened his mouth. What a domineering power! The power of the soul ring rushed in and washed Wang Shenmen's body in an instant and then poured into the butterfly martial soul. The seemingly fragile martial soul steadily withstood the impact of this power, but the flames seemed to use mental power as firewood, burning him in great pain. As the flames burned, the butterfly martial soul seemed to transform in the flames, sometimes like a butterfly, sometimes like a moth, and so on for several times, and finally restored to a butterfly body as if nothing had changed, but there was an red flame mark between the two eyes, and in the net moment he seemed to hear a crisp crack, and then the heat in his body spread wildly and then merged. Chapter 22 Moth Sky Evil Fire. Wang Shenmen's consciousness sank, and the powerful mental power naturally looked inward and saw that the heat flow merged into a milky white airflow. There is no doubt that this milky white airflow is the internal force cultivated by Xiantian Gong, which can also be said to be soul power. The two merged, and the original winding stream instantly turned into a small river flowing gurglingly. Wherever it passed, the burning pain disappeared, leaving only the comfort of scalding. He was slightly happy in his heart. As for the feeling of shattering, Wang Shenmeng knew that it was the feeling when the bottleneck of the first level of Xiantian Gong was broken. Xiantian Gong has already entered this world. Each of the 9 levels corresponds to a great realm of the soul master. If the soul power cannot break through the great realm, then Xiantian Gong will be stuck at the bottleneck and cannot be promoted. At this time, the soul power and the power of the soul ring merged together, becoming a more powerful force. In a very short time, it quickly rotated around the meridians in the body for several weeks and slowly flowed into the danshan. The comfortable feeling brought by absorbing the soul ring cannot be described in words, as if floating in the clouds without any force. It was also like the life level had been leaped. All the pores on the body were open, greedily breathing the wonderful air. The qualitative change also caused strange changes in Wang Shenmen's body. When he slowly opened his eyes, more than 3 hours had passed. It didn't take too long, and there were no soul beasts around to disturb him. Wang Shenmeng looked down at himself. His body had undergone some changes because of the soul ring. His originally lean body had grown a lot taller, and his thin body had become strong and well proportioned. He looked a bit like a young boy, no longer a child whose body did not match his age. His shoulders were also a bit wider, and his skin had a layer of lustrous luster. His already handsome face was now flawless and full of a sense of perfect harmony. With his black and white, deep and mysterious eyes, the whole person exuded an indescribable charm. Wang Shenmeng stretched his hands and feet, and his every move was full of power. He didn't need to deliberately test it. He knew that the functions of his body in all aspects had also been qualitatively improved under the action of the soul ring of the 700-year-old fire moth king. With a light jump, he jumped up from the ground, feeling a sense of being bound. The clothes that originally fitted him became short, revealing his calves and a part of his forearms. Wang Shenmeng didn't care. He looked into the valley. The fire-eating moth were still unable to move on the ground, but the drug effect had passed its peak. In a few hours they would all recover. Looking at the huge corpse of the fire-eating moth king, although the soul beast meat was a good thing, Wang Shenmeng couldn't eat it. He summoned his martial soul with a thought. The butterfly martial soul didn't seem to have changed much, but the dreamy aura that was fluctuating invisibly became stronger, and at the center of his eyebrows there was also a red flame pattern. It was small. If you didn't look closely, it looked like a twisted red vertical line and also like a closed vertical eye. The powerful source of evil fire energy flowed through his body as if it was about to break through the pattern and burst out. Wang Shenmeng felt with the skyrocketing mental power, the fire-eating moth not only has a powerful fire ability but also a strong mental power. After all, after years of enduring the pain of eating fire, those with poor mental will have long turned into ashes. He opened his mental power, and the coverage range was increased from the previous 10 meters to the current 20 meters, which was directly doubled. In this range, everything is clearly presented in his mind. As long as he wants, he can launch a mental tide at any time and anywhere. Try the first soul skill. Wang Shenmen's martial spirit is possessed, and his originally black long hair now has a bit of strange dark red. A twisted red flame vertical pattern appears between his eyebrows as if condensing an evil power that burns everything. The wings behind him are even more blazing, making him seem like a big fireball. The flames around him are twisted and swaying, and a huge dark red moth shadow is intertwined in the void behind him, eluding a violent and crazy breath of destruction. Moth Sky Evil Fire. As the soul power was activated, the huge flame moth shadow behind him flapped its wings, and suddenly a fire dragon flew 10 meters away. The body of the fire moth king suddenly plotted into a flame moth without any warning, and then burned, turning into ashes in an instant. That's not all. The flames scattered on the ground did not go out but burned whatever they encountered until the soul power that turned into flames was exhausted and then slowly extinguished. It is worthy of the soul skill brought by the 700-year-old fire moth king. It is really powerful. Wang Shenmeng was very satisfied. The power of this flame was very similar to Ma Hongjun's evil fire Fini. Once it was touched, it was like a thorn in the flesh, and it was difficult to extinguish until the soul power was burned out. What's more, the moth sky evil fire is even more difficult to defend against. Within the range of Wang Shenmen's mental power, he can ignite the evil fire at will with mental power as the medium, almost ignoring the barrier of space, which can be called an unsolvable soul skill. Not only that, this soul skill has another characteristic. It can devour the enemy's flames in battle to enhance its power. It can be said to be the nemesis of fire attribute soul masters. As long as the gap between the two sides is not large enough, it is like a father beating his son. This soul skill is amazing. Of course, this is not the most surprising thing for Wang Shenmeng. At the more critical moment, after absorbing the soul ring of the fire moth king to advance, perhaps stimulated by the devouring ability of the fire moth, Wang Shenmen's dream entering magical power also underwent a transformation, and the ability to eat dreams was added. Dream eaters use dreams as food, absorb the mental power and soul power that escape in dreams and turn them into their own power. If it is promoted to the dream, devouring the entire dream is just a piece of cake, and it can even devour the memory, spirituality and even soul of the dream owner, making him fall from genius to mediocrity or even turn him into a corpse. Of course, the latter is too evil and must be tabooed by the world, and the current Wang Shenmeng is still far from being able to do it. But just swallowing the power that escapes in the dream will not harm the dream owner, and it does not even need to enter the dream. Even if the dissipated energy is very weak, there are billions of creatures in the world and countless people dream at night. Even if you only absorb a very small part of it, you can rise quickly. What a powerful magical power this is! It is almost like turning on a cultivation accelerator. Coupled with the powerful first soul skill, Wang Shenmeng can now be completely sure that his butterfly martial soul has surpassed the category of top martial souls. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a god-level martial soul. After all, magical powers are the talents of martial souls and do not belong to the category of soul skills, but they are more mysterious than any soul skills. This alone is better than almost all the known top martial souls on the continent. The soul ring has been successfully obtained, and the harvest is far beyond my imagination. This trip can be full of reward. The only pity is that there is no soul bone dropped. However, even if the soul bone is dropped, if it is not an eternal soul bone, then the soul bone of only 100 years, no matter how high the soul beast bloodline is meaningless to him. He can't waste a soul bone position to absorb a mere 100-year soul bone. Therefore, Wang Shenmeng was not too disappointed. There will be many opportunities in the future. Apart from other things, he was thinking about the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone near the Holy Soul village. Of course, Wang Shenmeng didn't know at this time that there was a titled Douluo watching him in secret, otherwise he should be glad that he didn't explode the eternal soul bone. Otherwise, facing the temptation second only to the 100,000-year soul ring, even the titled Douluo would be tempted, and no one is sure what will happen in the end. After all, the eternal soul bone can evolve. Even a 100-year-old eternal soul bone can theoretically evolve to 100,000 years. Almost no one can resist this temptation. P.S. Thank you for the reward from Feng Yao Ia. Chapter 23. An unexpected surprise. The sky in the east was turning pale, and there were faint rays of light. A new day had begun. Wang Shenmeng sighed lightly and prepared to leave. At this time, some fire moth finally got rid of the influence of the yin corpse grass and flew up shakily. As the sky brightened and the power of the sun radiated, they would soon be full of energy. Wang Shenmen's heart moved, and he activated his first soul skill. The whole person turned into a big fireball. The huge moth shadow soared into the sky, and the flames danced wildly, emitting an explosive and destructive breath. Wang Shenmeng activated the soul skill of eating fire and felt that a trace of hot sun fire in the void was absorbed by the flame moth shadow. Not only was the consumed soul power slightly replenished, but the power of the soul skill was also improved. What shocked him even more was that the flame divine pattern on Wuhan's forehead was actually twisted and changed imperceptibly as it absorbed the sun's flame. With each change, the evil fire source energy under the divine pattern also increased slightly, allowing the power of this soul skill to be permanently improved. Although the degree of improvement was almost felt, although it was less than 100%, Wang Shenmeng still couldn't help being ecstatic. What does this mean? It means that he has obtained the ability to evolve by swallowing fire moth. If the absorbed fire is enough and of high quality, this soul skill can also evolve and strengthen, and even the soul ring age may increase accordingly, so that the soul skill will not become useless as the strength increases. Wang Shenmeng almost couldn't help laughing up to the sky. This first soul skill really gave him a surprise. In addition to the fact that the fire moth Moth King is indeed extraordinary, it must be related to the quality of his butterfly martial soul itself. After all, it is a mysterious instance that can travel through the void of the universe. If there is nothing special about it, I am afraid it would have been annihilated in the boundless time and space. Satisfied, Wang Shenmeng spread his wings and turned to leave. A few hours later he came to the place where the unlucky guy who was swallowed by the fire moth yesterday died. The ground was scattered with white bone. When a person dies, it is like a light going out. He dug a hole and buried it casually. After searching carefully for a while, he did not see any trace of the soul guide for storage, but he did pick up more than 80 gold soul coins, which made him a little disappointed. However, the money he earned could make up for his wounded heart. After failing to touch the corpse, Wang Shenmeng did not stay any longer and flew towards the it. Not long after flying, he suddenly saw a dark green snake 3 or 4 meters long wandering in the wood. Triangular head, ruby-like eyes. Is this a mandrake snake? Wang Shenmeng could not help but approach, and after the distance was reduced to 20 meters, his mental power enveloped it. Moth, sky, evil, fire. The first soul skill was activated, and with a whoosh the mandrake snake caught fire without any warning, burning it and making it hiss and scream, rolling on the ground and even flopping into the stream, but he could not put out the flame. The moth, sky, evil, fire is really useful. This 400-year-old soul beast is no match for me. Wang Shenmeng looked at the rolling mandragora snake and was very satisfied. Suddenly his face changed and showed a strange look. This mandragora snake is nearly 400 years old. Could it be the unlucky snake that Tang San killed to get the first soul ring in the original novel? Wang Shenmeng's eyes flickered. He was basically sure that it was the one. He had visited many places in this forest and had never seen other 400-year-old mandragora snake. Should I roast this snake and eat it, leaving Tang San with nowhere to go? Then he shook his head again. Without the mandragora snake there are other soul bees such as the lonely bamboo. Instead of letting him absorb plant soul rings, it is better to let him absorb animal soul rings. After all, there is no problem for blue silver grass to absorb plant soul rings. Even if the age is a little worse, the first soul skill is useless in the later stage and the impact is not great. Maybe the plant soul ring is more helpful for the awakening of blue silver grass martial soul, but whether absorbing animal soul rings will have a negative impact on blue silver emperor is not certain. After all, this is just Yu Xiaogong's unverified theory. Who knows how many pits there are? Let Tang San step on these pits slowly. It's best to fall into them and never get out. With this thought, Wang Shenmeng immediately extinguished the flame. The mandragora snake had been burned to ashes and the dark green snake skin was faintly charred, emitting bursts of meat fragrance. You are lucky. Cherish the few snake lives you have. Wang Shenmeng left the mandragora snake behind and flapped his wings again to leave. He rested several times on the way and met some soul masters. Neither side had any intention of contacting them. When it was almost dark, he finally came out of the soul hunting forest. The 100-man guard was still at the door. When the sergeant saw him, he couldn't hide his surprise. 5 or so days had passed. He originally thought that this little guy who didn't know how to live or die and entered the soul hunting forest alone must have become soul beast feces. Unexpectedly he came back unscathed. Look at the breath on his body. There was a faint fluctuation of soul power. It was because he had just absorbed the soul ring not long ago and failed to the sign of perfectly restraining his own aura. Shows that this child has successfully hunted for a soul ring. The sergeant's eyes immediately showed a hint of respect. No matter what, this child must be extraordinary. He was able to escape from the soul hunting forest unscathed and successfully hunted a soul beast. He must be a tough guy. Such a person, no matter how young he is, should be given due respect. Wang Shenmeng did not care about the sergeant's attitude of being arrogant at first and respectful later. This is very common in the Douluo continent. As long as you show your strength, you will naturally gain the respect of others. Or in any world where the strong are respected, these are all universal rules. As a fantasy sewer, Douluo continent is not as strict and cruel as some other worlds in terms of strength and weakness. Wang Shenmeng did not stay for long and rushed to Notting City overnight, returning home before dawn. He did not rush to return the warrant, but washed up, ran to the restaurant for a good meal and then went home, locked the door and fell asleep. During this period of time in the soul hunting forest, he was always tense and even slept with shallow meditation. Although he was excited after absorbing the soul ring, he could not relieve his tiredness, so he had to have a good sleep can recover. At this moment all the information about Wang Shenmeng has been thoroughly checked by the spirit hall. Even the time when he stopped wetting the bed has been dug out and sent to the Pope's palace. After Zhu Douluo followed Wang Shenmeng all the way back to Notting City, he did not stay for long. After a brief explanation, he hurried back to the spirit city. Wuhan City, the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong sat lazily on the Pope's throne. The luxurious dark golden Pope's robe wrapped her exquisite body. Her graceful curves were looming, eluding amazing beauty. It's a pity that this beautiful wind, but no one appreciated the scenery. She supported her chin with her hand and her eyes were a little erratic and she seemed absent-minded. Douluo stood below with his eyebrows lowered and his eyes lowered. He didn't dare to say a word for fear that the Pope, who was in a bad mood, would vent his anger on him. Alas, so many years have passed and the Pope still can't forget that waste. I really don't know what's good about him. Douluo secretly complained in his heart. The Pope is sick in the head. So many geniuses don't like him, but he likes the most useless waste. The reason is that the other party is not polite to her and doesn't flatter her. This is simply against common sense and incomprehensible. Could it be that the Pope has some kind of deeply hidden hobby? Douluo guessed maliciously. Of course he only dared to complain in his heart and he dared not show it on his face. He just felt very funny about the waste who wanted to take Wang Shenmeng as a disciple by coercion and inducement and was rejected. Look, even a child knows that this rubbish is unreliable and untrustworthy, but our high and mighty Pope seems to be possessed by a ghost and his vision is not even as good as a child. It's funny to think about it. Douluo glanced at Bibi Dong quietly with some sympathy. The Spirit Hall investigated Wang Shenmeng and never expected that a certain useless master who had not been heard from for 20 years would surface and even have an intersection with Wang Shenmeng. Chapter 24. He had no choice. Elder Ju, what are you thinking about? Bibi Dong looked down at Douluo with an expressionless face. Her eyes were a little unfriendly and her tone was even more cold. What was that look in his eyes just now? She seemed to see sympathy or mockery, which made her instantly angry. She was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the top strong man on the continent, the most powerful queen, and she could shake the world with a stomp of her feet. When would it be someone else's turn to sympathize or mock? If the other party was not a titled Douluo and was in a high position in the Spirit Hall and was her right-hand man who could not be easily moved, she would definitely let him know why the chrysanthemum turned red. Of course Douluo did not dare to tell the truth. What would happen if His Holiness the Pope knew that he was secretly criticizing her? Although there is no crime of secretly criticizing in Douluo continent, why would His Holiness the Pope need any crime to punish someone? He lowered his head quickly and said in a delicate voice, I am thinking about that child. He is really an amazing child, like a piece of unpolished jade. After hard carving it blooms with dazzling light. I believe that you will like him very much when you see him. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a strange light. He is indeed an amazing child. He was born in a commoner family and suffered a disaster in his childhood, but he is as tenacious as a grass and he has the courage to fight against the wind and rain like a tree. He will definitely become a real strong man in the future. She couldn't help but think of herself. She was also born in a commoner family and suffered a disaster in her childhood, but she had a strong talent and finally attracted the favor of a big man. But she was luckier than him. She was adopted by the Spirit Hall since she was a child and she didn't have to suffer so much. It was a pity that her life, which should have been beautiful, was ruined by a beast. A subtle evil shadow flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes and her head hurt again. In an instant she had a strong urge to destroy the Spirit Hall and kill all the angels for revenge, which made her almost unable to maintain her surface emotion. Take a deep breath, endure the strong discomfort of body and mind. Bibi Dong is still so elegant and noble on the surface. No one knows that she is experiencing the struggle between angels and demons in her heart. Douluo of course did not notice these and said, then we should act as soon as possible and bring him to Wuhan City for training. However, he seems unwilling to join Wuhan Hall, so we have to use some trick. Bibi Dong said lightly, we don't need to do anything. The murderer who killed his parents is Prince Xueying of Tiandu Empire, which means that he is destined to be unable to cooperate with Tiandu Empire. In the past, Prince Xueying didn't care about a civilian orphan and was too lazy to kill him, but if he knew that this child had a strong soul master talent, Prince Xueying would definitely not be able to sit still. Douluo seemed to suddenly realize and echoed, Your Holiness is wise. He thought of the complex entanglements between the major forces on the road in an instant. A single move can affect the whole body. Having a grudge against Prince Xueying is definitely not just Prince Xueying's business. To a certain extent, having a grudge against Prince Xueying is having a grudge against the Tiandu royal family. Wang Shenmeng of Tiandu Empire can no longer join. Among the top 3 sects, Haoshan sect has closed its mountain gate and Wang Shenmeng cannot contact it. The Kaibao Liulai sect and the Tiandu imperial family were in cahoots, so it was impossible for them to accept him despite the pressure from the Tiandu imperial family. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect was stubborn and arrogant, claiming to be a true dragon family. They looked down on people other than the Blue Lightning bloodline and would not offend the Tiandu imperial family for a civilian orphan. And the Xingluo Empire was out of reach, so he will soon find that he has no choice but to join the Spirit Hall. Well, when he has nowhere else to go and the only way left is to join the Spirit Hall, we will recruit him and give him enough status and resources. He will be willing to integrate into the Spirit Hall and his loyalty and sense of belonging will be the highest, which is much better than us actively begging him to join. Bibi Dong nodded and said, but I inexplicably reluctant, but in this way the child will have to suffer a little, but it is not a bad thing to see the cruelty of the spirit master world in advance just as an early Iparian. Douluo looked at the Pope in surprise. Since that incident the Pope's temperament has changed drastically and he looks cold and ruthless. What is he so soft-hearted at that time? Could it be that he saw the shadow of his childhood in that child and thus admired and loved him more? However, His Majesty the Pope still has human touch, which is a good thing. As a subordinate no one wants the boss to be inhumane. According to my observation the child's martial spirit is definitely the top instance, and it feels to me that it is not much weaker than the angel's martial spirit. Such a super genius is almost certainly from our Wuhan Hall. In order to be on the safe side we must send someone to secretly protect him. Nearly god-level martial spirit self-created soul skills, super-year-old first soul ring powerful and strange first soul skills, powerful throwing weapon. A strange light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. This may have the potential to become a god. Okay. Bibi Dong pays more and more attention to the inapplicable intuition in her heart. For people like her who are close to the gods, intuition is a warning of fate and a revelation of divinity, which is often more trustworthy than rational judgment. Therefore she is sure that the child is very important to her. Even if Douluo doesn't say it, she will make arrangements and will never let the child have an accident. Moreover, a peerless genius who almost possesses a god-level martial spirit will be cultivated as a treasure in any force, and it is certain that strong people will be arranged to protect him. Ghost Elder is good at hiding and is strong enough. Let him work hard to protect Wang Shenmeng in secret. If there is any accident, bring the child back at all costs. Douluo naturally had no objection. He hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly, Your Majesty, Master Yu Xiaogang of Nodding City, don't you care? He is still looking for Wang Shenmeng everywhere and has turned Nodding Academy upside down. He wants to accept Wang Shenmeng as a disciple to prove his theory, but the child is very opinionated. Yu Xiaogang tempted him with soul beast knowledge, but he did not agree. Yu Xiaogang is destined to be disappointed. Bibi Dong had no expression on his face. After a moment of silence he suddenly sighed. How ridiculous it is to use a genius to prove his theory. If it fails, this genius is ruined and he can continue to look for the net genius. If it succeeds, is it the genius's own talent or his theoretical guidance? Douluo kept silent, thinking that if he failed the waste would definitely blame the other party for not having enough talent and it had nothing to do with him. If he succeeds, that idiot will definitely attribute the credit to himself. Everything is due to his teaching. Talent is not important at all. Bibi Dong sighed for a few words and suddenly said coldly, Don't worry about him. If he likes to stay there, let him be. But Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, who has disappeared for many years, is actually hiding in the Holy Soul Village as a blacksmith. It's really surprising. Douluo's eyes condensed. Then should we? There was a murderous intent in his word. Bibi Dong waved her hand. No need for now. Tang Hao is very powerful. We can't take him down with fewer people. Even if we send more people to kill him by force, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to jump out and become our enemy, let him go for the time being. She had no hatred for Tang Hao and even secretly thanked him for severely injuring Qian Unji, which gave her the opportunity to take revenge, so she had no enthusiasm for killing Tang Hao. For her, solving the problem of her spirit and soul being polluted by the evil thoughts of Rakshasa is the top priority, and the second is to complete the Rakshasa god test. As long as he becomes the new generation of Rakshasa god, what does it matter whether it is Tang Hao or Qian Douluo? Is there anything in this world that cannot be solved by one Rakshasa demon side? If there is, then two. Chapter 25 Test. Wang Shenmeng slept until the net morning and the fatigue of his body and mind was swept away. Then he got up to wash and eat. Then he went to the clothing store to buy a few new clothes that fit him and finally returned the soul hunting order to the spirit hall. This time he was familiar with the way and came directly to the outside of Machinyo's office. After knocking on the door he pushed it open and entered. Grandpa Machinyo, I'm here to return the soul hunting order. Machinyo's eyes lit up looking at Wang Shenmeng, whose figure had changed a lot, and said with relief, It seems that Xiao Meng has obtained a good soul ring. Congratulations, come let me test your soul power level and then you can receive a gold soul coin from us every month, which is enough for living. Thank you Grandpa Machinyo, thank you for your trouble, Wang Shenmeng said sincerely. Matthew looked very happy and he looked at Wang Shenmeng with indescribable affection. He smiled and said, No trouble, it's just a little effort and this is also my duty. After saying that he took Wang Shenmeng's hand and walked towards the room where the test was last conducted. Of course he had reason to be happy because he had made a contribution to the report and the Pope's palace rewarded him. If he was not too old and really didn't want to move, he could be transferred to a better place at any time. Although he has not been transferred now, his descendants have benefited from it and his future is bright, which makes him feel very happy. This is all brought by the child in front of him. Matthew felt that the other party was his benefactor and this child would definitely be an important figure in the Wuhan Hall in the future and he would be considered one of his own. Of course, the more he looked at him the more he liked him. The process of detecting soul power was the same as last time. When the bright soul ring of the 100-year-old fire moth king rose from his feet, Matthew was surprised, but he didn't seem surprised. It was just that the dreamy aura emanating from the butterfly martial soul made him a little dazed, as if he was affected to a certain E10. Wang Shenmen's mind moved and he tried to restrain this aura and the invisible fluctuation gradually disappeared. After a moment Machinyo came back to his senses and showed an expression of admiration, again marveling at the beauty of the butterfly martial spirit. He picked up a yellow crystal ball from the table beside him and walked in front of Wang Shenmeng, smiling kindly. Inject your soul power into it, let me see what level you have reached. According to the theory you should be 11. Machinyo hadn't said a word of level yet and the crystal ball he handed to Wang Shenmeng had already lit up with a layer of yellow light. The light was not particularly strong but it was extremely clear. This is 14th level soul power. Machinyo looked at Wang Shenmeng as if he was looking at a little monster. Is it because the soul ring itself is strong and the soul power is increased, but it shouldn't jump 3 levels at once? This is incredible, kid. Can you tell me what soul beast did you hunt to get this soul ring? Wang Shenmeng did not hide it and said, it's the fire moth king. Machinyo was shocked. No wonder it turned out to be the craziest and most difficult fire moth king among the moth soul beasts. It's a 100-year-old fire moth king. It must have swallowed a lot of fire and its bloodline has been advanced many times. No wonder it has such an effect. Machinyo's expression suddenly became serious. Wang Shenmeng, I invite you to join the Wuhan Hall again. For a commoner genius like you, the Spirit Hall is the best place for you, he said seriously. The major sects are called sects, but they are all formed in the form of families and it is difficult for outsiders to gain trust in them. Only the Spirit Hall will be open to all regardless of their background. As long as they have the ability they will be reused. A touch of admiration appeared on Machinyo's face. Our contemporary Pope is a commoner which is unmatched by any other sect. Wang Shenmeng was stunned for a moment and smiled. Grandpa Machinyo, didn't I register at the Spirit Hall? Machinyo shook his head and said, no, this is different. Registering at the Spirit Hall, it is what most soul masters have to do in order to get subsidies. Joining the Spirit Hall means becoming a soul master exclusive to the Spirit Hall. Soul masters will also go directly to the school specially started by the Spirit Hall for training. Wang Shenmeng did not say it firmly. Grandpa Ma Zionyo, I will consider it, but I am used to freedom and don't want to join any forces for the time being. Maybe I will join the Spirit Hall in the future. In fact, if he hadn't been worried that the female Pope Bibi Dong had a self-destructive tendency and would become crazy to destroy the Spirit Hall in the future and might even become an enemy of God, he would have joined the Spirit Hall long ago. Ma Zionyo was right. For civilian soul masters, especially those with strong talents, the Spirit Hall is indeed the best choice. They will not be guarded and clubbed because of blood relations. Although Ma Zionyo was a little disappointed, he didn't force it. He smiled and said, I believe you will make a wise choice. He took out a gold soul coin from his pocket and handed it over. This is your soul master subsidy for this month. Wang Shenmeng took the gold soul coin, thanked him and left. After returning home, Wang Shenmeng started his daily routine of forging iron and practicing. He mainly practiced forging iron to make hidden weapons and exercise his physical strength, which did not take much time. At this time in Notting College, Yu Xiaogang was like an ant on a hot pot, walking around the room uneasy and irritable. Alas, if I had known that this kid would never come back, I shouldn't have played trick. If I had lent him the soul beast at that time, I would not only win his favor but also establish a connection. At least I could see him again when he returned the book. Now he has never come back. Where can I find him? Yu Xiaogang regretted that he was only concerned with luring Wang Shenmeng to be his apprentice and he didn't even bother to ask for his home address, let alone use the book to force him to become his apprentice. I didn't expect that the boy was very tough and would not come back after he left. This was completely different from what he expected. In his opinion, the other party's level 10 soul power was obviously in a hurry to obtain soul rings, so he was so eager for soul beast knowledge. In this case he should not give up easily. He expected that the other party would come to him again soon and maybe even cry and shout to become his disciple. But 7 or 8 days have passed and there is no trace of that kid. What's more hateful is that he is not a student of Notting College, but he lied to him that he is. Yu Xiaogang went to the dean several times and the dean became impatient. He took out the information of all the students in the college and asked him to check them one by one. After confirming again and again, he had to accept the fact that he was deceived by a child. Yu Xiaogang felt a little ashamed and annoyed and secretly comforted himself, that kid has something to ask of me and he will have to ask me sooner or later. Without my soul beast knowledge and theoretical guidance, he can't hope to get a suitable soul ring. If he blindly attaches soul rings, he will ruin his future and will regret it in the future. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogong's regret dissipated a lot. He thought that the kid said he was a local of Notting City and had just awakened his martial soul not long ago. He would probably come to Notting College to study. When the time comes, I will find him and make him become my disciple. Wang Shenmeng naturally didn't know that Yu Xiaogang was talking about him. He had already forgotten Yu Xiaogang. He was not a beautiful woman, so who would think of him for no reason? After the breakthrough of attaching soul rings, the bottleneck disappeared all of a sudden and there was no obstacle to practice. Wang Shenmeng was immersed in the joy of practicing Xiantian Gong all day. At night after dinner, Wang Shenmeng lay on the bed and silently activated the dream-eating magic. P.S. Please read on. Readers who have time and interest, please try to follow the update in time. If you keep it, the seedlings will be easily killed. Thank you. Or 2. Chapter 26 Dream Eater. In an instant the whole person seemed to fall asleep. In the darkness the consciousness turned into a colorful butterfly and flew to the night sky above Nottingham. In the antennae above the head many light balls appeared, most of which were white with a small amount of red or yellow color. The light balls are big and small, bright and dark. Some are just formed and some are shattered. Among the many dreams that are formed and shattered, a strange feeling of rebirth and destruction emerges in his mind, as if the mysterious feeling of reincarnation, the world going back and forth, and the beginning and end of life makes his mind tremble slightly. Wang Shenmeng silently comprehends this strange feeling, and at the same time his mind tends along the tentacles. These light balls are the dreams of the people in Notting City. The white light balls are ordinary people and the red and yellow ones are soul masters. Wang Shenmeng immediately sensed the changes in his magical powers. In addition to being able to enter dreams at any time, he can also clearly sense that in these light balls strands of twisted light are peeling off and then disappearing in the air. Is this the mental power that dissipates when dreaming? Wang Shenmeng thought if a person dreams all night, especially nightmares, he will often be listless the net day, just like not getting enough rest. It is probably because he has lost the restraint of his mental power, and his mental power unconsciously dissipates in the dream. Spiritual power is the tension of heart power. The power of the soul is the basis and the tension of spiritual power is the embodiment. The two are related but not completely integrated, which can be said to be very subtle. The sensing range of Wang Shenmen's head tentacles has reached a radius of 2 kilometers, which is 100 times the range of his spiritual power, directly covering the entire Notting City. When he activated the dream-eating magic, he saw that the scattered spiritual power was attracted by the mysterious power and floated towards him from all directions. It was absorbed little by the dream butterfly, transformed by consciousness and turned into its own nutrient. This feeling is very wonderful, with a sense of satisfaction like a fish returning to the sea, and like being able to eat delicious food after being hungry for a long time, feeling extremely happy and peaceful. Wang Shenmeng gradually indulged in this tranquility and happiness, gradually forgetting time, forgetting himself, and even forgetting everything. When dawn came, little by little the dreams were broken one by one and the scattered spiritual power was very little. He woke up again like a dream. Seeing that there were only a few light balls and there was almost no mental power to absorb, Wang Shenmeng reluctantly returned to consciousness as if he had woken up from a deep sleep. He was full of energy and did not look like he had activated his magical powers all night. Wang Shenmeng closed his eyes and carefully ameened himself. Over the night his soul power and mental power had improved. Although it was not very obvious, it was equivalent to the total amount of several days of practice. This magical power is really powerful. In this way, isn't it equivalent to using a qi? Practicing Xiantian Gong during the day and feeding on dreams at night one day is equivalent to several days for others. It is hard not to upgrade quickly. Wang Shenmeng himself could not help but be shocked. He clenched his fist and was full of confidence in the future. More than 20 days passed unknowingly, and it was the day for Notting College to start school again. After breakfast, Wang Shenmeng walked towards Notting College. With his current level, he has long exceeded the graduation requirements of Notting College. The reason why he still wants to go to school is mainly to learn some basic knowledge. What he lacks now is this detailed knowledge. Although he gained a lot in Yu Xiaogong's dream, it was just a dream after all. It mainly developed according to Yu Xiaogong's subconscious desire. Yu Xiaogong's purpose of teaching his apprentices is to prove himself. The result is important, not the process. Except for the soul beast illustrations at the beginning, most of the rest are vague, and the basic knowledge learned is vague and fragmented, not systematic. So Wang Shenmeng plans to recharge at Notting College. At least the books in the library are still very valuable. After all, the college has existed for many years. There is no advanced knowledge, but the basic knowledge is definitely more complete. Anyway, the tuition fee is only 10 gold coins a year, which is nothing to him. After learning the useful knowledge, he will graduate and leave directly. Anyway, he has exceeded the standard. Wang Shenmeng is now a small fortune. After touching the corpse in the soul hunting forest, his total net worth has exceeded 400 gold coin. This is already pretty good. In the original novel, Tang San worked very hard in Notting City for years, and with the soul master subsidy he received, he saved more than 700 gold coins by living frugally. As soon as Wang Shenmeng arrived outside the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, he saw Yu Xiaogang standing there with his neck stretched out, looking around at the students coming and going as if looking for someone. "Are you looking for me?" Wang Shenmeng then remembered that he seemed to have said that he would consider whether to worship the other party as his master, but the time he spent considering it was a little longer. He had long forgotten Yu Xiaogang, but he didn't expect that he was still so persistent after almost a month. Didn't he hear that he was perfunctory at the time? Wang Shenmen's mouth twitched and he walked towards the gate without a sound. It was still the gatekeeper who jumped out to stop him. After a few words he was allowed to pass. In just this short time Yu Xiaogang found the target. His eyes suddenly lit up and he ran over quickly. "Good boy, you made me look for you so hard." Yu Xiaogang's stiff and pale face was gloomy and his tone was a bit gnashing, but he was very excited in his heart. It was worth it that he came here early in the morning to wait for the rabbit, and finally he caught him. "Master, how are you?" Wang Shenmeng greeted with a smile. Yu Xiaogang showed displeasure. "You said you were a student of Notting College, but I checked several times and there is no such person as you. Why did you lie to me?" Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, "Aren't I here to enroll now?" Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly and said lightly, "I won't bother you about this matter. It is a wise choice for you to enroll here. How about it? Have you considered it? Are you willing? Become my disciple. You should know that I am the only one in the whole continent who can solve your problem. If you don't become my disciple, you will definitely implode and die in the future." Wang Shenmeng knew that he was talking about the conflict between the twin martial spirit. The so-called only he in the whole continent can solve it is naturally a lie, flattering himself, and in the end it is still asking Bibi Dong to do it. Wang Shenmeng secretly despised and was speechless in his heart. "Dashi, why are you always so confident in your judgment?" In order to get rid of the entanglement, Wang Shenmeng simply and firmly refused. "Sorry, I really don't have a twin martial spirit. I am neither worthy nor interested in being your apprentice. You should choose someone else." After saying that, without waiting for Yu Xiaogang to say anything else, he immediately performed the ghost shadow mirage step and ran away quickly, leaving Yu Xiaogang stunned in the same place with an ugly face. Is he really not a twin martial spirit? Chapter 27 Rejection. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but waver. "I have made it so clear. If the twin martial spirits cannot solve the conflict problem, it will be a great burden and danger to the soul master. In the past 100 years there have been 2 twin martial spirits, one of which was killed by the backlash of the twin martial spirit. This is definitely not a joke, but it is related to the future and life. If it is really a twin martial spirit, it is impossible not to have any reaction." Yu Xiaogang's face is gloomy, his thick sausage lips are trembling and his stiff, pale and sunken cheeks are like zombies at this time, looking very scary. If he is not a twin martial spirit, then the 7-colored fantasy heart butterfly martial spirit is of no value and it can't carry my dream. It is useless to me. At this moment Yu Xiaogang felt extremely disappointed and angry. The thief god gave him hope but then shattered it with his own hands. How cruel is that? But after all, it is a congenital full soul power. Even if the martial soul is useless, it is still very good for preliminary research. As long as it can verify some of my theories and provide me with some materials and experience, I can train more targeted and accurate when I meet a real genius in the future. Yu Xiaogang's eyes flashed with fire again. Since this child has entered Notting College, he can't escape from my palm. It is also his honor to be able to test my great theory. How many civilian children can't even ask for this qualification? After some thoughts and planning, Yu Xiaogang regained his enthusiasm. Anyway, no matter whether Wang Shenmeng has twin martial souls or not, he has decided to accept this disciple. A genius has its uses and a mediocre person has his value. In short, it will not be a loss to accept such a disciple with innate full soul power. With money as a way out, Wang Shenmeng easily met Director Su of the Academic Affairs Office. After a conversation, Director Su learned of his purpose and immediately welcomed him. He took him to meet the dean. The old man in the realm of Soul Sec for more than 40 levels encouraged him a lot and was very friendly, but he did not agree to his admission on the spot. He only said that he would hold a meeting to discuss it. Wang Shenmeng had no choice but to go home and wait for the result. When he left the principal's office, Director Su asked in confusion, "This child is very talented and has money to pay tuition. Such students are exactly the kind we welcome the most. Why are you hesitating, Dean?" He naturally scoffed at what the dean said about holding a meeting to discuss something. In the entire Notting College and even in Notting City there was only one soul sect master, the dean, who could say what he said in the college. Why would there be a need for a meeting just to accept a student? The dean looked solemn. 2 years ago a big man passed by our Notting City and accidentally accidentally saw a beautiful young civilian woman, so he asked someone to take her back. Unexpectedly, the young woman had a strong temper and died on the spot by hitting a tree. The young woman's husband cursed in grief and anger and was beaten to death on the spot. Do you know what the young woman's husband's surname is? Although Director Su was puzzled, he was also shocked when he saw the dean's solemn presence. Soul Masters have good memories, and Nodding City is only this small. The arrival of the big man 2 years ago was a rare event, and he naturally remembered the things related to it. The young woman's name is Hu Xinyu, and her martial soul is an ordinary 7-colored butterfly. Her husband is called Wang Pinjao, and his spirit is ordinary water spinach. Although the couple are ordinary civilians, they are handsome and beautiful, and they are also a good story in Nodding City. Wait, the surname is Wang and the spirit is butterfly. Could it be? Director Su's face changed drastically and he said in disbelief, could it be that this child is? The dean nodded. You guessed right. If nothing unexpected happens, this child is the son of that couple. Their family was originally just civilians without any threat, and the big man didn't care at all. But if he becomes a spirit master and has good talent, it will be different. As long as he emerges, he will inevitably be noticed. If that person knows, this child will definitely suffer a blow. Our college is too shallow and can't withstand the wind and wave. How dare we accept this trouble? Director Su was afraid for a while and praised sincerely, the dean is wise. But why didn't you refuse on the spot? The dean sighed. We must confirm it. What if it's not such a good seedling? If we make a mistake, wouldn't it be a pity? Director Su nodded repeatedly. I will arrange for someone to check it right away. It's easy to check. There were too many people who saw the child back then, so it can't be concealed at all. The dean nodded. Go. The result of this investigation is naturally needless to say. It can't be concealed at all. Although Wang Shenmeng was kicked out of the house, he didn't leave Nottingham too far in the past 2 years. There are too many people who have seen or even know him, and his identity is not secret. Not to mention that he had just turned his enemy into the person took revenge, and it was easy to investigate. When Wang Shenmeng came to Notting College again at noon the NET day, he was told that the enrollment quota was full and he could only say sorry. Wang Shenmeng looked a little unhappy when he came out of Notting College. He didn't have to enter Notting College. He always said that it was no big deal if he couldn't go to school, but the meaning behind being rejected was not ordinary. At the beginning, Director Su was obviously very welcoming to him, but his attitude changed today as if he was afraid of getting into trouble. What trouble could he have? Wang Shenmeng thought that he didn't seem to have offended anyone. Tang San did have ill intentions towards him, but he obviously couldn't affect Notting College. Apart from that, he didn't make any enemies. In this way, the reason can only be attributed to the issue of life experience. So Notting College is concerned about the noble who caused the original owner's family to be destroyed. What is the identity of this noble? He seems to be very powerful. If he is an ordinary noble, the dean of the soul sect level will not care. Wang Shenmeng felt that he needed to find out, otherwise if he ran to the other party in a daze in the future and did not recognize the enemy when he met, the end would be tragic. It's not difficult to find out 2 years ago which noble had been to Notting City. Ordinary people may not know, but as long as they have a little status, they must know. Wang Shenmeng returned home with a heavy heart. Although the noble didn't care about a commoner orphan, he might have forgotten him completely. Unless one day he became famous and attracted his attention, he would be safe for the time being. But everything is a case of the unexpected. If the people of Notting College tipped off, it might attract the attention of the noble. If he sent people to cut the grass and root it out, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to resist. It seems that I thought the problem was too simple. If that person is really a powerful noble, then ordinary academies really dare not accept me. I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to develop well in the Tiandu Empire. Wang Shenmeng sighed. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. Notting City can no longer be lived. It is no longer safe. Although Dean Notting may not necessarily tip off, Wang Shenmeng dare not gamble. He is still weak now. If the noble sends a soul sect or even a soul venerable, his life will be in danger. Forget it. Notting City is a small place after all. It is better to leave early. Grandpa Jack should arrive this afternoon. Then I will meet him and leave tomorrow. Chapter 28. Meet Tang San again. After Wang Shenmeng made a decision, he no longer hesitated and immediately went to find a broker to sell the house. It's not that he didn't think about giving it to old Jack, but the house is in the center of the city, not far from Notting College, and the value is not low. It's not something that old Jack and his country peasants can keep. Besides, given old Jack's character and his expectations for Tang San, he is likely to let Tang San live in the house. In order to produce a powerful spirit master in the village, he is quite willing to give it up. He attaches great importance to Tang San and hopes that he will repay the Holy Spirit village after he becomes prosperous in the future. Wang Shenmeng doesn't want the house he bought with his hard-earned money to be given to Tang San, a guy who is hostile to him. Maybe the hidden weapons made here will be used on him one day. This is definitely helping the enemy. Then Wang Shenmeng found found a small noble. The strength of a 14th level spirit master is still a bit of a card in Notting City. He just asked a few questions and the small noble gave him face. Prince Xueying. It turned out to be this old playboy. Wang Shenmeng frowned knowing that he was in big trouble. Prince Xueying is not an ordinary nobleman. He is the younger brother of the current Tiandu Empire Emperor Sui. He controls the border military power of the Tiandu Empire and is a core member of the royal family. Of course he is also an out-and-out playboy. He is in cahoots with the fourth Prince Xuebeng. Whether he is pretending or not, he has done countless bad things that bully men and women and anger the heaven and the people. From the perspective of a victim like Wang Shenmeng, Prince Xueying is definitely a super villain with sores on his head and pus under his feet. He is a big villain who must be physically eliminated, and Xuebeng is not much better. Prince Xueying taught him how to do bad things step by step. Now he has surpassed his master. Even if he is pretending to be a playboy, it does not mean that he should be forgiven. In the original book, this guy was actually whitewashed because he clung to Tang San's thigh. He did so many bad things that he was too lazy to even drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment, which made Wang Shenmeng speechless. However, Prince Xueying was also very smart. He mostly bullied powerless civilians or small nobles with little power. He never provoked people he couldn't afford to offend. As an important member of the Tiandu royal family, being an enemy of Xueying was equivalent to being an enemy of the Tiandu royal family, which was equivalent to being an enemy of the entire Tiandu Empire, and even standing on the opposite side of the 3 upper sect. Wang Shenmeng took a breath of cold air. He hadn't done anything yet, but in the future he might be an enemy of the entire empire. How fucked up was this? Of course he could also give up revenge. Anyway, it was the revenge of the original owner and it had little to do with him, but he had to believe Xueying. Once he showed enough threat, he would definitely not let him go. I have to run away quickly. I can't afford to offend him. Wang Shenmeng hurried back home and immediately began to pack up. In fact, there was nothing to pack, but some hidden weapons he had made for practice must be destroyed. The iron furnace also needed to be dismantled, and some notes and books related to cultivation also needed to be packed away. In the afternoon, Wang Shenmeng went to Notting College again and saw from a distance that Grandpa Jack was leading this shabby-dressed child to argue with the gatekeeper. The child looked ordinary, dark and thin, and was exactly Tang San. At this time his wrist was slightly tilted facing the gatekeeper at a hidden angle, and he had obviously prepared a hidden arrow to sneak attack and kill this gatekeeper who was ready to die. What? Are you not convinced? I said you came from the beggar village, is that wrong? Look at this poor little guy, his clothes are all patched. I think you should find a place to beg. Our Notting College is not a charity. Get out, get out. The gatekeeper mocked old Jack and Tang San, and while speaking he raised his left hand and pushed Jack's chest, trying to drive the two away. Just when old Jack was furious, suddenly a figure appeared between the two with a slender white hand, 5 fingers opening and closing, and pinched the gatekeeper's wrist. The hand looked white and tender as if it did not belong to an adult, but the 5 fingers were slender and powerful like a pair of iron pliers, and as the 5 fingers closed, the wrist of the doorman was immediately squeezed and crackled as if the bones would be crushed in the net moment. Ah, let me go, spare me. The doorman screamed loudly and begged for mercy repeatedly. Tears and snot came out, obviously in great pain. Net time, don't look down on others. If you meet someone with a bad temper, your life may be in danger. Why don't you get out of here? Wang Shenmeng waved his hand and the doorman staggered and sat on the ground. His wrist was bruised and his face was pale from the pain, and he couldn't lift his hand, but fortunately it was just a slight fracture, not a comminuted fracture. After treatment and rest he can still recover. Wang Shenmeng was angry that the doorman bullied Grandpa Jack, but he didn't really crush the doorman's wrist, which might destroy a happy family. Although the doorman was hateful, he didn't commit such a crime. It was enough to give him a memorable lesson. Yes, ah, it's you. The doorman survived the disaster and ran away. He took a peek and recognized the young master who had been to Notting College several times. He dared not complain. This is a real soul master who didn't even give the face of the master. He was not someone a small doorman like him could offend. Wang Shenmeng ignored the doorman, turned around and smiled brightly. Grandpa Jack, are you okay? You are Xiao Meng? Old Jack looked at Wang Shenmeng in surprise as if he didn't know him. Xiao Meng, why are you in Notting City? Isn't there your enemy here? I haven't seen you for 2 months. How come you have grown so tall? Jack had too many doubts. After being shocked, he asked hurriedly. Wang Shenmeng patiently replied, I came to Notting City for something. My enemies have been dealt with. As for height, I grew fast after becoming a soul master. At present I have only recovered the height I should have. Old Jack was very happy. He did not ask Wang Shenmeng how he dealt with his enemies. He said with relief, looking at your current state, you should be doing well. Why are you going to school in Notting City too? I am not studying at Notting College. I came to see you today when I knew you were coming. Okay, you are thoughtful. Old Jack laughed happily. Wang Shenmeng smiled at Tang San. Hello Tang San. San. Tang San showed a forced smile, but he felt bad. He clenched his hands subconsciously and a trace of resentment flashed in the depths of his eyes. This guy did not get the quota for work-study students and left the Holy Soul Village in a mess. I thought he should be living a miserable life wandering outside, but looking at him now, he has become smooth-skinned and tender with a handsome face that makes people more jealous, and his figure has become taller and straighter. He also wears clean and new clothes. He is full of vigor from inside to outside and no longer looks down and out. It is obvious that he lives a very comfortable life. How can he look like he is suffering? Thinking of his life of working as a blacksmith every day and having to eat coarse food and looking at his tattered clothes, he suddenly felt a little angry. He is the first genius of the Tang sect, but he is not as good as a native civilian beggar. This is simply unreasonable. Chapter 29 Yu Xiaogong's new favorite. Although Tang San did not show his resentment, his unnatural smile and the hostility that he tried his best to hide but still inadvertently showed still made Wang Shenmeng keenly aware of it. Wang Shenmeng secretly rolled his eyes. This Tang San was a otaku in his previous life. He is not very experienced in this life and is not good at hiding. However, he had long known that Tang San didn't like him, so he was not surprised. Anyway, he had taken advantage of him and was still targeting his mother, so he didn't suffer any loss. Besides, he was leaving soon. He probably wouldn't have much contact with Tang San in the short term. What did it matter if he disliked him? As for the future, when he was strong enough, at least he wouldn't have to worry about Tang Hao. It wouldn't be too late to slowly deal with this little jerk. Wang Shenmeng looked around. Although he didn't see Tang Hao, he knew that he must be hiding somewhere. This made him dare not show any hostility to Tang San. He could only smile like a spring breeze. Otherwise, if Tang Hao knew that he also had ill intentions towards Tang San, who knew if he would think he was a threat and eliminate him in advance for the sake of his precious son or for the sake of the sect. But if Tang Hao came to Notting City, wouldn't that give him a chance to steal the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor? When he thought of how Tang Hao almost killed him 3 months ago, Wang Shenmeng was so angry that his teeth were itching. It was not too much to snatch his wife as revenge, right? After all, he only lost a leg bone, but he almost lost his life. Wang Shenmeng thought about it and finally decided to wait. Notting City is not far from the Holy Soul Village, and it is even closer to the titled Douluo. If they move the Blue Silver Emperor so close, who knows if Tang Hao can detect it? We still have to wait for a suitable opportunity, preferably when Tang Hao has no time to take care of it, and then we can take action. While the three were talking, a man suddenly walked out of the academy. Seeing Wang Shenmeng, he was slightly stunned. Why are you still here? Hello, master. Wang Shenmeng smiled and greeted him, but he clearly felt that Yu Xiaogong's attitude towards him was no longer enthusiastic. Not only was there no passion in his eyes, but there was a sense of keeping a distance. Yu Xiaogang nodded and said calmly, I already know about your situation. The dean also has his own difficulties. Don't bear a grudge. You should know that Notting College has no responsibility or obligation to take unnecessary risks for outsiders. Why would I bear a grudge against the dean? This is my own business. Others are indeed not obliged to take risk for it. Wang Shenmeng said calmly with a smile. Then, master, do you still want to accept me as your apprentice? Well. Yu Xiaogong's face froze and then he returned to calmness. I see that you really, if you don't want to be my master, I can't force you to do it. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. Yu Xiaogang was confused for a while and finally asked a question without giving up. Tell me the truth, do you have twin martial spirit? Wang Shenmeng shook his head. No. Yu Xiaogang sighed in his heart. If it was the top talent of twin martial spirit, he would be willing to take some risk for it. If it didn't work, he would shamelessly bring it back to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Reef family. The family might not be able to protect it. As long as he can realize his ideal, it is worth it, even if he suffers some grievances. But if it is not a twin martial spirit but just a 7-colored fantasy heart butterfly, it is at most a test product, and it is not worth offending Prince Xueying for it. Yu Xiaogang immediately lost interest in Wang Shenmeng and was too lazy to pay too much attention to him. He turned to look at Tang San and said in a gentle tone, Child, are you here to go to school? Tang San listened for a while and didn't know what Wang Shenmeng had done to be rejected by Notting College. Anyway, he was unlucky and he was secretly happy in his heart. He heard that Wang Shenmeng wanted to become a disciple, but the master was unwilling to accept him. Seeing that the master had an extraordinary temperament and a sense of independence, he unconsciously labeled him as a senior master. Moreover, the decadent and sloppy temperament of the master and the profundity that he inadvertently revealed reminded him of his kind father Tang Hao, and he felt very kind and had a good impression of him. He replied politely, Yes, I am Tang San, a part-time student from the Holy Soul Village, and this is my certificate. The master looked at the certificate and suddenly trembled all over. His eyes shifted to Tang San, looking him up and down a few times, and the hot wolf-like green light familiar to Wang Shenmeng appeared in his eyes again. He tried to stay calm. In order order to leave a good impression on Tang San, he treated a country farmer with a kind and gentle attitude for the first time and said to Jack in a gentle voice, "It is true, old man, leave the child to me." Old Jack hurriedly said, "Master, then I will trouble you with this child." "Xiao San, you follow the master in, but you must be obedient." Tang San nodded but did not speak. Jack gave Tang San a few more instructions. Wang Shenmeng waited for him to finish before saying, "Grandpa Jack, please follow me." "Oh, okay." Old Jack looked at Tang San again and left with Wang Shenmeng. The master looked down at Tang San and squeezed out a smile on his face. His facial muscles were stiff and his smile looked very weird, which was really unflattering. He looked at Wang Shenmeng's back and asked calmly, "Do you know each other?" Tang San nodded. "Yes, we are from the same village and we awakened our spirits together." Yu Xiaogong's eyes lit up and he asked, "Kid, let me ask you a question. How many spirits did Wang Shenmeng awaken at that time?" Tang San was secretly shocked and looked at Yu Xiaogang curiously and said, "One." Yu Xiaogang felt relieved for some reason, as if it should be like this, but he still asked, "Is there really only one? Did you see it clearly?" Tang San said, "I saw it clearly, there was indeed only one." At that time both of his hands were posed and no other spirits appeared in his palm. Yu Xiaogang thought to himself, if there is no weapon spirit in his palms, if there is another beast spirit, it must be the same as the seven-colored illusion heart. Butterfly appeared together. So he really didn't lie to me. He is not the third twin martial spirit in 100 years, but just a colorful fantasy butterfly martial spirit with no future. Yu Xiaogang felt a little relieved, and at the same time he felt relieved. This is good, I don't have to worry about whether to offend Prince Xueying for him. Even more fortunately, I gave up this fake twin martial spirit and harvested another real twin martial spirit in a blink of an eye. This time I will definitely not be wrong. God has opened my eyes and my Yu Xiaogang has finally turned his luck. He stared at the word blue silver grass and innate full soul power on the certificate. His eyes were indescribably hot, like a single man who had been hungry for 30 years and saw a beautiful woman without clothes. The terrifying green light in his eyes made Tang San feel a little uneasy, as if he was a little white rabbit in a wolf's claws. "Let's go in." Yu Xiaogang showed a stiff smile, took Tang San's hand and walked into the campus. Tang San was already an adult in his 30s. He felt a little uncomfortable when a strange man held his hand and felt the wetness in his palm. He struggled for a while but failed to break free. He had no choice but to let the other party pull him away. He kept comforting himself in his heart that this senior master had a fatherly temperament and it was no big deal to hold his hand. Chapter 30 Tip Off. Under the leadership of Yu Xiaogang, Tang San walked into the academy. After Yu Xiaogong's premeditated pretense and deception, Tang San first wanted to kill Yu Xiaogang because he posed the secret of his twin martial spirit. Later, when he learned that Yu Xiaogang had deduced this secret from simple information, he was shocked and fooled into becoming a disciple. He also admitted the secret of his twin martial spirits, which made Yu Xiaogang so excited that he almost burst into tears. Tang San was also very satisfied with this teacher. Although there were many rumors that the master was a joke and a waste, Tang San was very disdainful of this, thinking that mediocre people did not understand the greatness of the master at all, and only he, Tang San, could recognize heroes with wisdom. Listen to the sentence: there are no waste spirits, only waste spirit masters. It is simply deafening and inspiring. It's just short of saying that my fate is determined by me. If I am really a waste, can I say such shocking and philosophical word? Those people are obviously jealous of the teacher's talent, so they maliciously slander him and gain pitiful self-esteem by belittling the teacher. Taking the time to handle the formalities, Tang San finally asked the question in his heart: "Teacher, what's the matter with Wang Shenmeng? He seems to want to worship you as his master." Yu Xiaogang raised his head with dignity and said lightly, "He is just a whimsical boy. He has some talent, but he is not qualified to be my apprentice. Only a child with extraordinary talent like you is worthy of practicing my theory." Tang San was suddenly excited and felt the encouragement and care of a kind father. He nodded heavily. "Teacher, I will work hard. I will let the world know that you are the greatest spirit master." "Okay, the teacher is not wrong about you. Xiao San, remember, you and Wang Shenmeng are not from the same world. You are destined to be brilliant in the future, but he will not be able to achieve great things. Although you are from the same village, the Fini does not associate with chickens and the dragon does not live with snake. Don't have too much communication in the future, lest he lie on you and suck blood, which will not do you any good." Yu Xiaogang nodded with satisfaction at first and then taught earnestly. On the one hand, he hated Wang Shenmeng, who didn't know what was good for him, and on the other hand, he knew that Wang Shenmeng had a grudge against Prince Xueying and was a big troublemaker. He didn't want him to implicate his precious apprentice, and he didn't want him to take advantage of his precious apprentice in the future. "Yes, teacher, I know." Tang San nodded happily without any resistance to this. He hated Wang Shenmeng in the first place, and even if the teacher didn't say it, he wouldn't have any contact with the other party party. However, when he heard that Wang Shenmeng was rejected by his teacher but he was begged by his teacher to accept him as a disciple, his vanity was immediately greatly satisfied. He was secretly proud in his heart. So what if your 7-colored illusion heart butterfly is a little better than my blue silver grass? I have another martial soul, the only twin martial souls in 100 years. I am the real peerless genius. What can you compare with me? Wang Shenmeng. When he learned that Wang Shenmeng had a grudge against the royal family of the Tiandu Empire, Tang San completely stopped taking him seriously. He is just a dead bone in a tomb. A mere commoner dares to have a grudge against a noble prince. Isn't this a way to die? In Tang San's eyes, Wang Shenmeng is already a dead man. A dead man poses no threat and is not worth paying even a little attention to. However, since he will be a dead man sooner or later and has offended him, why not make use of him? Tang San's eyes flashed with a faint light and he suddenly said, Teacher, since we know the hatred between Wang Shenmeng and Prince Xueying, and we know that he is born with full soul power and has decent talent, he is more or less a threat to Prince Xueying. If we conceal it and don't report it, will Prince Xueying be angry with us when he finds out? Yu Xiaogang was slightly stunned when he heard it and nodded. Xiao San, what you said makes sense. I have seen Prince Xueying. He is domineering and unreasonable. If Wang Shenmeng really hurts him in the future, it is very likely that he will be angry with us for not reporting it. Maybe. Tang San's eyes flashed with a hint of joy and he added fuel to the fire. Yes, teacher, if Prince Xueying knew that Wang Shenmeng wanted to be your disciple and asked you for knowledge of soul beast, although you refused, if Prince Xueying was unreasonable, this would be a big reason for anger. Yu Xiaogang's expression changed drastically. It was one thing to fool Tang San, but he knew in his heart that he was begging to accept that kid as his disciple and was ready to cultivate him vigorously. If this got to Prince Xueying's ears, wouldn't he misunderstand that he was cultivating his enemies to oppose him? Prince Xueying was powerful, and if he was still in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, he would certainly not be afraid of him. But didn't he run away from home? Even if he could save his life with the name of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, why should he use his family's influence to take responsibility for that kid? Since he didn't know what was good for him and didn't want to be his disciple, don't blame him for being ruthless. Xiao San, you reminded me very timely. Wang Shenmeng is a huge troublemaker. We must not only not get involved but also try to cut off our relationship. I will write a letter tomorrow to explain the situation to Prince Xueying. No matter how he handles it, it will have nothing to do with us in the future. Yu Xiao just looked at Tang San with appreciation and liked the disciple's meticulous mind. Only such a person with extraordinary talent and mind can go further on the road of Soul Master. Tang San smiled modestly, feeling quite satisfied. He thought that informing Prince Xueying was a favor which could not only make him vent his anger but also connect him with the Tiandu royal family. Even if he didn't get any reward, he might be able to use this relationship in the future. The master and disciple smiled at each other, which was like a turtle looking at a mung bean, and the more they looked at each other, the more they liked each other. Wang Shenmeng brought Grandpa Jack to a restaurant and ordered 5 or si dishes. Although there were not many, they were all pensive signature dishes. Old Jack might have never seen them in his life, let alone eaten them. Old Jack stood up in shock when he saw the price and said in a trembling voice, Yao Meng, these dishes are prepared for nobles. How can we, the common people in the countryside, afford them? Go back quickly, let's have some simple side dishes and chat with each other. Wang Shenmeng waved his hand and said, the dishes are already served, how can I go back? Grandpa, don't worry, I made a small fortune some time ago and I can get a Soul Master subsidy every month, so I can still afford to treat you to a meal. Old Jack had no choice but to sigh. This meal cost more than the annual sales of Grandpa's family. Since I can't go back, I can't waste it. Not even a centimeter can be left. As he said, he carefully picked up a chopstick as if he was not picking up a dish but a piece of gold bar, which he put in his mouth to taste carefully and was reluctant to swallow it. Wang Shenmeng was amused, of course not laughing, but a warm smile of understanding. In his previous life he was also born in a poor rural area. His parents died early and he was raised by his grandmother. He never knew what change was. When he was a child, he could only swallow his saliva when he saw other classmates eating spicy strips. Occasionally he would chew and savor it slowly and even lick his fingers after eating. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. The previous life was like a dream and it should be impossible to go back. Fortunately, the only relative, grandma, has passed away and he is alone and has nothing to worry about. In the future he will take root in this Douluo world, marry a few more beautiful wives, and it depends on his heart whether to have children or not. Isn't it better than being forced to be the last generation in the previous life? Chapter 31. There is a titled Douluo Net door. Please collect, read and vote. The two chatted about recent developments while eating. There was no change in the Holy Soul Village, but Wang Shenmeng had changed a lot. He briefly talked about his recent experiences and the reason why he could not go to Notting College. Of course there was no need to tell old Jack that the enemy was Prince Shueing so as not to scare the old man. He just said that he was an ordinary noble with some power and that he was going to leave to avoid the limelight. Old Jack agreed very much. For an enemy that could not be defeated temporarily, it was not a shame to avoid the edge of the enemy. On the contrary, it was a brainless behavior to send oneself to the door and seek death. The meal lasted 2 hours. In the end all the food was eaten up and old Jack put down his chopsticks with satisfaction. Wang Shenmeng found another hotel with a good environment and asked old Jack to stay for one night. Now it was dark, there was no way back to the Holy Soul village. Wang Shenmeng was going to sell his house which was no longer suitable for living. After settling old Jack, Wang Shenmeng handed him a sum of money before leaving as a way to repay his kindness. Old Jack naturally refused, but under Wang Shenmeng's insistence he finally accepted it reluctantly. Wang Shenmeng felt that he was about to travel far away and would not return to the Holy Soul village in the short term. If old Jack needed money for emergency, he would not be desperate with this money. Soon after returning home, the broker he had contacted earlier came and said that someone was willing to take over the house. However, because he was in a hurry to sell it, the price was naturally suppressed. It was bought for 30 gold soul coins but only sold for 20 gold soul coin. Wang Shenmeng did not wait any longer and sold the house immediately, took the money and found a hotel stay. At night Wang Shenmeng started to practice the dream eating ability as usual, but this time when his mind received many dreams through the tentacles on his head, he was blinded by 2 rounds of purple suns. 2 titled Douluo. This dream near Notting College is full of domineering aura, so familiar I can understand that Tang Hao is here, but what the hell is this purple dream net door? Wang Shenmeng was a little confused for a while. There was actually a titled Douluo living net door to him. This was simply fucked up. When did the titled Douluo become so worthless? What could this small broken city in Notting Township attract titled Douluo? Or is it just passing by? Wang Shenmeng guessed so. He didn't even know how long the other party had been in Notting City. Maybe today just arrived, maybe a long time ago. After all, if he didn't dream, it would be difficult for him to find the other party. After carefully sensing, the spiritual power emitted by this dream was magnificent and terrifying, not much inferior to Tang Hao but different from Tang Hao's domineering. This dream faintly de gloomy and dark, and the owner of the dream should be on the dark side of cultivation. It shouldn't be Douluo. Although Prince Shueing has a favor to him, he won't spend a lot of favors to invite a titled Douluo to destroy a small soul master like me. This is not killing a chicken with a butcher knife but using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Wang Shenmeng analyzed calmly that the only titled Douluo in the Tiandu Empire who was involved with the royal family was Douluo, but he was only grateful for Prince Shueing's kindness and was willing to support the Tiandu Empire, not to be a dog for the Tiandu royal family. If you want to make Douluo take action, that is inevitable. It would cost a lot of favors, and even whether or not to agree depends on the other person's mood. Such an important favor must be saved for use at a critical moment. Unless Prince Shueing is crazy, he would not do such a stupid thing. Moreover, the time is not right. After all, he was posed yesterday. Tiandu City is thousands of miles away. It will take at least several days to send a message and travel. It is impossible to arrive today. Wang Shenmeng was determined in his heart. He took a deep look at the purple fireball and ignored it. No matter why he came, as long as he was not sent by Prince Shueing to kill me, it is none of my business. I just pretended that I didn't see it, thinking that he would leave tomorrow and maybe he could get some wool. On the last night, Wang Shenmeng immediately flew towards a familiar place, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at Notting College. Very good. Yu Xiaogang is dreaming again. Maybe he is dreaming of good winds rely on power to send me to the blue sky again. I came at the right time. Wang Shenmeng smiled in his heart when he saw the light red dream. During this period he was busy practicing with the dream eating ability and rarely used the dream entering ability. After all, there was only one person in Notting City who was worth his dream peak, Yu Xiaogang. The rest were either ordinary people or weak, and dreams were of little value to him. The only powerful dean of the soul sect was of some value, but unfortunately he was a little stronger, so he could not enter his dream for the time being. Yu Xiaogang did not have a dream in the few times he came occasionally, and he could not use the dream entering ability. Today during the day, Yu Xiaogang finally tricked the top genius he had dreamed of into his apprentice. His long cherished wish was fulfilled and he finally had a beautiful dream again. In the past few times that Wang Shenmeng had entered Yu Xiaogang's dreams, except for the time when he got the soul beast illustration, the rest of the dreams were basically chaotic here and there, and he did not get any valuable knowledge, and it was difficult to systematically learn the complete system of basic knowledge of soul masters. Moreover, most of Yu Xiaogang's dreams are dark and underworld. Even if they are not nightmares, they are mostly not sunny and positive stories, which shows that the owner of the dream has been in a negative state for a long time. The hidden darkness far outweighs the light, so it is rare to have a good dream. But this time his dream is sunny and pleasant and it looks beautiful. You can tell at a glance that he is having a beautiful dream. As soon as Wang Shenmeng entered Yu Xiaogong's dream, he immediately felt different from the past. In addition to the bright feedback brought by the beautiful dream itself, he could also clearly feel that this dream is a kind of spiritual power or an illusory world constructed by the power of the mind. He can even feel a colorful source of power through this illusory world, which is the source of the birth of this illusory world, is the source of that colorful dream Yu Xiaogong's spiritual world. After obtaining the dream-eating magical power, the butterfly martial spirit has obviously been sublimated. Wang Shenmeng is more comfortable in the dream this time and can vaguely see the essence of the illusory world through the dream. The power of the soul, the dream world. Wang Shenmeng pondered, so the dream world is built with spiritual power as the cornerstone of the world, the deep subconsciousness in the unconscious state as the bridge, and the power of the soul as the source. And through the dream world, following the deep consciousness, you can directly trace the source and peek into the soul world. Wang Shenmen's eyes flashed. This is the high-level manifestation of the dream entering and dream-eating magical power. Entering the spiritual world, can the dream-eating magical power devour the spirituality of the dream master and view his memory? Chapter 32 Light Holy Dragon. Wang Shenmeng now has a new understanding of the dream-eating magical power. The power of this magical power is not static. With the improvement of strength and the advancement of the magical power, more incredible talents will be derived. In the end, it can even distort other people's dreams, tamper with other people's minds, or devour dreams and create dreams, even opening up the dream world and finally interfering with reality, with the illusory dream world. When the false world reaches the level of being indistinguishable from the real, what is the difference between it and the real world? Amitabha, the king of all Buddhas, attained the truth in his dream, cultivated the real through the false, and took the 3,000 worlds as his dream. The Saha world and even the countless Buddha lands are all illusory world that sentient beings have inverted and delusional, but they are real and not false. Here the real and the fake are no longer distinguished from each other. What kind of power and freedom is this? Of course Wang Shenmeng is far from being able to do this, and he can't even touch the surface of it, but vaguely a bright and infinite road to heaven has already appeared in front of him. As long as he keeps going forward unswervingly, there will be a day of transcendence. In short, entering dreams and eating dreams is a natural supernatural power with incredible potential. You need to explore and practice it step by step. If you can open up a virtual dream world that is virtual and real with the Douluo world, then becoming a god is no longer a delusion. Wang Shenmeng was secretly excited. At this moment he finally had the confidence to control his own destiny. Even if he might become an enemy of God in the future, the road ahead would no longer be so obscure. As his heart of Taoism suddenly became clear, Wang Shenmen's thoughts became clearer than ever before. He felt as if his mind had broken free from some invisible shackles and his whole spirit was sublimated. He silently felt Yu Xiaogong's dream and wanted to break through the mental barrier of the dream and enter the source of the dream, that is Yu Xiaogong's spiritual world, but the invisible barrier blocked him firmly, preventing him from breaking through. It seems that I can only sense the source of the dream for the time being, but I can't enter and eat it at will. Maybe I have to advance the dream-eating magic to a higher level to go deep into the dreamer's subconscious and then enter the spiritual world. Knowing that his strength is not enough now because Wang Shenmeng could only hold back for the time being and turn to study Yu Xiaogong's dream. Yu Xiaogong's dream was as expected, and he saw the scene of a kind master and a filial disciple. Even the plot was not much different from the first time Wang Shenmeng met Yu Xiaogang more than a month ago. It was still the same old routine. With the help of his disciple, Yu Xiaogang transformed from a liar and a waste to a master respected by everyone, realizing his dream of counterattack. However, this time the disciple changed from Wang Shenmeng to Tang San, who still led the three sects to destroy the spirit hall. Bibi Dong still cried and begged to change her mind, but was abandoned by Yu Xiaogang after being ridiculed. Seeing Yu Xiaogang laughing triumphantly again, Wang Shenmeng frowned. If nothing unexpected happened, the NET dream would turn into a nightmare and the dream would be shattered by Qian Unji, who was frightened by the endless shadow in his heart. As expected, the NET moment, holy golden light came overwhelmingly. Golden wings spread out behind him and a man as tall as a god descended from the sky, spouting the word waste and looking down on Yu Xiaogang like a clown. Yu Xiaogang's mind was immediately hit by 10,000 critical points and he screamed and his dream was shattered. The sweeping mental storm generated a terrifying destructive force, annihilating all the creatures and scenes in the dream. If there was really a consciousness in it, it would not be able to withstand the power of world destruction. The dream butterfly transformed by Wang Shenmeng is an extremely magical instance between illusion and reality. It is a special dream spirit that transcends dream. Naturally, naturally it is not affected, but if the dream is shattered he will return to reality. I thought it would be a failure again, but suddenly at the moment when the dream was broken, Yu Xiaogong's spirit seemed to be severely damaged and the endless mental barrier was broken into a black hole, and even his subconscious was in chaos. Indistinctly a ball of hazy colorful light loomed, but in just an instant it was about to be buried in nothingness again. Wang Shenmen's eyes lit up and he immediately raised his wings and flew away quickly. Before his body arrived, his huge mental power had already tended over. With a thought, the two tentacles on his head suddenly tended out and pierced into the colorful light ball. The net moment his entire butterfly turned into a colorful rainbow light and sank into it. And at this moment in the real world, Yu Xiaogang just woke up from a nightmare with a loud cry, sitting on the bed and gasping for breath. His face was pale and gloomy and his eyes were filled with fear. Suddenly his heart was trembling as if some great terror had enveloped his soul. Like a dried fish his eyes rolled up and he fell asleep again. The net moment Wang Shenmeng entered a hazy and illusory world. He heard the sound of la la and then a rumbling sound like thunder rang out. His eyes were shrouded in yellow smoke and the stench filled the void, making him almost faint. Damn, it stinks to death. Wang Shenmen's dream butterfly body rolled its eyes and staggered in the void, almost falling down. He quickly rose into the air and with a thought he actually changed into a real person in the state of martial spirit possession, and the soul skill moth sky evil fire could also be activated. Well, this is the world of the mind. Everything is the manifestation of the power of the mind, so I can no longer only be a dream butterfly but can change at will. As long as I have it in the real world I can manifest it at will. Wang Shenmen's mind moved and the first soul skill moth sky evil fire was activated and endless flames spread, and it was not even limited by the amount of soul power. The power that was more terrifying than the real world burned countless yellow smoke. After a long while the disgusting smell gradually dissipated. Wang Shenmeng was no longer tortured. He looked around and saw that this was a world composed of strange forces. It seemed illusory, but it really is in Yu Xiaogong's mind. The world seemed to have no boundaries. There were many colors and various scenes in it. Most of them could be found in the real world. There were also countless chaotic pictures and even the faces of familiar people appeared. Did I really enter Yu Xiaogong's spiritual world? Wang Shenmeng was a little bit unbelievable, and then he was refreshed. He secretly guessed that Qian Enji had caused too much trauma to Yu Xiaogong's mind, leaving him with a huge flaw in his mind. Unless the Wuhan Hall was destroyed one day, this spiritual trauma would not heal. Therefore, as soon as Qian Enji appeared, Yu Xiaogang was terrified in his subconscious. Not only was his dream broken, but even the loopholes in his mind were revealed, which made the spiritual world temporarily posed outside the subconscious barrier of the spiritual barrier, and Wang Shenmeng took advantage of the loophole to invade. This is a coincidence. Otherwise, with my current strength I still can't forcefully invade, but since you're in I won't be polite. Wang Shenmeng sensed it carefully and knew that Yu Xiaogong's spiritual world was very empty. He didn't have the heart of a strong man, so the spiritual world he derived was naturally not that powerful and was even far inferior to Tang San. After all, Tang San had lived 2 lives as a human. In his previous life he had reached the pinnacle of the Tang sect world in terms of hidden weapon. In his spiritual world there must be the Buddha's wrath Tanglian that could slaughter titled Douluo, which was more terrifying than the spiritual worlds of many titled Douluo. And the most powerful force that Yu Xiaogang could rely on was just that pig beast Luo Sanbao. Wang Shenmeng looked down from the void and saw the fat white pig beast shouting la la in its mouth, grinning at Wang Shenmeng and roaring in a low voice. As soon as Wang Shenmeng landed, Luo Sanbao stuck out his butt and prepared to launch another hypnotic smoke. Wang Shenmeng had had enough of that smell and immediately activated the moth sky evil fire. A huge fire instantly ignited on Luo Sanbao's body, burning it and making it howl miserably. It ran around and wherever it passed the void was turbulent, but the flames were getting stronger and stronger. The fire burned more and more vigorously, and in a moment Luo Sanbao was burned to ashes. Just as Luo Sanbao was reduced to ashes, a dragon roar came from the flames and an illusory dragon full of holy light soared into the sky, circling in the spiritual world and then flew deeper into the world as if trying to escape. Is this the holy dragon of light? Chapter 33 Luo Sanbao the Pig Beast. Wang Shenmeng was surprised. He knew that Yu Xiaogong's martial soul Luo Sanbao was the product of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex failed evolution into the holy dragon of light. He thought it was a complete waste, but he didn't expect that there was still a rich holy dragon of light in its martial soul. It just seemed that the power was not enough, so the evolution failed, but there was still the potential to be promoted again. What was lacking was perhaps just a fairy grasp. Although the origin of the holy dragon of light manifests itself as an illusory spirituality in the spiritual world, looking through the phenomenon to the essence, this spiritual world reflect the real situation of Luo Sanbao, but even Yu Xiaogang himself is not clear. The human mind is so complicated that countless thoughts are born and destroyed in every moment. People themselves cannot perceive them. Only those who practice meditation to a very high level can perceive these thoughts and ideas. Therefore most people do not understand their own hearts, but the spiritual world can present all the information in people's subconscious, conscious manas and even alaya consciousness, and together constitute an illusory and real world. Wang Shenmeng looked at the holy dragon of light that was fleeing far away, smiled lightly and then chased after it. Everywhere he passed along the way there were strange scenes everywhere, most of which were messy and chaotic and even disappeared as soon as they appeared. These are the scattered thoughts in Yu Xiaogong's heart that he himself cannot detect. Some of them are very whimsical, such as imagining himself to become a god with infinite power. In the mind the false god that appears can also seem to have some power. However, everything depends on the power of the Lord of the mind. False is false after all. With the power that Yu Xiaogang possesses, it is reflected in the power of the mind and cannot pose a threat to the current Wang Shenmeng. Chasing all the way, just as he was about to catch up, a dark fog suddenly appeared in front of him and the holy dragon of light plunged into the fog and disappeared. This is the deepest heart of Yu Xiaogong's mind. Wang Shenmeng stopped outside the fog and immediately activated the first soul skill. Behind him the flames were surging and the evil power was boiling. A huge red moth emerged and the flames suddenly surged out and turned into countless moths. In this spiritual world the power of the moth sky evil fire was unprecedentedly powerful. The moth flew out suddenly and flew into the mist. Suddenly a large group of mist was burned, revealing a castle like a maze inside. This is the city in the heart. The so-called heart has a city which is often like a maze. It is not understandable to outsiders. Once you get in you can't get out. But this doesn't bother me. Wang Shenmeng was not in a hurry to go in. He rushed all the way, letting the evil moth burn a passage. When passing through the broken rooms along the way, fragments of memories and pictures emerged from them. They were all past experiences and memories buried deep in Yu Xiaogong's heart. When he walked to the last room, Wang Shenmeng saw himself again. It was the scene when he met Yu Xiaogang and Tang San during the day, and then Tang San became a disciple, and the words that the two said behind his back that belittled him as worthless all clearly presented. You are so shameless, Yu Xiaogang. It was you who begged me to accept you as a disciple, but now it's me who begged you to become my disciple. The most abominable thing is that you are going to inform Prince Xueying. Wang Shenmeng was furious and burned the room down. At this time the holy dragon of light had nowhere to escape and rushed towards him with a roar. Wang Shenmeng sneered and launched the moth sky evil fire again. The huge moth was burning with eternal evil flames surrounding the holy dragon of light and burning the holy power of light on its body. At the same time the holy dragon of light opened its mouth and spit out holy fires of light similar to the fire of the sun, emitting a holy breath with powerful power and purification ability, but was swallowed by the evil moth without hesitation. Suddenly the whole evil moth pondered a little more, and with a bang it pressed the holy dragon of light under it and burned it violently. The body of the holy dragon of light was reduced to ashes bit by bit, and in the ashes spiritual light flew out. Wang Shenmeng immediately used the dream-eating magical power to swallow all the spiritual light spots. Suddenly a holy and bright power flowed through his body as if he had taken a 10-fold tonic pill, and he felt extremely comfortable. In a moment the holy dragon of light was reduced to ashes and the spiritual light was swallowed up. The holy fire of light in it gave the fire-eating divine mark a hint of sacredness. The color of the soul ring on his body became deeper and a faint purple luster shone out. It was about to transform into a 1,000-year soul ring. Wang Shenmeng hurriedly urged the fire-eating evil moth to stop swallowing the holy fire of light, otherwise the soul ring would suddenly change from 100 years to 1,000 years, which would easily attract the attention of Big Shot. Even if he didn't know that his first soul ring was only 100 years but the first soul ring was directly 1,000 years, it would also be very eye-catching. If he was caught and tortured for research he would be finished. He didn't forget that there were two titled Douluo gathered in Nodding City, one of whom lived next door to him. At this time it was better to keep a low profile. After swallowing the spirituality of the holy light dragon, Yu Xiaogong's martial soul Luo Sanbao had completely lost the possibility of advancement and even lost his independent consciousness. If he wanted to use soul skills again in the future he would probably have to eat radishes and stick up his butt. Wang Shenmeng wandered around the maze casually and read almost all of Yu Xiaogong's memories. In addition to a lot of knowledge besides knowledge, there are some hidden secret. Lu Erlong, this silly woman was deceived so badly. Yu Xiaogang, you didn't even let your cousin go, you are such a beast. Wang Shenmeng sighed. The great master who claimed to be the first person in soul master theory and the son of the master of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Re would not recognize the fire dragon martial soul that was mutated from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Re martial soul. This is simply a big joke. There are only a few dragon martial souls on the entire entire continent, and the true dragon family is the only blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Re. As long as there is a true dragon martial soul, it is almost certain to be put on the blue lightning family. Also, Yu Xiaogang actually suspected that it was Flanders who tipped off Yu Luomian on the wedding night. He was almost lapped to death by his angry uncle Yu Luomian, who frightened him and fled in panic. So even though he knew that Flanders founded Shrek Academy and could receive several very good geniuses every year, he did not participate in it to verify his theory. He was probably wary of Flanders. After all, he was a rival in love. It seems that the so-called Golden Iron Triangle Brotherhood is just like this. Wang Shenmeng shook his head secretly. At this time he walked to the end of the spiritual world. In a dark and gorgeous building, the shadow of Yu Xiaogang emerged. This building looked a little familiar. It was the most magnificent and luxurious core hall in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect in Yu Xiaogang's memory. It was also the most noble and proud place in his mind. You are Wang Shenmeng. How did you come to me? The illusory Yu Xiaogang himself did not know where he was at this time. He was the embodiment of the real Yu Xiaogang in the spiritual world, possessing all of Yu Xiaogang's knowledge, memories, and even personality and emotion. In other words, he was Yu Xiaogang himself, but he was unconsciously manifested. He was not clear that this was the spiritual world, similar to dreaming. Why did you say I came here? Yu Xiaogang, you dared to inform Prince Shueing come and die. A cold light flashed in Wang Shenmen's eyes and the overwhelming evil fire surged out, covering Yu Xiaogang. No, listen to my explanation. Feeling the horror of the evil fire, Yu Xiaogang screamed in panic and his heart was filled with fear. He couldn't even deal with a mandrake snake that was less than 400 years old, so how could he resist the power of the evil fire of the moth sky? He hurriedly tried to quibble, but Wang Shenmeng didn't want to listen to his nagging. The dark red flames burned Yu Xiaogang, causing him great pain. He struggled and wailed frantically and even cried and repented and begged for mercy, but it was all in vain. In the end, he watched his generation point burn to ashes and disappeared in despair and regret. After killing Yu Xiaogang in the spiritual world, he must have been seriously injured in the real world, and he lost the origin of the holy dragon of light. This is the end of his life. Let alone eating a fairy grass. Even eating fairy grass as a meal can't make up for it. So you want to use your soul skills? You'd better eat white radish and fart obediently for the rest of your life. Don't dream of advancing your martial soul. Hey, it seems that Xiao's rogue rabbit loves it very much. After washing it, you two can have fun. Wang Shenmeng showed a wicked smile. As Yu Xiaogang died, the spiritual world shattered and he immediately broke away. Chapter 34 Devour. In the real world, Yu Xiaogang, who had fainted, woke up from inapplicable fear again. He felt a sharp pain in his heart and vomited blood. He became listless and looked like he was seriously injured. Wang Shenmeng turned back into a dream butterfly and floated in front of Yu Xiaogang, but he was unaware of it. Yu Xiaogang was unable to move. He seemed to be hollowed out. He lay on the bed with empty and fearful eyes and panting. He felt empty in his heart, as if he had lost something crucial. He vaguely felt that he had experienced a terrible death, as if someone had cruelly burned him to death, but the scene was unreal, as if it was a dream. He couldn't remember who that person was. He only knew that he was here to avenge himself. Thinking of the fear of being burned to ashes by the fire in a seemingly real and illusory way, Yu Xiaogang felt a wave of palpitation. Inapplicable fear and loss entangled his heart, as if he had really died once and his spirit and soul were all severely damaged. Yu Xiaogang felt uncomfortable all over and instinctively used his soul power to resist the pain, but he sensed that his martial soul had undergone an inapplicable change. My martial soul. With a look of panic on his face, he immediately summoned Luo Sanbao, and a white and fat pig beast appeared in front of the bed, but at this time Luo Sanbao seemed to have lost his soul and no longer had independent consciousness. He was stunned and did not make any LOL sounds, which was no different from the martial soul of an ordinary pig beast. How could this happen? Why did my Luo Sanbao become stupid? Yu Xiaogang's face changed terribly and he was very uneasy. Regardless of whether his neighbors could bear it, he immediately activated his soul skills and shouted the first soul skill: fart like thunder, Luo Sanbao, who can blast the sky and crack the earth. Unfortunately, this time the soul ring did not fly out from under his feet and put on Luo Sanbao as usual, and Luo Sanbao did not react at all and did not release any soul skills. Yu Xiaogang's face instantly lost color, his lips trembled and he almost bit them until they bled. The high spirit he had when he accepted a genius disciple during the day disappeared without a trace. What on earth is going on? Why does Luo Sanbao seem to have lost his spirituality all of a sudden? Yu Xiaogang's eyes were bloodshot and he almost collapsed. Suddenly he had an idea, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and he shouted softly, martial spirit possession. This time Luo Sanbao finally reacted and turned into a beam of light and flew into Yu Xiaogang's body. Yu Xiaogang's entire appearance changed immediately and he became a pig-headed bearded man. The thick sausage mouth turned into a long pig mouth with fangs sticking out, fat head, pig ears and pig nose, and a fat belly that bulged out, tearing the clothes apart. The fat meat trembled and there was a pigtail swinging back and forth behind the buttocks. The image was unbearable to look at. Yu Xiaogang didn't care about so much and quickly activated his soul skill. With a few grunts his belly swelled more and more, epondaying like a huge inflatable ball. The first soul skill farting like thunder, cracking the sky and splitting the earth with 3 cannon. His face was flushed, and after brewing for a long time he heard a thunderous roar like thunder, and a yellow smoke spurted out from the buttocks, and the whole house was immediately shrouded in foul smell. The smell floated out through the cracks in the house, and there were bursts of wailing in the nearby room. Teachers rolled their eyes and vomited filth and fainted. Not far away, Tang Hao, who was hiding in the dark, was suddenly awakened by a pungent smell. He felt that the air smelled wrong. He sniffed, and the net moment his turbid eyes suddenly widened as if he had been hit by a critical hit. He looked at the source of the smell, his face full of astonishment. He stood up and walked a few steps. The stronger smell made him retch repeatedly, and he almost vomited the overnight meal. Damn, did that waste fall into the cesspool? Why is it so smelly? No, I can't stand it. Tang Hao's face was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. He cursed angrily and ran away without a trace. In the void, the dream butterfly transformed by Wang Shenmeng watched this scene silently. As early as when Yu Xiaogang raised his butt, he quickly fled into the sky and finally avoided being poisoned for the second time. After a long time the yellow smoke gradually dissipated and the smell was finally not so strong. Wang Shenmeng held his breath and came to Yu Xiaogang's room again, only to see him lying straight on the bed, his face in pain, his eyes rolled back, his body twitching like a dying fish, and vomit flowing out of his mouth. I was actually made into this mess by my own fart. Wang Shenmeng secretly thanked himself for holding his breath. He remembered that in the original book, every time the master asked Luo Sanbao to fart, he would put on a mask in advance and run away. This time he was probably too confused to wear it. Isn't it better this way? Others' martial spirit can only release soul skills after being possessed, and they don't have independent consciousness. Only you are different. The martial spirit Luo Sanbao not only has independent consciousness but can also release soul skills without being possessed. This is a heresy. Wang Shenmeng thought to himself, abnormal people are usually not welcomed by others. I am helping you return to normal. He felt the throbbing of the spiritual power of the Holy Dragon of Light in his body and looked at Yu Xiaogang, who had turned into a pig brother with a flash of heat in his eyes. Wang Shenmeng mobilized the spirituality of the Holy Dragon of Light, and the 2 tentacles on his head inserted into Yu Xiaogang's heart, but there was no wound, as if he had inserted into nothingness. Although Yu Xiaogang was devoured by Luo Sanbao's spirituality, there was still a part of the Holy Dragon of Light in his body. At this time, under the pull of the spirituality, he rushed out of Yu Xiaogang's body and entered Wang Shenmen's body along the tentacles, merging with the Holy Dragon of Light and turning into a complete Holy Dragon origin. After an incense stick, Yu Xiaogang had fallen into a coma, and the whole person was freed from the state of possession by the martial spirit. The whole person EU'd a decadent atmosphere. Wang Shenmeng did not stay any longer and went straight back to his body. However, he noticed that not only did Tang Hao's dream disappear, but even the dream of the unknown title Douluo net door disappeared. He didn't know whether he woke up from the dream or left. Wang Shenmeng had no intention of spying at all and went straight back to his body. Suddenly a hot and huge force burst out, flowing violently in his internal force. This power is full of a bright and sacred aura. Wherever it passes, it is as warm as the spring sun, making people feel peaceful and at ease as if they are in a dream. The original power of the Holy Light Dragon quickly transformed Wang Shenmen's bones, blood and flesh. He felt as if he had been reborn, which made him feel indescribably comfortable, as if he was constantly experiencing a new life. After several hours, this strange feeling of trance gradually faded away. Wang Shenmeng regained his clarity and immediately felt that his body had undergone a great change. Chapter 35, Barrack City. The origin of the Holy Dragon of Light was not enough for Yu Xiaogang to mutate successfully, but in me, after being absorbed by the god-level martial soul, it triggered a qualitative change and became a true Holy Dragon of Light. From then on, I also possessed the characteristics of a true dragon, making up for the weaknesses of strength and defense, and even being able to perform the dragon transformation technique. Whether it was fighting or absorbing super age spirit rings, I would gain huge benefit. Wang Shenmeng silently felt the majestic power in his body, and his strong body, which was definitely not weaker than taking a fairy grass or even stronger. His soul power has soared to level 20. If it were not for the bottleneck, it might have increased more. The range of his mental power has also reached more than 40 meters. More than 40 meters may not sound like a small range, but it is not a small number. Wang Shenmeng remembered that in the original work, after Tang San absorbed the 50,000-year-old wisdom skull, his mental power materialized, but it only covered a range of more than 100 meters. Even so, Tang Hao was shocked that his mental power was not weaker than Soul Douluo. Not only that, Wang Shenmen's entire body has also changed. His height has increased again, reaching nearly 17 meters, and he looks like a boy of 11 or 12 years old. His face is still as handsome as ever, his skin is white and smooth, his eyes are bright and energetic, and his body is slender and well proportioned. In addition to the original mysterious and hazy beauty, there is a hint of bright and sacred charm. Every move was full of lightness and power, and the whole person exuded a harmonious and perfect temperament from the inside out. Wang Shenmeng did not indulge in his own beauty. He summoned his martial soul, and his appearance did not change much, but on his purple crystal-like limbs there was an extra layer of fine dragon scales with a golden and white luster on the edges. The slender and graceful butterfly body, while flying faintly, added a hint of dragon power oppression. Every move was full of mysterious and wholly powerful breath with both power and beauty. Not only was Wang Shenmeng not disappointed that he did not become a twin martial soul, but he also gained more confidence in his heart. The condition of the twin martial soul hall is that the quality of the two martial souls is similar. Mendi Wuhan directly devoured the light holy dragon Wuhan, which means that the quality of Mendi Wuhan is far higher than that of light holy dragon, and the light holy dragon is already the top martial soul, and Mendi Wuhan has undoubtedly surpassed the extreme of the human world. At this moment there is no doubt about the quality of its god-level martial soul. This dream-eating ability is really powerful. It can devour the spirituality of other people's martial souls and become their own nourishment, turning others from geniuses into waste materials. This is really terrible. If it is spread out, I am afraid that I will be labeled as an evil soul master. Fortunately, Yu Xiaogong's martial soul is originally a pig beast, and the power of the holy dragon of light is hidden very deeply. No one knows, and no one will find it if it is swallowed. Wang Shenmeng was secretly alert in his heart and decided to be very cautious in the future. This magical power is too powerful, and it is a potential threat to all geniuses and strong people. Once he posed, I don't know how many people will be afraid and hate me. However, it was a coincidence that he could devour Yu Xiaogong's holy dragon of light today. In addition to Yu Xiaogong's own poor strength, it was also because there was a huge flaw in his mind which happened to be detonated by Qian Enji, who caused all this so that he could take advantage of the opportunity. Otherwise, at this time he did not have the ability to forcibly invade the soul master's mind and devour the spirituality of the martial soul. Everything here is done. We will leave at dawn tomorrow. Wang Shenmeng felt relieved. There was really nothing worth staying in Nodding City. Even Yu Xiaogang, who was going to tip off and harm him, got a lesson. Only Tang San was left. It would not be too late to deal with him later. He had no way to deal with Tang San for the time being. With Tang Hao protecting him, he could not use any means on the surface. Even if he used the dream-entering magical power, it would not harm Tang San for the time being unless he invaded his spiritual world. But Wang Shenmeng could not invade other people's spiritual worlds at will. Even if he could, he would never enter Tang San's spiritual world. Tang San was not Yu Xiaogang. In his previous life he had created supreme hidden weapons such as Buddha's Wrath, Tang Lotus, and Guanyan's Tears. These must exist in his spiritual world and can exert their power to the extreme. For this kind of super hidden weapon that can kill title Douluo and even hurt gods, Wang Shenmeng would be dead if he encountered it now. Therefore Tang San's spiritual world was no different from a dragon's den and a tiger's lair for him. At least before Soul Saint he did not have the confidence to deal with it. As soon as it was dawn the next day, Wang Shenmeng set off without hesitation and even did not say goodbye to old Jack. He did not have any specific goal. As long as he was not in Nodding City, no one would know him and no one would know about the relationship between him and Prince Shuang. The world is so big, as long as he was cautious and low-key there was no place he could not go. However, his cultivation level soared to level 20 and he needed to attach a second soul ring, but he was quite hesitant in his heart. After all, it had been less than a month since he attached the first soul ring and his cultivation level suddenly soared to level 20, which was too eye-catching, especially when he saw the dream of the strange title Douluo again. Not long after, he vaguely realized that the other party might be following him as if observing and protecting him. Although he seemed to be kind, he was still unwilling to show off. He had some guesses about the identity of the title Douluo, but since the other party did not take the initiative to meet him, he pretended not to know and maintained the status quo for the time being. As for the inability to attach the second soul ring, although it cannot be upgraded immediately, the soul power cultivated can be accumulated. After attaching the second soul ring, it will be fed back all at once, greatly improving the soul power level. Therefore, it is not unacceptable not to break through the bottleneck for the time being. It is just right to use this period of time to get familiar with the surging power, consolidate the foundation, and practice the purple extreme demon pupil. Regarding Regarding this pupil technique, it can only enhance vision. Although it is of certain help in combat, it is not that powerful. He has a strong mental power. Combined with this pupil technique, there is a lot of potential to be tapped. Wang Shenmeng also has some ideas about this. It is just right to study it carefully during this period of time. If he is lucky, he may get an extremely powerful self-created soul skill. In addition, the mysterious jade hand can also go a step further. With the ability of dragonization, it can only dragonize one palm at present, which can be combined with the mysterious jade hand to make this hand more indestructible. Wang Shenmeng stopped and walked along the way just to increase his knowledge. He traveled to several cities. After more than a month, he came to Barak City, the capital of the Barak Kingdom, to stay temporarily. He disguised himself many times along the way and misled people repeatedly. After several observations, he did not see anyone chasing him. He knew that Yu Xiaogong's tip-off had either failed or Prince Xueying did not take him seriously. Chapter 36 Yu Xiaogang regroup. The chapter I sent in the morning was wrong. It was actually a draft. The second half was originally revised and developed. I didn't expect it to be wrong. I deleted the second half and revised it and sent it again. Please forgive me if you have read it. Nodding college. The day Wang Shenmeng left, Yu Xiaogang locked himself in the room and refused to come out. They didn't eat for 3 days. Tang San was as uneasy as an ant on a hot pot. He didn't know what happened to the teacher. If he couldn't hear the teacher's hoarse voice through the door, he would have thought that the teacher was killed. He originally wanted to ask Yu Xiaogong's neighbors, but unexpectedly these people were poisoned and were still recuperating. They also made a tearful accusation against Yu Xiaogang. Even the people living net to his dormitory avoided him like snake and scorpion. They said that the master's farts were like thunder, smelly and poisonous. They couldn't stand it. They would rather go home to recuperate or even pay for a hotel rather than live in a free dormitory and be neighbors with the master. They also said that if the new housing problem was not solved, they would resign. Either let the master go or let them go, or reassign them a dormitory as long as they were far away from the master. The dean of the college was very angry. The master was his friend and the son of the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The dean had been supporting him for 20 years for free just to maintain this relationship. Such a large cost was invested, so it was naturally impossible to drive the master away now. However, those teachers are important teaching staff of the college and their actual role is much greater than Yu Xiaogang. It's okay for one person to resign, but so many people resign collectively, so no one can agree to it, otherwise Notting College will be paralyzed immediately. It's just that it will cost a lot of money to build a new dormitory and the dean is reluctant to spend it. He was caught in a dilemma for a while, secretly blaming Yu Xiaogang for making trouble out of nothing. After Tang San learned about it, he was furious. These so-called teachers who were like useless snacks were only in their teens and 20s at the age of several decades. Such trash dared to despise their own teachers, which was simply a way to die. Just when Tang San couldn't help but want to break in, Yu Xiaogang finally came out. After seeing Yu Xiaogang, Tang San couldn't believe his eyes. Was this person in front of him his teacher? The face seemed to be 10 years older. The whole person was extremely decadent. The clothes were messy, the hair was unkempt, the face was greasy, and the body exuded a disgusting smell. He almost didn't dare to recognize him for a while. He continued to practice Xian Gong and used the ability of turtle breathing to block out the pungent smell while asking, "Teacher, what happened to you?" After seeing Tang San, his beloved disciple, Yu Xiaogong's empty eyes flashed with a light and he finally cheered up slowly. His decadent temperament dissipated a little and he regained a little confidence and pride, and his voice was hoarse. "Teacher is fine, just thinking about some theoretical problems behind closed doors and forgetting to eat and sleep. You don't have to worry." Tang San stood in awe. Teacher has reached the point of risking his life to study the theory of soul masters. This spirit of persistence in knowledge and truth makes disciples admire. Those who laugh at you, how can they know your dedication and greatness? In my eyes they are not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Yu Xiaogong's lips trembled and his smile was very forced. He uttered a few dry words. "As long as I can cultivate Yu Xiao-san, I will have no regrets in my life. Even if I suffer more, even if I die of exhaustion, what does it matter? Teacher, thank you." Tang San's eyes were moist and he felt the fatherly care again, which made him almost cry. This is his teacher who is sincere to him. Once a teacher, always a father. The teacher is already one of the most important people in my mind. If I reach the peak of the soul world in the future, there will always be a place for the teacher by my side. Yu Xiaogang smiled with relief and his heart suddenly became excited again. Yes, I still have the extremely talented disciple Tang San. My future is still bright. Even if Luo Sanbao is inapplicably useless, so what? It was originally a useless martial spirit. How much more useless can it be? As for the ugly image of the martial spirit possession and the disgusting use of soul skills, the worst thing is that I will not use it in front of people in the future. Anyway, I rely on knowledge and wisdom wisdom to make a living and never rely on appearance and strength to make a living. As long as I become successful in the future, who dares to use this to laugh at me? Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogong's heart, which was on the verge of collapse, was cheered up again, and his numb and empty eyes also had some life. He unconsciously raised his head and chest and said lightly, Xiao-san, you came to see me, what's the matter? Tang San also smiled happily, and the teacher, who was deep wise and always calm in his mind, was back again. He replied, Teacher, I just care about you. By the way, I want to ask, have you sent out the letter? Yu Xiaogang was stunned. He was so busy with shame and grief these days that he couldn't care about anything else. I have been concentrating on thinking about how to teach you according to your aptitude these days, and I forgot about this matter. But it's not too late to write it now. Yu Xiaogang waved his hand and took Tang San into the room. The room was in a mess and the lingering odor was simply unbearable. Tang San had been holding his breath for so long that he could no longer continue. As soon as he took a breath, his eyes rolled back and his throat itched and he almost vomited on the spot. Shua! A figure flashed. Tang San swore that since his rebirth his ghost shadow step had never been so extraordinary. When he ran outside and took a few deep breaths of fresh air, he showed an impression of surviving a disaster. Teacher is so great. He actually endured 3 days for me in such a pigsty-like environment. How can I repay this hard work and dedication? Tang San was deeply moved, but thinking of his disgusted behavior just now, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He hurriedly shouted to the house in the distance, Teacher, I remember that I have something else to deal with. I'm leaving first. Yu Xiaogong's face froze. He had been in the room for a long time and was no longer sensitive to the smell. He never thought that his beloved disciple would be so disrespectful, as if his room was a toilet. He pretended to be calm and replied, Go and do your own thing. I don't need your help here. Tang San was as if he had been pardoned. He was really afraid that his teacher would call him into the room again. He fled in a hurry after hearing the word. Yu Xiaogang wrote a letter to Prince Xueying in a dirty and messy bedroom, then simply washed it and sent the letter out through the Nodding Academy's letter delivery channel. Unexpectedly, the dean, who had been secretly paying attention to him, knew about it. He took a look secretly and saw that it was a letter of denunciation to Prince Xueying. His face changed immediately and he burned the letter. I compromised for the sake of Nodding Academy and dared not recruit Prince Xueying's enemy. I even gave up a local genius for this. But this does not mean that I will help Prince Xueying to do evil and deal with an 8-year-old child, the dean said silently, in his heart somewhat dissatisfied with Yu Xiaogong's behavior of secretly informing on him. He remembered that Yu Xiaogang was still looking for that child not long ago and wanted to accept him as his apprentice. Unexpectedly, when Prince Xueying was involved, his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Not only did he not accept his apprentice, but he also wanted to add insult to injury. This made the dean secretly despise him, but after 20 years of getting along, he also understood Yu Xiaogang, so he was not too surprised. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San knew nothing about this and were still waiting for a reply with great expectation, but there was no news for several months. They were very puzzled and secretly cursed Prince Xueying. Chapter 37 Alien Beast Academy. Barak City. As the capital of the Barak Kingdom, it is considered to be one of the largest cities in the southern border of the Heavenly Do Empire. It has a population of several million, is very prosperous, and is the largest city that Wang Shenmeng has seen since he came to the Douluo continent. Barak City is also the city with the most soul masters in the Barak Kingdom. Low-level soul masters are not uncommon, and there are also many high-level soul masters, and there are also soul Douluo level strongmen. When Wang Shenmeng accidentally learned that there was a high-level soul master academy called the Alien Beast Academy outside the city, his heart moved lightly and he had a tentative thought. Since he felt the pressure from Prince Xueying and knew that there was a titled Douluo around him, he had already realized that he actually didn't have many choices. However, before a complete showdown, he decided to try to contact some major forces in the Heavenly Do Empire to see how the powerful people in the Heavenly Do Empire treat him. Even if he would eventually join the Spirit Hall, he could still figure out how these old and powerful forces in the Tiandu Empire viewed the feud between him and Prince Xueying. Would they all stand on the side of the Tiandu royal family and make things difficult for him? This was also about knowing oneself and the enemy. In the future, he would inevitably confront the Tiandu Empire. Knowing more about the ideas of the various forces in their country would be helpful for future action. Let's use the school of Eotic Beast to test it. With His Majesty hiding by my side, there will be no problem with safety, and there is no need to be afraid of the peerless dragon snake couple. In the past few days, Wang Shenmeng had dreams every night. He saw the dream net door again, which was as bright as the sun but with a gloomy ghost aura. So far he was completely sure that the other party had been hiding by his side, and he was almost sure of the other party's identity and purpose. It seems that the time for the showdown of Ghost Douluo of the Spirit Hall is coming soon. If I hit a wall this time he should be very happy to see it and may continue to hide for a while, but if any force dares to accept me his majesty will jump out to stop it immediately. Wang Shenmeng is very confident in his talent. Except for the Qian family with the inheritance of the angel god, it is difficult for a god-level spirit to appear in thousands of years. Everyone that appears is at least qualified to be an extreme Douluo. There is hope for demigod and even god. As for super Douluo, it is almost possible to achieve it by lying down. As long as the high-level leaders of the spirit hall are not blind, it is impossible not to recruit such a future peerless strongman into their own camp. Otherwise, if he is obtained by the upper three sect, he will be beaten to death in the future. In the era when the three major forces of sea, land and air coexist, if the spirit hall did not have an invincible extreme Douluo Qian Daoliu sitting in charge, it would probably have been beaten to death by the Haoshan sect. The Haoshan sect is similar. Tang Chen, who was invincible on land, disappeared for decades, but just because his death was not confirmed, the spirit hall did not dare to force the Haoshan sect too much. This is the strategic deterrence of an extreme Douluo, which is roughly equivalent to the nuclear bomb on Earth. Killing an ordinary title Douluo is no different from killing a chicken. Wang Shenmeng guessed that the reason why the spirit hall did not directly and roughly coerce and lure him to join was probably because he had refused twice and seemed very resistant. They did not want to force him to submit by coercion. After all, they were cultivating future strong men, not enemies. The more talented the genius, the more cautious they should be, and they cannot be compared with ordinary geniuses. Otherwise, if they harbor resentment, they will not have a sense of belonging and loyalty. This is not cultivating strong men but cultivating enemies. Bibi Dong is a living example. Because of her hatred for the spirit hall and the Qian family, she destroyed the spirit hall, which had been passed down for 10,000 years. This is the horror of a super strong man with hatred, and people cannot help but be cautious. Therefore, the high-level officials of the spirit hall obviously hope that I can join them willingly or even take the initiative so that I can have a sense of belonging, but all the premise is that I cannot join other forces, otherwise I would rather use force or even destroy myself. The school of audiobookseries is located outside the capital of the Barak Kingdom. Barak City, covering an area of it, is spacious with gorgeous buildings and a simulated training environment. It is the only two high-level Soul Master academies in the Barak Kingdom. On this day, Wang Shenmeng came to the Alien Beast Academy and told him that he was only 8 years old and had reached level 16. He was immediately led to a living room, served a cup of tea and waited quietly. The level of level 16 Soul Master is of course fake. In fact, it is already level 20, but as long as there is no special test, the soul power difference between low-level Soul Masters can't be seen by others. As long as he doesn't say it, it is difficult for others to detect. Wang Shenmen's study is just an EQs. After browsing Yu Xiaogong's memory, he has a very rich basic knowledge of the Soul Master world and does not need to study in the academy. There are many reasons for choosing the Alien Beast Academy as the test target. First, he happened to be in Barak City and the Alien Beast Academy is close at hand. Secondly, the peerless dragon snake couple is strong enough. Their martial soul fusion skills can compete with titled Douluo for a short time. They are invincible under titled Douluo. In addition to the power of their family, their power should not be underestimated. They are a very prestigious force under the top 3 sect. Even the Tiandu royal family will give them some face. They may not be afraid of Prince Shuiying. Their attitude is very representative. After all, he only has a grudge against Prince Shuiying. If his backers are strong enough and his own strength is strong enough, Emperor Shuiya may not protect Prince Shuiying to death. It is not surprising that he chooses to sacrifice Prince Shuiying. For a political animal like Emperor Shuiya, power and interest always come first. When necessary, let alone his own brother, his own son and father will be sacrificed without hesitation. If the peerless dragon snake couple can withstand the pressure of the Tiandu royal family and are willing to accept Wang Shenmeng, it means that they have no loyalty to the Tiandu royal family. Based on this, the major senior colleges in the empire are also similar and they can be won over in the future. Of course, even if the peerless dragon and snake couple dared to accept him, Wang Shenmeng knew in his heart that he had no other way except the spirit hall, although the prospects of this road were very unclear and it was quite like joining a certain regular army in 1949. From the original work, Bibi Dong was really a pit. If you stand in the same camp with her, there are only 2 ways to get out of it and not be dragged down by her. One is to find a way to stop her from going crazy. The second is to improve your strength to the god level before she goes crazy. But even so, it is not safe. If you stand on the opposite side of Shura God and Sea God, those 2 shameless crazy cheats for the opponent, or even go down in person, then even God can't stand it unless you become a god king. Besides, these 2 methods are extremely difficult in themselves. Bibi Dong's madness is likely to be the black hand of God, and Wang Shenmeng doesn't think he has any way to crack it. As for becoming a a god king in less than 20 years. This difficulty is greater than the first one. Wang Shenmeng still has confidence that he can eventually become a god, but he really has no confidence in becoming a god king in 20 years. Therefore, if he had a choice, he really didn't want to get involved with Bibi Dong, but things are unpredictable. Since the situation has developed to this point, he had to bite the bullet and face the challenge. In the Alien Beast Academy, it was heard that a boy who was over 8 years old and had reached level 16 came to study, and even the Dragon Lord Meng Shu was alarmed. This is definitely a genius. He awakened his martial soul at the age of SI and reached level 16 in 2 years. His innate soul power is at least level 8. His talent is stronger than that of his granddaughter Meng Yuran. He couldn't help but pay attention to him. After all, the Alien Beast Academy is not a top-level institution. Although he is Soul, Douluo is in charge and has the support of the Barak Kingdom. The rule of only accepting Alien Beast martial souls restricts a large number of soul masters who come to study. At least weapon martial souls are ecluded, and plant martial souls also belong to weapon martial souls. This makes it impossible for the Alien Beast Academy to recruit enough good seedlings, and naturally it has not been able to cultivate powerful students. The Soul Master competition held every 5 years is always a soy sauce. It was not easy to find a genius to study, and his spirit also met the requirements for admission. Meng Shu attached great importance to him and decided to personally assess him. If his talent was really that good, even if some concessions were made, he would have to accept this outstanding young genius into the academy. Maybe he could get good results in the NET Soul Master competition. 8 years later, in the living room, Wang Shenmeng saw the famous dragon snake couple in the Barak Kingdom and their granddaughter Meng Yuran. The dragon snake couple looked like old men in their SI ties with silver hair, but they were vigorous and ruddy. Just sitting there, they had a powerful aura. Meng Yuran, who stood beside them, was a girl of 11 or 12 years old. She was very beautiful. She was wearing a neat outfit that tightly covered her well-developed figure. She looked at Wang Shenmeng with a pair of big dark brown eyes with a little curiosity. Occasionally, when they looked at each other, a layer of blush would always appear on her fair cheek. Dragon Lord Meng Shu looked at the young man in front of him with a tall figure and handsome appearance. The eyes are lively and clear, and there seems to be a layer of mist in the vagueness with a kind of hazy and dreamy beauty, and inadvertently exudes a sacred and noble temperament which makes people can't help but feel good about it. Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianyang looked at each other, and they saw admiration in each other's eyes. It was the first time they had seen a young man with such outstanding appearance and temperament in their SI ties. Before this, they didn't even believe that there was such a special color in the world, and they couldn't help but like him a little more. "My friend, you want to study in our Audiobook Beast Academy? Of course we welcome you, but the necessary assessment still needs to be carried out so that we can know your strength and teach you according to your aptitude," Meng Shu said with a smile, and his words were impeccable. Wang Shenmeng naturally had no objection. The academy is not a charity. If you don't show your extraordinary qualities, why would others accept you? He nodded and said, "Don't worry, Senior Long Gong. I am willing to try my best." Meng Shu nodded with satisfaction. "Let my granddaughter Yuran compete with you. Although she is 2 years older than you, her level is only 1 level higher than yours, a 17th level Soul Master. As long as you can persist for 1 stick of incense without being defeated, you will pass the test." Chapter 38. The 38 Palm, the Infinite Demon Eye. Wang Shenmeng naturally had no objection to the test condition. This test is not difficult, nor is it easy. Meng Yuran is also a genius with an innate soul power of about SI or 7 levels. If it were a soul master with less outstanding talent, 1 level lower, facing a little genius like Meng Yuran, he might not be able to persist for 1 stick of incense. Since Wang Shenmeng is a genius, he certainly cannot be treated as an ordinary person. Therefore, if Meng Yuran cannot even last for 1 stick of incense, then this genius is not good enough, at least not a top genius. In short, although Meng Yuran's talent is not the watershed between geniuses and ordinary soul masters, she can only be considered an ordinary genius, probably similar to Zhu Zuking, but not as hard-working as the other. At the same age, people who are not as good as Meng Yuran are not qualified to be called geniuses. At most, they are considered good. Wang Shenmeng naturally would not be afraid of Meng Yuran. Even if she had 10 levels of soul power, it would not be enough for him to beat her with 1 hand. Not to mention lasting for 1 stick of incense, he could kill her in 1 shot, so he was very calm. He looked gentle and bowed to Meng Yuran, saying, "I am Wang Shenmeng. My martial soul is the 7-colored illusion heart butterfly, and I am a level 16 control type combat soul master. Please teach me, Miss Meng." Meng Yuran blinked her big watery eyes and replied generously, "My name is Meng Yuran. My martial soul is the snake staff, and I am a level 17 agility attack combat soul master. Please teach me." While they were talking, they both activated their martial souls at the same time, and a yellow soul ring rose under their feet. Meng Yuran's soul ring was not too strong. Judging from from the color, the yellow color was not strong and it was at most 200 or 300 years old, but it was still an excellent configuration. Most civilian soul masters have a first soul ring of 10 years. Even if there are 100 years old, most of them are 100 or 200 years old. Even in the big forces, 300 or 400 years old is already very rare. Wang Shenmen's soul ring is extremely strong in yellow and it is very old at first glance, at least more than 500 years old, emitting strong soul power fluctuations which made Meng Yuren open his eyes wide in an instant, open his mouth slightly and reveal a look of shock. Even the couple Long Gong and Shipo could not help but look at each other. This was an extremely rare soul ring that could be absorbed beyond the age limit. The young man in front of them was indeed a rare genius. With this first soul ring he could enter the school of Eodic Beast without even having to take the test. In fact, Wang Shenmen's soul ring age was about 800 years old. If it was more, it would have turned purple. If he had not stripped off the holy flame of light and did not let the fire-eating divine mark absorb it, his soul ring age would have exceeded 1,000 years. The two beautiful butterfly wings behind Wang Shenmeng spread out and colorful lights lingered, emitting a dreamlike beautiful brilliance. The mysterious and noble aura moved invisibly with an indescribable beauty. Meng Yuren held a 2-meter-long snake staff and stared at it for a while. Suddenly the snake staff she held tightly shook slightly. She felt the pressure of the upper martial soul in the dark, but the beast martial soul was not so obvious on the weapon martial soul, so the feeling was not strong, but it was enough to make her heart tremble. Although the snake staff was only a high-level martial soul, even the dragon staff of the top martial soul did not give him this feeling. The first time she encountered suppression in the martial soul, she was a little at a loss. Meng Yuren couldn't help but look at Wang Shenmen's martial soul again and inadvertently looked into his beautiful and mysterious eyes. Wang Shenmen's eyes were suddenly bright and the colorful light flowed and intertwined, emitting invisible spiritual power fluctuations. There were two colorful vortices in his eyes, attracting people to indulge in it. Suddenly it seemed that there was a powerful force that made Meng Yuren unable to help sinking. His brain was blank for a moment. He couldn't think of anything and he didn't want to think about it. He didn't know who he was or what he was going to do. His thoughts seemed to condense and the whole person was stunned there. If it was on the battlefield, this sudden daze would be enough to determine life and death, but when sparring with each other, Wang Shenmeng would naturally not be unethical. He just wanted to test the new soul skills he had created during this period of time. The result was very gratifying. He controlled Meng Yuren in just one move, leaving her without the slightest resistance. In the past 2 months, Wang Shenmeng has been trying to control the dream power naturally emitted by the butterfly martial soul and finally condensed it all in his eyes, combining it with the pupil power of the purple extreme demon pupil. This made his purple extreme demon pupil become an extremely powerful pupil technique. In addition to the original vertical and microscopic abilities of the purple extreme demon pupil, it also derived a terrible dream power. People with less mental power than him would be hit without even having to do anything, and people with stronger mental power than him would also be affected. This new pupil technique was named Infinite Demon Pupil by Wang Shenmeng because of its terrible magic power that could make people sing. Although there is only one word difference between it and the purple extreme demon pupil, there is an essential difference in principle and power, and his current mental power has at least reached the level of Soul Master. Meng Yuren, a small Soul Master, is of course difficult to resist. Dragon Lord Meng Shu's prescience condensed and he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. With his eyesight, of course, he could see that his granddaughter had actually lost. As long as Wang Shenmeng released a soul skill at will, Meng Yuren would have no power to fight back. What kind of little monster is this? He couldn't help but be shocked, and then he was surprised as if he had found a treasure, awakened, determined to keep this boy in the school of Eodic Beast. The colorful vort in Wang Shenmen's eyes suddenly disappeared and became black and white again. His eyes were clear and smart and he smiled and said, "Miss Meng, thank you." Meng Yuren recovered from the state of being down and recalled the scene when her mind was blank just now and she was scared. What kind of soul skill is this? Just looking at the other party's eyes, he was controlled as if his soul was trapped in it. If the other party took the opportunity to attack, he would have lost very badly now, right? Meng Yuren was a little frustrated. He didn't even have a chance to attack and he lost without any resistance. His self-esteem suffered a serious setback. "I lost. I admit that you are very powerful, but if I am given the opportunity to use my soul skills, I may not be unable to beat you," the girl said unwillingly. From childhood to adulthood, no one among her peers has ever been her opponent, but this boy who is younger than her gave her the first setback in her life, which she couldn't accept for a while. Wang Shenmeng chuckled and said, "Since Miss Meng is confident, let's compete in soul skills again, just as a mutual exchange in learning, please." Meng Yuren was stunned. His face suddenly turned from gloomy to bright and he said a little embarrassedly, "You have already defeated me once and you have passed the entrance examination. Net, we will learn from each other. No matter who wins or loses it will not affect your assessment. Dragon Lord Meng Shu immediately smiled and said, Yuren is right, you have already defeated Yuren, but it is a good thing for young people to compete and change. Let me see your soul skills. I have a hunch that you will bring me more surprises. The first soul skill, Snake Blade. Meng Yuren looked solemn, not daring to have any reservations. The soul ring under his feet lit up and the tip of the snake staff in his hand turned into a sharp curved blade, emitting a sharp and cold breath and quickly chopped down at Wang Shenmeng. P.S. The first round of recommendations will be on tomorrow. I hope that my family will support you. Thank you. Chapter 39. Meng Yuren look at the knife. First soul skill, Moth Sky Evil Fire. The soul ring under Wang Shenmen's feet suddenly glowed and the flames behind him rose into the air. A huge red moth king emerged with its wings opening and closing, fanning out a burning flame. The power of the evil fire spread with the mental power and could flow freely in any place within a radius of 40 meters. As his mind moved, it instantly turned into a fire dragon in front of Meng Yuren, coiling her inside with its fangs and claws. The scorching heat made Meng Yuren feel like she was in a furnace. She trembled in her heart and hurriedly stopped her forward momentum. She twisted her body like a snake, fleibly drilled out from the coiling of the fire dragon and continued to kill from the side. Wang Shenmeng stood still, his mental power surged like water, and as his mind flowed, the fire dragon dissipated. The net moment it turned into a huge fire moth and appeared in front of Meng Yuren with its wings spread out like a wall of fire, making it difficult for her to cross the line. Meng Yuren gritted her teeth and continued to change the direction of attack fleibly, but no matter how she changed her position, she could not get past the flame. She could not even get close to the opponent, so how could she defeat the opponent? What kind of soul skill is this? Why is it so powerful? Meng Yuren bit her teeth and was hit hard. Dragon and Snake Po were also a little surprised. This first soul skill not only has a strong flame power but also can appear anywhere at will and even change its form at will. Is this really just the first soul skill in 100 years? Alas, Yuren is not an opponent. If Wang Xiao had not given in, Yuren would have been defeated long ago. She could not escape from the first fire dragon. Snake Po sighed. With her eyesight she could naturally see that Wang Shenmeng did not use his full strength. Otherwise, as long as he greeted the flames on her granddaughter, she would not be able to resist it at all. Dragon sighed. He originally thought that his granddaughter had good talent and it was not impossible to train a soul fighter well, but compared with this little monster she was much worse. This made Lord Long feel sour. Why did such an outstanding genius belong to someone else's family? It would be great if he was born in my Longxi family. In the future he and Yuren would join hands and at least ensure the prosperity of my family for decades. Meng Shu stared at Wang Shenmeng unwillingly. The more he looked, the more he liked him. The more he liked him, the more unwilling he felt. He just hated that this young man was not his grandson. Wait, who said he can't be my grandson? Isn't a grandson-in-law also a grandson? Meng Shu's old eyes flashed and he looked at his beautiful granddaughter, narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a FO-like smile at the corner of his mouth. On the other side, after several minutes, Meng Yuren was panting with fatigue and most of his soul power was consumed. His fair face was red and the sweat on his forehead wet his hair, but Wang Shenmeng still stood there calmly without moving a step. I'm so angry. He actually looked down on me so much. Meng Yuren's eyes were full of resentment. She felt wronged and angry. But he is really strong. I am no match for him. As the little princess of the Meng family, she had never suffered any loss since she was a child, but today she was repeatedly defeated by this young man. Not to mention that the other party was younger than her, but he easily defeated her proud strength with a calm attitude. It can be said that the setbacks she had suffered in the past 10 years were not as many as those she had experienced in less than an instant of time. She was impressed by this young man and was also a little angry. She bit her pink lip and decided to use her last trick. Be careful. I have other means of attack. If you can still win, I will be convinced. Meng Yuren raised her right hand and saw the white jade ring shone with a faint luster. With a flash of light, a long cloth bag appeared in her hand. Obviously her bracelet was a soul guide. The length of the cloth bag was about 2 feet and the width was about half a foot. Meng Yuren opened her hands and the cloth strip was divided into 2 halves. When she turned the cloth strip, Wang Shenmeng clearly saw that there were many short blades of the same size and style hanging on the cloth strip. The short blades had no guard. From Wang Shenmeng's perspective, who had seen hundreds of hidden weapons, they were clearly flying knives. However, the flying knives in Meng Yuren's hands were a bit simple. Except for the 2 blood grooves, there was nothing special about them. The handle was about 3 inches long and the blade was 5 inches long. The material was good. It was shining with a faint light. Be careful, look at my flying knives. Meng Yuren shook her wrist and with a whizzing sound 2 cold lights shot out, but the target was Wang Shenmeng's shoulders. You didn't hit my weak spot, so you're not a bad person. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly, stretched out his left hand and 2 flying knives fell into his hand. He casually swung them and the two flying knives turned into a black trajectory and flew back. Suddenly they split into two arcs in the void. This is exactly the method of separation among the Tang sect hidden weapon. There were two ding-ding sounds and one of the arcs just hit the third flying knife that followed and bounced it out and hit the fourth flying knife. The fourth flying knife bounced the fifth flying knife. There were endless ding-ding-dang sounds, and in a moment there were more than a dozen flying knives on the ground. At this time the second arc passed through Meng Yuren's neck as fast as lightning flew under her ear, cut off the amethyst earring, and the blade brushed against her skin but did not hurt her at all. How is this possible? Meng Yuren was stunned. Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianyang smiled bitterly at each other. This young man had shocked them so much that they were numb. Miss Meng, do you want to compete again? Wang Shenmeng walked up to Meng Yuren, bent down, picked up the broken earring and said apologetically, I'm sorry for damaging Miss Meng's earring, but Miss Meng's flying knife skills are really extraordinary. I was overwhelmed and acted hastily. Fortunately I didn't hurt the girl. Please don't blame Miss Meng. Meng Yuren glanced at him dimly with a complicated look in her eyes and a trace of admiration in her frustration. Hearing this compliment she couldn't help but curl her lips. You don't need to say nice things to comfort me. Compared with you my flying knife skills are just trifles. I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. I lost and I was convinced. Wang Shenmeng comforted, it's just a small competition, it can't prove anything. Meng Yuren, miss, don't take it too seriously. I have tried my best but you are so good at it and still lost so easily. It's okay to admit that you are not as good as others, but I will work hard and I hope you can always be so strong. Meng Yuren clenched his fist to encourage himself and said a little embarrassedly, but your flying knife skills are really amazing. Can you give me some advice? I like flying knives very much and I practice hard for a long time every day. I think I can hit the target within 20 meters, but I am still much worse than you. Speaking of this, her mood was a little low. It was okay that her fighting spirit was not as good as the other party, and even the flying knife technique that she was proud of was crushed into slag. I really don't know where this little pervert came from. Well, no problem, it's just some force technique. If Miss Meng is interested, let's exchange and learn from each other when we have time. Wang Shenmeng nodded generously and said that it was nothing to teach Meng Yuren some basic technique. If he could make friends with Meng Shu it would be very cost effective. Dragon Lord Meng Shu came over with a smile. His eyes swept back and forth between Wang Shenmeng and Meng Yuren several times, revealing a meaningful look. Yuren, this little friend Wang has passed the assessment and will be a member of our Eotic Beast Academy in the future. You should get close to him in the future. He is new here, so you should take good care of him. Let Grandpa handle the admission procedures for him today. Meng Yuren glanced at Wang Shenmeng. His face was even more joyful and he nodded quickly, saying, then Grandpa, please handle it for him quickly. I still have a lot of questions to ask him. Meng Shu stroked his beard and smiled. There will be time for you two to spend time together in the future, so there is no need to rush. Wang Shenmeng, my granddaughter has always been arrogant. It is a good thing for her to suffer some setbacks in your hands so that she knows that there are always people better than her. She has not had many playmates since she was a child, so it is just right that you are here so you can spend more time with her in the future, and you young people have a common language. It can be seen that Yi Ran likes you very much, so you must not let her down, let alone bully Yi Ran, otherwise I will not forgive you. Grandpa, what are you talking about? There is a bit of ambiguity in the words of Long Gong Meng Shu, and Meng Yi Ran is instantly embarrassed. Her pretty face turns red and she glares at Long Gong fiercely. Chapter 40. Please show up and see your majesty. Wang Shenmeng smiled awkwardly, feeling that Long Gong wanted to match him up with someone else. This old man probably wants to win him over to their family. With his talent he is completely worthy of being their grandson-in-law. However, although Wang Shenmeng likes beautiful young ladies, he really didn't come here to pick up girls this time, but business is more important. Ahem, Senior Long Gong, before I enter the school I have something to say. If you are willing to let me enter the school after listening to me, it will not be too late to talk about it later. Meng Shu's eyes condensed and he nodded and said, you go ahead. Meng Yuren also looked at Wang Shenmeng curiously. From his serious expression he could guess that it was not a trivial matter. Wang Shenmeng said, I dare not deceive you, Senior Prince Shueying, and I have some grievances. Ordinary schools dare not get involved in this trouble. Senior Long Gong is a sole Douluo. He and Senior Shepo can compete with even title Douluo. What do you think? Prince Shueying? Dragon Gong Meng Shu frowned. His expression became serious and pondered. Although I am not afraid of him and look down on his character as a citizen of Tiandu, I don't want to offend him. What is the grudge between you and him? If the grudge is not deep, I can help you resolve it. I believe that the Tiandu royal family will still give me this face. Wang Shenmeng was silent for a moment, nodded and said, Junior understands. It seems that I have no chance with the school of Eotic Beasts after all. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I will repay you in the future. After speaking he bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Yu He, say. Long Gongmeng opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. He sighed with regret and watched Wang Shenmeng leave quietly. Meng Yuran was very uneasy and hurriedly grabbed Meng Shu's arm uneasily saying, "Grandpa, why did you let him go? Keep him, didn't he pass the test?" Snake Po Chao Tianyang held her granddaughter's hand and sighed helplessly. He is a smart child with such talent, such a mind, and so smart he will definitely be an amazing strong man in the future. It's a pity. What are you talking about? Meng Yuran looked at the back that was getting farther and farther away and her heart became more uneasy. She still wanted to learn flying knife skills from him. She had a lot to ask him. He was so mysterious and powerful. There must be a lot of stories, right? He defeated herself and she had to win back. How could she leave? Snake Po said helplessly, "Your grandfather's meaning is very simple. If it is a general grudge, we can help him resolve it. But it is obvious that the grudge between him and Prince Xueying is not just an ordinary one. It should be a deep hatred that is difficult to resolve. We can't be enemies with the Tiandu royal family. After all, our family is in Tiandu. Even if your grandfather and I are not afraid, our family can't afford the consequences of being enemies with the Tiandu royal family. And this child is very smart. He understood our attitude from your grandfather's words, so he left decisively." Meng Shu admired this as a child with backbone. "If ordinary people encounter this situation, they will probably try their best to get my protection." Or he simply said nothing and took the opportunity to get close to Yuran and waited until our granddaughter was deceived. "As long as the rice is cooked, it will be too late for us to stay out of it," the snake woman said regretfully. "It's a good child, completely worthy of our Yuran. But alas, we have a weak spot after all, and we can't take the risk of hundreds of people in the family." "Grandma," Meng Yuran shook the snake woman's arm heavily to hide her shyness, and her heart was a little complicated for a while. She didn't expect that this young man actually carried such a big hatred. Even Grandpa didn't dare to accept him. The road ahead must be difficult, right? She couldn't help but have some wild thoughts in her heart. If there were no such grudges according to Grandpa's meaning, he would definitely recruit him to join the dragon snake family, and even she and him. For a while her heart was pounding, her pretty face was flushed, and she didn't dare to think about it anymore. Meng Shu smiled and said, "Who can tell what will happen in the future? Even Prince Xueying can't cover the sky with one hand. I am very optimistic about this child." Snake woman asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Meng Shu said, "No need to do anything. Although he didn't join our college, if he has any problems in cultivation or needs to acquire any knowledge, he can come to our college and I will be generous with my advice. Even if he has a grudge against Prince Xueying, we can only provide some help in secret. As long as we don't implicitly support him and make things difficult for the Tiandu royal family, we can handle it completely." The snake woman nodded thoughtfully. "Helping him at this time is like sending charcoal in the snow. It is completely worth it to be able to make friends with a future strong man in advance, even if it means taking on some pressure from the Tiandu royal family." Coming out of the Eotic Beast Academy, Wang Shenmeng looked calm and not disappointed. After all, it was a result that had been expected long ago. If there was no expectation in his heart, there would be no disappointment. However, the attitude of the peerless dragon snake was worth pondering. They seemed to have a certain respect for the Tiandu royal family, but it was a complete joke to say how loyal they were. Otherwise, the most important thing to do at this moment was to capture him and hand him over to Prince Xueying. This was probably the attitude of all the major and medium-sized forces in the Tiandu Empire. They did not dare to completely turn against the royal family, and they did not have much loyalty. When there was no major conflict of interest, they were probably still willing to respect the rule of the Tiandu Empire, but if the interest was big enough, they would turn against it in a minute. Even among these major and medium-sized forces, as long as a titled Douluo appeared, their status would immediately be equal to that of the royal family. As long as they did not cause on the contrary, they can completely ignore the Tiandu imperial family. Therefore, the Tiandu Empire and the Tiandu imperial family cannot be completely confused. The empire is the empire of all people, soul masters, not the empire of the imperial family. Having a grudge against the imperial family does not mean having a grudge against all forces, unless the interests of the other party and the Tiandu imperial family are too intertwined and cannot be separated. For example, the Seven Treasures Glaze sect has always been flirting with the Tiandu imperial family and even invested in the NET generation of emperors. The sect master personally came out to stand up for the crown prince Xueqing He. It can be said that a lot of costs have been invested. It is very difficult to make them cut off from the Tiandu imperial family unless there is a big enough interest or an irreparable gap in strength. In the original work with the strength of the Spirit Hall, there is actually a chance to force the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to surrender. With Ning Fengzi's character, if he knew that he was fighting against the stone with an egg, it would be unlikely for him to do something that would destroy both the jade and the stone. It's a pity that Bibi Dong destroyed the other person's sect without saying a word, and the two sides directly formed a deadly feud attitude which not only made bone Douluo and sword Douluo completely turn to Tang San but also made Qian Ren Yui's 20 years of hard work go to waste. It can be said that she is a typical pitfall. This is the terrible thing about a woman who has lost her mind. Sometimes she does things without logic at all. She is more terrible than a pig teammate. Pitting the enemy is just a byproduct and pitting yourself is professional. Thinking that he is about to become a teammate of such a person, Wang Shenmeng felt helpless in his heart. He had already made up his mind that even if he joined the spirit hall he would try to stay away from this crazy woman so that when she pitted his people he would be too close and have nowhere to escape. Yes, Wang Shenmeng has decided to join the spirit hall. Since it is already a destined result, what's the point of struggling a few more times? Besides, he was also very aggrieved in his heart. He was very dissatisfied with the Tiandi royal family. He decided to do something to vent his anger after joining the spirit hall to offset the threat of Prince Shui Ying. Well, first kill the Blood Star Avalanche and see what hope you have for Shui yet. When Qian Ren Yui succeeds in stealing the country, you the Tiandi royal family will eat dust. And bring me the national treasure the Han Hai can cover. Tang San wants to become the sea god. Did you ask me first? After muttering to himself after returning to the rented cottage, Wang Shenmeng took a deep breath and decided to show his card. He bowed to the void and said, Your Majesty, the titled Douluo, please come out and see me. It was quiet without any movement. Wang Shenmen's presence did not change. He stood respectfully and waited quietly. After a while a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. This shadow seemed to have been there and it seemed to come from somewhere suddenly. Even if it appeared in front of him it was still subconsciously ignored. Wang Shenmen's eyes fell on the black shadow as if the light and senses were distorted. The figure was hazy and blurred. It was vaguely seen that it was a middle-aged man in a black robe with a cold presence and calm eyes. He used a gloomy ghost aura and the whole person seemed to be half human and half ghost. Chapter 41 Ghost Douluo. Wang Shenmeng didn't look at him for long. His presence was respectful. Wang Shenmeng has seen His Majesty the titled Douluo. The black shadow's tone was calm and indifferent as if he had no human emotions. Not bad, little ghost, you can actually find my instant. Tell me, how long have you found it? Wang Shenmeng thought about it and answered truthfully, when I was in Notting City I found His Majesty's instance, but I just thought he was passing by. After I left Notting City I later found His Majesty's traces and I was not sure whether he came for me. It was not until I came to Barrack City and found His Majesty by my side again that I finally confirmed that His Majesty came for me. The black shadow claimed softly and was silent for a moment. He didn't ask him how he found it but praised him. You are very good, better than I thought. With your intelligence I believe you have guessed my origin, since you have been pretending to be confused before but now you call me out. Have you finally made a decision? Yes, the Tiandu Empire can no longer accommodate my growth, so I decided to join the Spirit Hall. Your Majesty should come for this, right? The black shadow said lightly. You are right, I did come for you. You are the second most talented child I have ever seen. No, your talent is not even worse than hers. A genius like you is not worth paying too much attention to. Since we in the Spirit Hall know your instance, we will never turn a blind eye to it, let alone allow you to join any of our hostile forces. There is something unfinished in the black shadow's word, but both of them know the meaning, but they didn't say it out loud. After all, it's not a good thing. Wang Shenmeng silently complained in his heart, if you really can't get it you will destroy it, right? It's like some villain male and female supporting roles who can't get the love. However, this is the usual style of the big forces. If I can't get it then it's better not to get it. If someone gets it, if conditions permit, it should be destroyed secretly as much as possible. Of course, if the high level of the Spirit Hall didn't know that Wang Shenmeng had a suspected god level spirit, it wouldn't have been like this. A simple genius with full innate spirit power is not worth their attention to this E10. There are more than 10 titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall, including those with full innate spirit power, and there are 2 peerless masters, Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong. It's no big deal to have one more or one less titled Douluo. Only geniuses who are considered to be almost certain to become Etreem Douluo will be given great attention. The rest of the so-called geniuses, even Hu Lina, Bibi Dong's direct disciple, could not get the close protection of the titled Douluo before she was named a saint. When Wang Shenmeng was in Notting City, except for the full innate spirit power, the rest of his talents were not revealed. Even the person who knew that he absorbed the 100-year spirit ring was only Ma Xiaonyo, the head of the Spirit Hall. He had never shown anyone his other powerful talents except his innate spirit power. He even hunted spirit beasts alone because he didn't want to be too outstanding so as not to attract attention and be killed in advance by some unscrupulous sect slave. Facts have proved that he was indeed not taken too seriously at that time. At least a certain sect slave didn't think much of him. His talent was indeed far inferior to that of Tang San, who had twin spirit. Maybe he was a stepping stone reserved by a sect slave for his son waiting to take off on his head in the future. Ghost Douluo didn't explain who she was and continued, and the reason why I haven't shown up is that I know these forces will never accept you. After you hit a wall many times you will naturally come to our spirit hall. Okay, I'm flattered. Thank you for the attention of the spirit hall, Wang Shenmeng said in a readaloud tone, and he made up his mind after he was relieved his heart was at peace. His future goal was to cultivate and avenge himself to become a god and suppress Tang San. Anyway, he couldn't let him be as prosperous as in the original book and turn Douluo continent into Tang's continent. In addition, he would see if the female pope could be saved and try to prevent her from going crazy and harming others and herself. Wang Shenmeng guessed the identity of this person but pretended not to know. May I ask what your name is? The Black Shadow said lightly. You can call me Ghost Elder. Wang Shenmeng asked curiously. Well, Ghost Elder, are we going to Wuhan City now? Ghost Douluo said, don't be too uneasy. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later, it depends on your intention. Go to Wuhan City to meet the Pope before the end of the year. He added, she thinks highly of you. Wang Shenmen's press Zion Rela ed. This Ghost Douluo seemed to be the protector assigned to him by the Pope's palace. He really thinks highly of himself. From this we can also conclude that Bibi Dong should not be really crazy now. At least she has no plan to destroy the spirit hall at this time, otherwise she would not care about any genius at all. Anyway, it will be destroyed, so why cultivate the NET generation? In a few years her heart will be completely eroded by darkness, and the only light of salvation, Yu Xiaogang, will be gradually fading away, and she will be exhausted and say that she is tired. Let it all be destroyed. She will be completely eroded by darkness. However, what he doesn't know is that Bibi Dong attaches so much importance to him to a large extent. She believes in her intuition and thinks that Wang Shenmeng has an extraordinary meaning to her and may even be related to her own destiny. As for his good talent, valuing his potential and future, it is a secondary reason. After Wang Shenmeng had a bottom line in his heart, he was more Rela-ed. Brother now has someone to follow him, and there is a level 95 super Douluo around him. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid, he can basically walk sideways. This is the benefit of having an organization. As long as you show your value and potential, your status and treatment will immediately rise, and you won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. It's much better than struggling to survive by yourself. Of course, everything has two sides. Enjoying the power and benefits of the organization also brings the responsibility and obligation to safeguard the interests of the organization. This is the most basic principle of equal rights and responsibilities. Wang Shenmeng has now boarded the ship of the Spirit Hall, and he is willing to do so, and he is already enjoying the benefit. If the Spirit Hall is destroyed in the future and he is liquidated, there is nothing to complain or regret. Wang Shenmeng showed a look of admiration. I have also admired His Holiness the Pope for a long time. It is my dream to meet His Holiness the Pope, but since we are not in a hurry for a day or two, let's not rush to go. Just treat it as traveling outside to gain experience. Whatever you want. Ghost Douluo had no opinion. It was the same for him to be anywhere. After seeing Wang Shenmeng, he disappeared again. Wang Shenmeng carefully used his mental power to perceive, but he felt nothing. He shook his head secretly. The gap between him and the titled Douluo realm was so huge. If it were not for the secret channel of dreams, it would be impossible for him to detect them. Not long after, Meng Yuran came over under the pretext of asking for advice on flying knife technique, and expressed regret and indignation that Wang Shenmeng could not enter the school of audiobookseries. My grandfather said that although it is not convenient to directly recruit you to the school, if you have any difficulties in cultivation you can ask him for advice. Even helping to obtain spirit rings is no problem. Meng Yuran told Wang Shenmeng this good news with great expectation, hoping to comfort his injured heart. Her beautiful big eyes showed indignation. My grandfather said that with the obstruction of Prince Shueting it is difficult for you to find a good school. Why don't you stay in Barrack City? My grandfather can guide you in cultivation. I can help you find any knowledge you need. Wang Shenmeng smiled secretly in his heart. Lord Long was preparing to make some investments in him. It seemed that he was still very optimistic about him. Of course, this would not make him angry. They all think like adults, and they don't think that the world revolves around them. If you have no relatives or friends, why should you ask others to take risk for you and sacrifice the interests of the family? It is good to be able to provide timely assistance even if it is not actually useful, but Wang Shenmeng also accept this kindness. In the Douluo setting, levels 91 to 94 are ordinary Douluo, levels 95 to 98 are super Douluo, level 99 is extreme Douluo, more than 99 and less than 100 are demigod, and level 100 is priest. Chapter 42 Departure. Thank Senior Longgong for my kindness, but I'm afraid I can't stay in Barrack City for long. Ah, you are leaving? Meng Yuran showed disappointment on her face, biting her lower lip, and asked unwillingly, where are you going? Wang Shenmeng thought about it. There was nothing to hide and said, I am going to join the Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall? Meng Yuran opened her mouth slightly, exclaimed, and and then nodded in understanding. Since the Heaven Do Empire can't accommodate you, joining the Spirit Hall is also good. With your talent you will definitely be in the Spirit Hall. You can live well. Congratulations. She said congratulations and was indeed happy for him, but she felt a little disappointed in her heart and said faintly, when are you leaving? Wang Shenmeng said, let's go in a few days. I promised Miss Meng that I would change flying knife skills. I can't break my promise. Meng Yuren's face immediately showed joy and she said a little embarrassedly, my grandfather didn't accept you into the academy. Thank you for remembering. She knew in her heart that although they were changing flying knife skills, her pitiful flying knife skills were nothing compared to Wang Shenmen's. It is worth mentioning that although it is called communication, it is actually him teaching her. However, since the school of Eotic Beast was unwilling to accept Wang Shenmeng, Meng Yuren was too embarrassed to mention it again. After all, his flying knife skills were amazing. How could she let him teach her for free? Originally she did not come here to learn flying knives but just wanted to convey her grandfather's attitude, but she did not expect that he would remember the small promise at this frustrated moment and was willing to selflessly teach her his unique skills, which made her feel a little touched. He is so kind, but it's a pity. Prince Xueying is so hateful, why bully him? Meng Yuren felt unfair for Wang Shenmeng. He was so outstanding and powerful, but fate did not favor him and he was persecuted by the powerful. What kind of world is this? In the few days, Meng Yuren came to Wang Shenmeng every day. In addition to learning hidden weapon technique, he also changed some cultivation experiences and traveled around. There are still many fun places in Barrack City. Half a month later, Wang Shenmeng left Barrack City. Meng Yuren came to see him off, feeling a little down and reluctant to leave. Wang Shenmeng didn't feel much. His body was too young, and even if the young lady was around, he couldn't do anything. It would only add to his troubles. On the contrary, the young lady was too clingy and seriously affected his cultivation. It was a good thing to leave early. Take care and come back if you are destined to. Wang Shenmen's eyebrows and eyes were slightly smiling without any sadness of parting. He waved to Meng Yuren, turned around and strode away and didn't look back until his back disappeared. A few months later, Wang Shenmeng went to Soto City, another big city in the Barrack Kingdom, and then practiced during the day and participated in some fighting spirits from time to time to hone his combat experience. Every night he practiced in the city with the dream-eating magic power and unknowingly gradually revealed his cultivation to level 20. Although it was several months apart, it was still an extremely shocking cultivation speed. He almost reached a level in less than a month and his foundation was not unstable at all. There is absolutely no other soul master on the continent who can do it. Although the soul master's cultivation speed is the fastest in the first few realms, there is a limit to how fast it is. Even the top genius can only upgrade 4 or 5 levels a year at most. No one has ever upgraded like him. Even the ghost elder hiding in the dark couldn't help but doubt his eyes. After the news was passed back to Wuhan City, it naturally caused some shock. More elders knew that Wuhan Hall had recruited a peerless genius whose talent could rival Qian Ren Yui, the little princess of the Qian family. Even Qian Daoliu pressed his concern. Wang Shenmeng has not yet arrived at Wuhan Hall, but his name has been circulated among the high-level officials of Wuhan Hall, and even the elders of the worship hall occasionally discuss it. Level 20. It's time to add the second soul ring. This time we will go to the Xingda Great Forest. Wang Shenmeng felt the surge of soul power in his body. Under the bottleneck he couldn't upgrade, but the soul power was compressed and condensed. Once the bottleneck was broken, there would be a big explosion. He felt a faint sense of satisfaction in his heart. In this way he could feel the feeling of progress every moment, which always made people full of motivation for cultivation. It's less than 500 kilometers from Soto City to the Xingda Great Forest, and it will be there soon. Then we will go to Wuhan City and we should be able to see the Pope before the new year. Wang Shenmeng stood by the window of the hotel room and looked up at the sky. The heavy snow kept falling and the ground was covered with silver. There were almost no pedestrians. The new year is coming soon. I have been in this world for more than half a year. I will be 9 years old after the new year. Unfortunately, I have no family in this world. It doesn't matter whether I celebrate the new year or not. Wang Shenmeng looked at the empty land and felt a little lonely for the first time in a long time. He wanted to grow up quickly so that he could play with the little sisters earlier. With the company of the little sisters he would not be alone and no one cared about him. He was like a rootless duckweed. After a long time he lacked enthusiasm and sense of belonging to life and the world. The morning, Wang Shenmeng wandered around Soto City. Half an hour later he came to a store. The storefront was not big, but the sign hanging on the store was different. There is a circular mark on the signboard with several special symbols on it. Ordinary people may not understand the meaning of these symbols, but Wang Shenmeng knows it because those marks put together represent the Spirit Hall. They are a sword, a hammer and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Re. The 3 marks appear together on the signboard of a store, which means that that this store has been verified by the Spirit Hall and is a Soul Master's store. The door of the store is open. Wang Shenmeng walked in. It looks a little dim inside. There is a special energy fluctuation which is due to the soul guide hanging on the wall. Soul guides all have soul power fluctuation. If they are not used by people to bind their own soul power will be released. But Wang Shenmen's target is not these seemingly good but actually broken soul guides which are specifically designed to pit those soul masters who don't know the truth. He looked around the store for a while but didn't see the crystal. He felt disappointed and shook his head. He didn't even look at the profiteer lying on the chair and gently retreated. That's right, this store is the scam store opened by Four-Eyed Cat Eye Flanders. Wang Shenmen's target is naturally the plate crystal that emits gold. No one knows the plate crystal on Douluo continent and only treats it as a low quality and worthless crystal. However, according to the Tang Sec Hidden Weapon 100 Solutions, the dragon beard needle contained in it is ranked 8th among the hidden weapons. 5 years later, in the original novel, Tang San and Xiao Wu came to Shrek when he was in school. He got the plate crystal and golden hair in this door. In the subsequent competition he used the dragon beard needle to hurt Zhao Wuji, causing him great pain. It's a pity that he came too early and the plate crystal seemed to have not been obtained by Flanders yet. Chapter 43 Stardew Great Forest. The plate crystal and golden hair can only be put aside for now, and there will be a chance to come back for a chance later anyway. As long as he gets ahead of Tang San it will be fine. Soto City is very close to Shrek Academy. When Wang Shenmeng was free he went to visit this wild academy. The conditions were so difficult. There were only 2 or 3 students who ate steamed buns and pickles every day, looking malnourished, and had to run and eat exercise every day plus hard training. This is because the Soul Master has a strong vitality. If it were an ordinary person he would have been ruined long ago. But even so, those students were almost half wasted. They had long-term malnutrition and overwork. They didn't have a simulated training environment and they were almost free range. There were no resources at all. After arriving at Shrek Academy, the genius students gradually became mediocre and it was difficult for them to graduate. It was tearful to talk about it. And Wang Shenmeng also saw an unlucky student who was bitten off a leg by a soul beast while hunting soul beast to obtain soul rings because the teacher didn't take good care of him or there was no teacher to help. He looked miserable. Wang Shenmeng was sweating coldly. He knew that Shrek Academy was unreliable but he didn't expect it to be so rubbish. If the original Shrek 7 Devils didn't have the halo of the protagonist, I'm afraid it wouldn't be much better. Fortunately Wang Shenmeng passed Shrek Academy from the beginning, otherwise he would have come here and it would be a waste of money. Maybe in the end he would have lost all his money and his life. After a few days in Soto City, Wang Shenmeng set off for the Xingde Great Forest to find a suitable target for the second soul ring. The Xingde Great Forest is located in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom. A small part of it borders the Barak Kingdom, and Soto City itself is also in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom. It is not far from the Xingde Great Forest. It is less than 500 kilometers. This time with Ghost Douluo escorting him he didn't need to prepare so much. He hired a carriage and set off leisurely. In the stable carriage Wang Shenmeng also practiced Xian Gong unremittingly and rested in the town as much as possible at night so that he could better use the dream-eating magic to practice. If he was occasionally forced to rest in the mountains, the efficiency of the dream-eating magic would be much worse. Although wild beasts and soul beasts also dream, their intelligence is too low. Their dreams are simple and crude. Their mental power is also small, and even less is lost, which is far less than humans with high intelligence and simple thought. After walking for 2 or 3 days, Wang Shenmeng finally arrived at a small town not far from the Xingde Great Forest. Wang Shenmeng entered the town, which was much more lively than he had imagined. The size of the town was about 3 times that of the village where Shrek Academy was located. Except for the lack of city walls, it was like a small city with shops lining the streets and all kinds of shops. Wang Shenmeng observed carefully and found that the main business scope of the shops here was related to soul masters, such as some specializing in selling weapons, armor, detoification and recovery potions, and even clothes. They all sold special clothes with more than a dozen pockets that could hold a lot of sundries suitable for soul masters to take risk. As the saying goes, you can eat from the mountain. There are many such towns outside the Xingde Great Forest. They all make money from soul masters and the prices are generally 3 or 4 times more expensive than outside. Wang Shenmeng strolled around the street and entered a hotel that looked pretty good. The hotel has 3 floors. The first floor is the lobby for dining, the second floor is the VIP room, and the third floor is for accommodation. Wang Shenmeng opened 2 single rooms and without much explanation he walked into one of them under the staff's puzzled eyes. As for the other room, it was naturally reserved for Ghost Douluo. This was how they had come all the way. Since the two met, Wang Shenmeng paid for food and accommodation, and the food he gave to Ghost Douluo was the best. On the contrary, Wang Shenmeng didn't care about his own food and accommodation. Fortunately, when Wang Shenmeng was fighting in the Soto City Great Fighting Soul Arena, he always bet on himself to win and made a lot of money. Now he is considered to have a small fortune, otherwise he really couldn't serve this gentleman. On the same day he purchased some supplies in the town. After entering the big forest, it depends on luck when he can find a suitable soul beast. He may have to stay for 10 days or half a month, so necessary preparations must be made. After Wang Shenmeng made money, he bought a storage bracelet soul guide at the auction house. It only had 2 cubic spaces, but Ghost Douluo's storage soul guide was large enough, so he stuffed a lot of things into him. Now that several months have passed, Wang Shenmeng and Ghost Douluo are relatively familiar with each other. He would ask for some cultivation knowledge from time to time. Although he has Yu Xiaogang's memory, Yu Xiaogang himself is just a 29th level scum who relies on resources. His theory may not be reliable, and strong people like Ghost Douluo are more trustworthy. After getting familiar with each other, Wang Shenmeng found that Ghost Douluo was not as cold as he looked. It was just because of his martial spirit that he looked gloomy and looked like a stranger who didn't want to come in, but in fact he was quite easy to talk to, especially now that both parties are on the same side. As long as it is a request for joint effort, he will not refuse. Early the NET morning, Wang Shenmeng set off alone and Ghost Douluo hid in the dark as usual. The Stardo Great Forest is one of the 3 most famous soul bee settlements in Douluo continent. Its area is almost equal to the land area of the Barak Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Among them, 2/5 of the area in the Tiandu Empire, the other 3/5 are in the Xingluo Empire. It is a huge primeval forest with compul terrain including wetlands, swamps, etc. The soul bees in the Xingdu Great Forest are extremely terrifying. The closer to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts are. There are even soul beasts of 100,000 years in it. Any soul master, as long as he is strong enough and lucky, can find the most suitable soul ring for himself in it. Wang Shenmeng came to the outskirts of the soul beast forest. This time there was no army station. Everyone could enter and eat it at will, and there was no need for a soul hunting warrant. As long as you are not afraid of death, you can live in it for 365 days a year without anyone caring. However, there are more soul hunting teams on the outskirts of the forest which specialize in helping soul masters hunt soul beasts for a fee. The strength of the soul hunting teams here is obviously much higher, and even soul patriarch and soul kings can see them. As soon as Wang Shenmeng appeared, a soul hunting team immediately sent an invitation. He was dressed extraordinary with a dignified demeanor and high confidence between his eyebrows. At first glance he was a master who was not short of money, but there were no elders around him. He was the target customer of these soul hunting teams. Wang Shenmeng rejected them one by one. Suddenly a tall woman in red appeared in front of him. She looked about 30 years old with delicate features, a hot body, a slightly pale face, but her eyes were very bright. When she saw Wang Shenmeng, her eyes suddenly lit up and she walked towards him. Chapter 44 Lu Erlong, who works hard to make money. Wang Shenmeng narrowed his eyes and recognized the identity of this woman, but she definitely didn't know him, so why did she stop him? Just when he was puzzled, the woman spoke first. Little brother, are you going to the Xingdu Great Forest to hunt soul bees? Wang Shenmeng nodded yes. Is there any problem? The woman in red showed a charming smile. Of course there is no problem, but it is too dangerous for you to go to the Xingdu Great Forest alone. Do you know how many soul masters are killed by soul beasts in the Xingdu Great Forest every day? At your age you are at most level 20, so your strength is not enough. You will die if you go in. Wang Shenmeng looked like he was in his early teens. At this age he was at most level 20, so the woman was quite accurate, although it was not the case in reality. So sister, what do you want to do? Do you want to protect me? Little brother is really smart, you guessed it right. The woman smiled sweetly, stretched out her hand and twisted Wang Shenmeng's face. Wang Shenmeng didn't have time to dodge and slapped her dirty hands away with a dark face. Sister, please respect yourself. Haha, little brother, you are so cute. I have never seen such a good looking little brother. This little face is white and tender and it feels really good. Wang Shenmeng's mouth twitched and he was speechless. Where did this female hooligan come from? She dared to take advantage of me. Well, you wait for me. Sooner or later I will touch you back 100 times. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I can't bear to see you go into the forest to die, so I am willing to protect you for a fee. How about it? Are you surprised? The woman said with a smile, with an impression that you have made a lot of money, and wanted to reach out and twist Wang Shenmeng's face, but this time he avoided it vigilantly. Wang Shenmeng's eyes became strange and he almost laughed out loud. So you help people hunt soul beasts to make money? Oh, then why don't you just say it directly? Why are you beating around the bush? Ahem, collecting money is just a byproduct. Helping others is the main purpose. If I don't like you, little brother, I won't pay you any money, the woman said stubbornly with a trace of unnaturalness on her face. Wang Shenmeng Shenmeng was amused in his heart and nodded repeatedly. Yeah, then thank you for your favor, but I don't need protection. I'll just walk around nearby. There shouldn't be any danger. The woman hurriedly said. Who said there is no danger? The soul beasts in this Xingda great forest are extremely ferocious and they launch beast tides from time to time. Even the town outside is affected, not to mention the periphery of the forest. A beautiful little brother like you, the soul beast will drool when they see you and they must eat you. Wang Shenmeng rolled his eyes, thinking, I have never seen a soul beast. He waved his hand. Then you don't have to worry about it, sister. If you want to make money you should go find someone else. I'm a pauper. If I had money I would have asked for help a long time ago. I don't have money to give you even if you help me. Don't waste your time here. As he was about to pass the woman seemed to have recognized him and stretched out her hand to stop him. Her arm was almost touching Wang Shenmeng's cheek. A faint fragrance permeated into his nose which was indescribably good. Wang Shenmeng couldn't help but take a breath. The woman's pretty face turned red. She glared at Wang Shenmeng with her watery eyes but still stopped him. No, you must accept my help today. I don't ask for much. I am a soul saint after all. The basic appearance fee cannot be less. Just 1,000 gold soul coin. How much? 1,000 gold soul coins? Wang Shenmeng widened his eyes. The woman's face flushed a little and she felt a little embarrassed, but she thought that she had waited for such a long time without receiving a single business. She finally met a fat sheep who looked rich and pleasing to the eye. How could she let him run away? She said with a wandering look. Ahem, I know that 1,000 gold soul coins is a bit much, but my sister is a dignified soul saint. The appearance fee must be this amount. Don't worry, my sister will definitely protect you and help you hunt the best soul ring. My sister is actually a soul saint. I'm so disrespectful. The appearance fee of a soul saint, let alone 1,000 gold soul coins, is 10,000 gold soul coin. The woman's eyes lit up. How is it? I don't have it either. The woman's breathing stagnated and the smile froze on her face. Wang Shenmeng said unhappily, sister, I am studying in the Advanced Soul Master Academy. The tuition fee is only a few hundred gold soul coins a year. The teacher is responsible for helping the students hunt soul beasts. Do you think I am a sucker? As she said this she shook her head secretly. It would be strange if anyone was willing to hire her. With such an expensive price, soul masters who can't afford to go to school can't afford it. Soul masters who can afford it have already gone to school. The academy is responsible for helping to hunt soul beasts. There is no need to hire strangers, so her business is destined to be deserted. Wang Shenmeng shook her head, walked around the woman and took big steps to leave. The woman hurriedly walked in front of him again, hesitated for a moment and said reluctantly, well, 1,000 gold soul coins is a bit expensive, so I like you very much. I will give you a 30% discount, 700 gold soul coins. This is the biggest discount. You must seize the opportunity. Other soul saints will not do such a good thing. Wang Shenmeng looked her up and down and asked curiously, can I ask your name? You are a dignified soul saint. How can you fall to the point of hunting soul beasts to make money? The woman said generously, my sister is Lu Erlong. My sister opened an academy because she only recruited civilians, not nobles, so the funds are a bit insufficient, so I come to make some money to subsidize the expenses of the academy. Wang Shenmeng nodded without pression. He had seen this silly woman in Yu Xiaogong's memory. She was also a famous love brain in Douluo continent, but her character was still good. Just for her efforts to run an academy to train civilian soul masters, Wang Shenmeng gave her a thumbs up. This is much more meaningful than Flanders's Shrek Wild Chicken Academy and much better than Yu Xiaogang, who looked down on civilian soul masters. As a civilian soul master, Wang Shenmeng was quite touched by this. Thinking of this, Wang Shenmeng wanted to complain about Flanders. Shrek Academy was so poor and Flanders had to bear the main responsibility. He wanted to run the academy to gain both fame and fortune, but he was reluctant to invest money. Isn't this cheating, people? Flanders is a profiteer and he has been doing things of cheating and deceiving. If you say that there is no money in his private treasury, Wang Shenmeng would never believe it. He is just worried that the investment will go down the drain, so he is reluctant to invest and wants to recruit geniuses for free. Let's take a step back. There are at least 2 or 3 soul saints and several soul emperors in Shrek Academy. Even if there is no other way to make money, it can always help people hunt soul beasts or simply sell soul beast meat to make money, right? It's just that he can't let go of his face, or he doesn't care about the students in the academy and is unwilling to do this for them. This comparison makes Lu Erlong even more precious and much cuter than her 2 good brothers. Okay, since my sister thinks highly of me, I will hire you. I will rely on my sister to protect you from now on. Wang Shenmeng certainly doesn't need Lu Erlong's help, but seeing that she doesn't care about the dignity of a soul saint and comes to be a soul hunter in order to train civilian soul masters of Lanba Academy, he can't help but admire her. He doesn't lack the 1000 or 800 gold soul coins now. He has won more than that after several soul fighting games. Since it is for the welfare of civilian soul masters, it's okay for him to help a little. Of course he won't give money directly for free. People rely on labor to exchange for rewards, not beggars who ask for money everywhere. Giving help in the name of employment is also a respect for her. You agreed? Lu Erlong looked at Wang Shenmeng in surprise. In fact, 700 gold soul coins were not a small amount. After all, Wang Shenmeng was at an age and was hunting low-level soul bees. He would just wander around the periphery and there would be no great danger. 700 gold soul coins were definitely worth the money. Lu Erlong also knew this. She was just asking for a high price. If Wang Shenmeng didn't agree, she would continue to give a discount. 300 or 500 gold soul coins would also be fine. Yes, I agreed. Sister Lu Erlong, is it time to take me to hunt soul bees now? Oh, okay, come with me, I'll take you there. Lu Erlong was overjoyed. Her big watery eyes curved into a crescent shape. She quickly took Wang Shenmeng to the forest. Wang Shenmeng was speechless when he saw Lu Erlong's surprised presence. The gap between the rich and the poor in the soul master world is also very huge. There are sects like the Seven Treasures Glaze sect that are as rich as a country. They have 8 buckets of money for every stone of money in the world. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. But there are also super poor ghosts like the Minyi clan, one of the 4 single attribute families. The family has a soul Douluo sitting in the family, but the patriarch is so poor that he can't afford to drink. If he takes out 100 gold soul coins, the family will be out of food. How miserable is it? And it is really nothing to complain about. Of course, this also reflects from the side that the overall character of the Minyi clan is still good. Otherwise, with a soul Douluo sitting in the power, it would be a big deal to make some black money. Let's not talk about cheating, robbing, stealing. Raising a few black gloves to plunder the wealth of the civilian class is not a simple matter. Even if the oil and water are small, it will not be so poor that it can't even open the pot. Lu Erlong is understandably poor. After all, relying on his own strength to support an academy that only accepts civilian students, he is destined to not receive much tuition, let alone sponsorship and donation. With such a large expenditure, it is already good enough that he has not closed down. Chapter 45 Natural Charm. Brother Xiao Meng, I wonder what kind of soul beast you want to hunt. Tell me and I will give you some reference. I am quite proficient in soul beast knowledge. Lu Erlong was in a good mood and had a cheerful personality. After talking for a while, they became familiar with each other. She liked this generous little brother very much and even called him intimately. Well, my martial soul is a butterfly, so of course the first choice is butterflies and moth. As for the age, the two more than 1,000 years, less than 5,000 years, it's all fine. More than 2,000 years? No, that's not right. Which soul ring did you absorb? Are you going to break through to soul master at such a young age? But even if you break through to soul master, the third soul ring limit is only 1760 years. More than 2,000 years is a joke, right? Lu Erlong looked at Wang Shenmeng with some suspicion. How come the little brother looked like he was only 11 or 12 years old at most? It's impossible for him to break through to soul sect, right? That was too incredible and she rejected it directly. Little brother, did your elders and teachers not tell you about this knowledge? It doesn't matter, sister knows these. I tell you, soul masters must not absorb soul rings beyond the limit, otherwise they will implode and die. Wang Shenmeng said patiently, the specific situation of each soul master is different and we can't generalize. For example, the soul ring limit is definitely different for ordinary soul masters and genius soul masters. My situation is quite special and I know how many years of soul rings I can absorb. Lu Erlong asked curiously, which soul ring are you going to attach? The second one. The second one? It is absolutely impossible to absorb 1,000-year soul ring. Lu Erlong immediately shook her head and rejected it. The limit of the second soul ring is 764 years. If it is a few decades more, it is barely acceptable, but it is impossible to absorb it several times directly. She looked serious. Brother Xiao Meng's sister knows that you are a genius, but even a genius cannot be too ambitious. It is unrealistic to absorb 1,000-year soul ring, let alone a 2,000-year soul ring. Wang Shenmeng knew that Lu Erlong meant well, so he did not argue with her. He smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not looking for death. I am the employer. You only need to hunt soul beasts according to my requirement. As for whether you can absorb it, we will talk about it later. Lu Erlong had no choice but to nod. Okay then. I made up my mind that if my brother insisted on absorbing the spirit ring of thousands of years, I must not sit back and watch him die. In the few days, Wang Shenmeng and Lu Erlong wandered around in the forest, but there were fewer butterfly spirit beasts and it was even more difficult to find a suitable one, so there was no gain. But this is normal. Getting spirit rings also depends on luck. If you are lucky, you can find a suitable one as soon as you come in. If you are unlucky, you may not get anything for half a month or even a month. It is also common. Although they did not find a suitable spirit beast, after a few days of getting along, the two of them became much closer and it was very natural for them to call each other sister and brother. Lu Erlong was very much like an older sister. She took good care of Wang Shenmeng along the way. She was straightforward and gentle and she did not look like a mother at all. The nature of Tyrannosaurus. Of course gentleness is not pretended and it is indeed the nature of the female Tyrannosaurus, but it is expressed differently to different people. Wang Shenmeng has a perfect face and a hazy and dreamy mysterious temperament which is very easy to be favored by women. This is also another characteristic of Mendi Wuhan, that is, it is inherently charming. Even if you don't actively charm others, the natural charm power can easily make others feel good about you, especially the opposite SE. This is why Lu Erlong couldn't help teasing him when they met for the first time. In addition to the fact that beautiful women are also lustful, it is mainly because of the involuntary feeling of closeness in their heart. After getting along for a few days, he was naturally more deeply affected. This is no longer a difference in soul power level that can be resisted, but the quality of the martial soul. The suppression of the upper martial soul on the lower martial soul is everywhere, and the innate charm will further amplify this influence. Of course, the so-called feeling of closeness does not distort the will of others but plays a role in promoting amplification. If there is hatred or strong hatred, it is impossible to directly turn it into love. Lu Erlong had a very good first impression of Wang Shenmeng, and then it was amplified by the charm power, so his good impression naturally increased. After a few days it seemed as if they had known each other for several years, but everything seemed natural. Wang Shenmeng also noticed this, but the charm ability was innate and he had no way to control it. The reason why he became so handsome and even became more and more beautiful as his strength increased was mainly because of the dream butterfly martial soul. The influence of natural charm. If you want to charm others, you must first attract them. If you look ugly, people will feel disgusted when they see you. How can they have a good impression of you? To some extent, this is no longer a simple charm but an instinctive attraction of higher level life to lower level life. As the dream butterfly martial soul grows, his entire life characteristics will tend to be perfect or tend to be Tao. Wang Shenmeng has always known that his dream butterfly martial soul is not simple. The dream he had before crossing in his previous life was too fantasy, and the way he crossed was too bizarre. He turned into a butterfly in his dream and crossed the void of the universe. It seems that there is an supreme hand behind this. Who is real and who is illusory between the real self and the butterfly in the dream? Or are both real selves? In short, the dream butterfly martial soul is more mysterious than he imagined. It is reasonable that it has all kinds of magical powers, and it is not surprising that it has the ability to charm. Of course, what Wang Shenmeng didn't know was that he did have a natural charm, but the reason why Lu Erlong had a good impression of him as soon as they met and even acted like a familiar person was also because of the influence of the aura of the Holy Dragon of Light on him. The Holy Dragon of Light is also called the Holy Dragon of Gold. It will transform when the golden iron triangle performs the martial soul fusion technique. It can be said that it is the common superior martial soul of the three of them. When the soul master performs the martial soul fusion technique, they will affect each other, especially the auxiliary position will be influenced by the dominant position involuntarily. If they are of the opposite SE, they will often have a good impression of each other and finally develop love. Wang Shenmeng learned from Yu Xiaogang's memory that the reason why Lu Erlong fell in love with Yu Xiaogang was largely due to the influence of the martial soul fusion technique, and the reason why Yu Xiaogang could become the leader of the golden iron triangle was that the origin of the Holy Dragon of Light in his body after absorbing the martial soul power of Flanders and Lu Erlong finally underwent a transformation and showed the style that the Holy Dragon of Light should have. Now that the Holy Dragon of Light has been eaten by Wang Shenmeng, this influence has been transferred to him unconsciously. Flanders may not be obvious, but Lu Erlong, who has the same blood source and has a fire dragon martial soul, cannot avoid being attracted. It is similar to the soul masters who can perform martial soul fusion techniques which can produce some kind of spiritual throbbing, otherwise they cannot perform martial soul fusion technique. Combined with various reasons, it is normal for the relationship between the two of them to get better quickly. Wang Shenmeng was also so happy. Although he was still young, he would eventually grow up. The queen was beautiful and cool. Who could not like her? Wang Shenmeng looked at the gentle elder sister in front of him. It was hard to imagine that she had slaughtered an entire forest of soul beasts like crazy, but he could vaguely sense the suppressed killing anger in her heart. Once it erupted, she would turn into a violent female Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he could not control himself. This is all caused by Yu Xiaogang. If I want to completely heal this mental trauma, I can't do it now. Wang Shenmeng thought secretly in his heart, maybe if this mental trauma was healed, the last bit of influence of the waste master on Sister Erlong would also dissipate. Chapter 46, Kang Hai Bing in Butterfly. It's really hard to find a soul beast that suits you. It's been more than 10 days and I still haven't found a suitable one. In the dense forest, Lu Erlong slapped slapped a 1,000-year-old leopard cat away with one palm, moved his wrist and complained, if I had known this I wouldn't give you a discount. 1,000 gold Zol coins, less than 100 a day, it's still a bargain for you. Others won't have such a good thing. Wang Shenmeng snorted. Sister Erlong, if you are not satisfied you can leave now. I didn't force you. Knowing that this bad brother was teasing her, Lu Erlong also cooperated. With her eyebrows raised she said angrily, you little bastard, you are really making me angry. Why don't you give me the money first? If you drive me away now I will have worked hard for 10 days in vain. Wang Shenmeng said with a smile, I don't have money but I have a life. You can do it if you want. Lu Erlong sneered, you have a life but no money, right? You are playing rogue with me, right? I tell you I really don't buy it. In fact I really hope that you have no money and then you can mortgage yourself to me and go to Lanba Academy with me to work and pay off your debt. Forget it. I suddenly remembered that I still have 1,000 or 800 gold Zol coins, which should be enough to pay you. Hey sister, I'm not going to search you. Can't you pretend to be poor? Why, Blue Tyrant Academy is a high-level Soul Master Academy after all, and I think it's unfair for you to go with me. Of course it's not unfair, but I'm a troublemaker that no one dares to want. If I really go to Blue Tyrant Academy with you you'll be miserable. Am I afraid of that stinky Prince Xueying? If he dares to come, sister will kill him. Then I will collect your body. No, at that time even I will have to rely on others to collect your body. Do you look down on my strength? I'm just telling the truth. Lu Erlong, losing his temper, he sighed unwillingly and said helplessly, okay, it's right for you not to go with me. I may not be able to protect you, but I feel uncomfortable when I think that you have to seek shelter under that woman again. Why is she everywhere? Wang Shenmeng said hurriedly, my dear sister, please stop talking. I am very grateful to the Pope for accepting me. Please don't say bad things about her. He was busy pressing his loyalty. He was really worried that Lu Erlong would speak out without restraint and say more unpleasant words which would make Ghost Douluo unable to help but come out to teach her a lesson. Even if he didn't want her life he might still beat her up. Lu Erlong closed her mouth reluctantly. She didn't know that Wang Shenmeng was followed by a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Although she had various opinions about that woman, after thinking carefully she thought that her place was really the best place for Xiaoman's younger brother. Of course, if Xiaoman's younger brother was willing to go back with him he would definitely protect him, even if he went to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus resect to ask his father Yu Luomian. After this period of time together the two have become very close and have a deeper understanding of each other. Wang Shenmeng did not hide his origins, which were not a secret. When Lu Erlong learned that he did not go to school she kept inviting him to go to Lanba Academy with her. Of course Wang Shenmeng could not agree, so he told him about Prince Xueying and used this as an excuse to refuse and told him that he was going to Wuhan City. Lu Erlong and Prince Xueying were not the same kind of people. She wanted to protect Wang Shenmeng but she was really unable to do so at the moment. She could not help but secretly regret that she had been too immersed in the past for the past 20 years and could not extricate herself, which led to the neglect of cultivation. With the quality of her Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re-Mutant Fire Dragon martial soul and her innate soul power close to the 9th level she was qualified for the title, but she wasted until now and was only the 74th level soul saint. If her state of mind had not been affected by the past she could not suppress her inner desire to kill, which greatly affected her cultivation speed. She would at least be a soul Douluo now. As they talked they headed further south. We have already left the territory of the Tiandu Empire. Our current location, we are already in the Xingluo Empire. I don't know much about the spirit masters of the Xingluo Empire, so I have to be more careful. Lu Erlong looked at the map and looked a little more serious. Don't worry too much. Although the Xingluo Empire is stronger than the Tiandu Empire, this refers to the power that the royal family can control. In terms of spirit masters alone they are far inferior to the Tiandu Empire. Wang Shenmen's Prescience was as calm as usual. With the titled Douluo following him he was not panicked at all. Lu Erlong nodded and said, that's true. The top 3 sects are all in the Tiandu Empire and the bottom 4 sects are mostly in Xingluo, but their strongest are only Soul Douluo. If there is a conflict, even if you encounter a Soul Douluo, your sister can use her martial soul to transform into a fire dragon and take you away. While they were talking suddenly a small blue cloud flew in the sky ahead with a moist breath and faint raindrops falling. In the raindrops there was also a fragrance of white. What kind of rain is this? No, it doesn't seem to be cloud. Lu Erlong smelled the raindrops falling on the back of her white hand, raised her head in confusion and took a closer look. She immediately opened her eyes wide and said in surprise, that is a butterfly soul beast. Brother, look, is it what you are looking for? Wang Shenmen's infinite demon eye had long been cultivated to the level of a mustard seed and his eyesight was much stronger than Lu Erlong's, so he could naturally see the original form of the butterfly at a glance. It was more than 10 meters long with water-like patterns on its azure wings. Its body body was also azure. It flew through the air like a green wave, nourishing the vitality of all things. At the same time it also used an invisible spiritual power, making people subconsciously regard it as a small cloud. This is Kang Hai Bing in butterfly. It is indeed the soul beast I am looking for. Wang Shenmeng was overjoyed and quickly spread his wings and chased after it. Although Lu Erlong could not fly, she used her martial soul to transform into a fire dragon and had the ability to fly, and her speed was even faster than Wang Shenmeng. She caught up with Wang Shenmeng, and the man and the dragon flew side by side chasing the butterfly. Kang Hai Bing in butterfly? What kind of soul beast is this? Why haven't I heard of it? On the way, Lu Erlong saw that Wang Shenmeng was flying slowly and seemed unable to catch up with the butterfly that was more than 1,000 years old, so she simply swung her dragon body and let him ride on her dragon's back. At the moment of physical contact she couldn't help but feel a little strange, as if she was electrocuted, and quickly comforted herself that he was still a child and didn't need to be too taboo. In order to distract her attention she asked hurriedly, "No matter how beautiful a butterfly is, it can't fly over the sea, but this does not include the Kang Hai Bing in butterfly." Wang Shenmeng was a dragon knight for a while and was one step closer to a certain goal. He was very e-sighted and e-plain. There are not many butterfly soul beasts, and the Kang Hai Bing in butterfly is an outlier among butterfly soul beasts, and it is very rare. Other butterfly soul beasts are bred on land, but the Kang Hai Bing in butterfly is bred in water. Legend has it that it has an immortal body and can fly over the sea. Immortal body? If there is such a heaven-defying ability in the world, then this Kang Hai Bing in butterfly is not invincible. Legends are often unrealistic. Immortality may be e-aggregated, but the ice heart butterfly of the sea is indeed extremely powerful and has the ability to break out of a cocoon and be reborn, especially in water, and it is almost impossible to be killed. And the word heart in its name indicates that it has the same mental illusion as the seven-colored illusion heart butterfly, but it is much more powerful than the seven-colored illusion heart butterfly. Wang Shenmeng has made great efforts to study butterfly-type soul beasts, and he has a certain understanding of even this rare ice heart butterfly of the sea. When he saw this butterfly, his intuition told him that this kind of soul beast is the most suitable second soul ring for him, and it is even related to his future path. Although he is not really the seven-colored illusion heart butterfly martial soul, the dream butterfly martial soul is obviously very compatible with this ice heart butterfly of the sea. What's more, the first soul ring comes from the fire moth and the second soul comes from the sea butterfly. If one water and one fire can produce linkage, how can it be as simple as 1 + 1? Chapter 47 Accident. Lu Erlong transformed into a fire dragon carrying Wang Shenmeng in the air and chased the blue butterfly that was more than 10 meters long. The ice heart butterfly of the sea also sensed the danger and its speed increased, suddenly turning in a direction and fleeing quickly. The ice heart butterfly of the sea flew very fast with its wings spread out. The misty rain looked like clouds, making it look like it was flying in the cloud, and it whizzed into a forest of trees. Why is this butterfly flying so fast? Normally butterflies are very ordinary in speed, much slower than flying soul bees, but this butterfly overturned Lu Erlong's cognition. She saw that after chasing for a while she only closed the distance and the butterfly went into the woods again, and she couldn't help but get an ease. The vision was blocked in the wood and there were many soul bees hiding, which greatly affected the speed. Moreover, if the butterfly was killed by other soul beasts, wouldn't it be a failure? She quickly waved her dragon claws and a dragon flame flew away, focusing on the tail of the Kang Hai Bing in butterfly. When it went into the wood, the Kang Hai Bing in butterfly screamed and its body shook. Its tail was burned black, but the little flame on it was extinguished by the tide of water on its body. The net moment it suddenly went into the dense forest and disappeared. Lu Erlong said in annoyance, "Damn it, if I wasn't afraid of accidentally killing it, I wouldn't dare to use force. How could I let it escape into the forest?" Wang Shenmeng was not in a hurry at all. The ice heart butterfly of the sea is a soul beast that can cross the sea. Flying is its strong point, second only to the bright flash butterfly among butterfly soul bees. But don't worry, it usually lives in the water. There must be a big lake nearby and its nest must be in the lake. And the Kang Hai Bing in butterfly usually comes in pairs, so there must be another one in the lake. That's good, let's chase it directly to its nest and see what the other one look like and hunt the one that suits us. Wang Shenmeng nodded. I think so too. Judging from the shape, this one is female and the other one is male. Generally speaking, males are stronger than females. This one is only 500 to 600 years old and the male is likely to be more than 2000 years old. Is it too old? Lu Erlong said with some concern. After more than 10 days of understanding, she also knew that this brother was extraordinary. The first soul ring he absorbed was 700 years old. Therefore she no longer dissuaded him from absorbing the second soul ring that was more than 1000 years old, but she was still a little worried about it being more than 2000 years old. It's okay, I know. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly. The powerful powerful mental power of Mendi Wuhan would automatically temper his body, making his physique strong. Since absorbing the origin of the Holy Light Dragon, it has been greatly improved. Coupled with the powerful mental power, absorbing the 2000-year soul ring is not a problem at all. Now he is a diagonal warrior with no dead angles in all directions. His physique is stronger than that of ordinary soul masters. Lu Erlong stopped persuading him. Under the premise of ensuring safe absorption and adaptation, the older the better. In this way, not only will the soul skills be more powerful, but it will also bring more improvements in all aspects. One man and one dragon also went into the wood. Most of the tall trees in the forest were several people hugging thick, but they were like paper in front of Lu Erlong's fire dragon body. Wherever he passed, the trees fell to the ground and were in a mess. After a while, there was a sudden fluctuation of soul power from a soul master in the woods ahead. Lu Erlong's face suddenly became gloomy and he said uneasily, "Not good, someone may intercept our prey." Wang Shenmen's face also changed. His eyesight was much better than Lu Erlong. His infinite magic pupil could see far as if it was near. Through the layers of trees he vaguely saw the original butterfly staggering and falling to the ground. Seeing a circle of purple soul rings on its head, it was obviously dead. "Go and have a look." Wang Shenmen's face sank. There were several figures surrounding the body of the Kanghai Bing butterfly. It was obviously them who did it. It is very common in the soul master world to rob other people's prey. It is not so easy to find a suitable soul beast. Once you meet a suitable one, most people will grab it and absorb it. But of course the person whose prey was robbed is very unwilling. At this time conflicts are likely to break out. Many disputes in the soul master world come from this. Lu Erlong's dragon body Huang turned back into human form and flew quickly through a forest with Wang Shenmeng and came to a relatively spacious area. They landed in front of the few people and took a glance. There were 4 people. The leader was a middle-aged man about 50 years old with a cold expression and deep nasolabial folds that were impressive. Beside him there stood 2 young men and women. The young man was tall and strong with long golden hair draped behind his back. There was a lazy look on his face and the purple light in his eyes was bright with a hint of arrogance and teasing. Beside the boy was a tall girl almost as tall as the blonde boy, about 1.8 meters tall, but she looked only 13 or 14 years old with a very plump figure, a slender and smooth waist, long leg, an E-posed neck and wrist with skin as white as mutton fat jade, also with a smile on her face. This girl was very beautiful with delicate and fair features and she looked very gentle. This gentle smile could easily make people feel good and indulge in it. Wang Shenmen's eyes he stayed on the middle-aged man for a moment. He felt that he was unfathomable, but the last person was the one that caught his attention the most. The man stood on the right side of the young man and woman, and together with the middle-aged man he protected the 2 young men and women in the middle. This man was an old man, thin with white hair, half-squinted eyes, but his eyes were very cold, making people feel uncomfortable as if being stared at by a poisonous snake. Wang Shenmeng was robbed of his prey and he was in a bad mood, but before he could speak, Lu Erlong said coldly, "Did you rob our prey?" The young man looked at Lu Erlong's delicate face for a few times and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes as if he was a lot more energetic all of a sudden, and the lazy look disappeared and he smiled lightly. "Oh, you mean this butterfly? It rushed to me by itself and wanted to attack me, but we killed it easily. Is it your prey? Well, I'll give it back to you." He pointed at the dead Kanghai Bing butterfly and said calmly, "Take it back. The meat of the soul beast is still worth a few gold coin." Lu Erlong raised his eyebrows and was furious. "It was being chased by us and escaped. How could it have the courage to attack you? Since you don't need its soul ring at all, why did you kill it on purpose? Now that you have killed it, what use is it to us?" The middle-aged man with deep nasolabial fold frowned and anger appeared on his face. He scolded, "You are so presumptuous. Speak politely. Soul beasts are ownerless. You can kill them and we can kill them. How can you say that this is your prey?" Lu Erlong said coldly, "I burned its tail end with fire. As long as you are not blind you can see it at a glance, but you still killed it. It is clearly hurting others and not benefiting yourself." The young man said lazily, "Who said we hurt others and not benefit ourselves? It bumped into me and made me feel bad. I killed it and it can make me feel better. This is self-interest. As for whether it will harm others, that is the most important thing." Or Lu Erlong narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Young man, being too arrogant is not a good thing. Didn't your father teach you to keep your tail between your legs when walking outside? Be careful not to be beaten so that even your mother won't recognize you." The middle-aged man's face also changed drastically as if Lu Erlong's words offended him. He snorted angrily and was about to implode, but was appeased by the young man with a wave of his hand. The young man said lightly, "I have grown up so much, except for my parents no one has ever dared to scold me like this. You are very good. Since you say this is your prey, let's follow the rules of the Soul Master world. If you can beat us, then the prey belongs to whoever you say it is. If you are weak and dare to be presumptuous, you will have to pay the price for your outspokenness." He looked at Lu Erlong's beautiful face, and a trace of evil light flashed in his purple eyes. As the price for your offense to me, you come to my side and be a maid, and I will not pursue it. Chapter 48. Hitting the wall. I have such a bad temper. Lu Erlong was furious. Without saying anything, his martial spirit possessed him. The 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black, all appeared under his feet. His powerful aura burst out and blasted towards the boy. Soul Saint. The boy was locked by the powerful Soul Saint's pressure like a chick encountering an eagle. He was immediately shocked and his face turned pale. He didn't expect that just a woman he met casually on the outskirts of the forest would be a Soul Saint. Are Soul Saints so common now? That fine. He's not afraid of just a Soul Saint, but a dignified Soul Saint actually attacked a small soul master like him without saying a word. Is he shameless? He was shocked by the pressure and couldn't move. It was as if a mountain was pressing on him. The evil light in his eyes turned into fear. Then his knees softened and he was about to be pressed to the ground. Not good. At this time the pupils of the man with deep nasolabial fold beside him shrank and he quickly possessed his martial spirit. The 7 soul rings under his feet also lit up, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black. A pair of furry cat ears appeared on his head, a black tail grew behind his buttock and a layer of black hair covered the back of his hands. Sharp claws popped out of his fingers. Boom! The 2 soul saints collided violently in the void, making a rumbling sound, and the powerful energy spread violently. Wang Shenmeng and the plump girl couldn't help but step back a few steps. Only the young man was in the center of the storm. His face flushed, his eyes rolled back and he looked extremely painful. The net moment the cold old man with half-closed eyes stretched out his hand. A skinny hand came out and lightly pulled him out. Wang Shenmeng looked sideways. This old man actually pulled the boy out in the middle of the confrontation between the soul saint. His strength is unfathomable. He is most likely a soul Douluo. He took a look at the soul saint possessed by the martial spirit. The half-human half-cat look was so iconic that he immediately thought of the netherworld spirit cat, martial spirit of the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. If this soul saint is from the Zhu family, then the identity of the boy and girl is very obvious. At the age of 15 or 18 she must be Davis, the eldest prince of the Star Luo Empire. The 13 or 14-year-old girl must be Davis's fiancée Zhu Zuyuan. Then coming to the Star Do Great Forest at this time is most likely to hunt soul beasts for Zhu Zuyuan. Tisk, a soul saint and a soul Douluo. The show is really not small. Wang Shenmeng narrowed his eyes. Although the Xingluo Empire also has a soul hunting forest, there are few thousand-year soul beasts in artificially raised forests, and it is even more difficult to find a suitable thousand-year soul beast. Generally only when the first 2 soul rings are obtained will they go to the soul hunting forest. From the 3rd soul ring onwards they basically go to the natural forest, and the Xingdu forest is of course the first choice. Looking at Zhu Zuyuan's age and talent, it is reasonable to be promoted to soul master at this time. Wang Shenmeng smiled maliciously. If it was Davis it would be easy to understand why he was so arrogant and domineering. He was used to being flattered in the Xingluo Empire, and he was young and energetic, so he was inevitably domineering. He was the same kind of stuff as his younger brother Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was just a poor prince and he had already fled to. Besides, he still did not change his arrogant and domineering nature. He first fought with Tang San over a disagreement and then cursed the teachers and students of Kanghui Academy for no reason. After provoking them he beat them up. Although he explained that Flanders said that he was mediocre because he didn't dare to cause trouble, it was just an excuse. In essence, Dai Mubai himself was arrogant and domineering, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Wang Shenmeng had no grudges against Davis, but he had to provoke him, so don't blame him for being cruel. In this short period of time the 2 soul saints had already distinguished their strength. The Zhu family man couldn't withstand the pressure of Lu Erlong's fire dragon martial spirit and stepped back several steps. His face was so gloomy that water could drip. The 1st soul skill Tyrannosaurus possession, the 2nd soul skill dragon arm. Lu Erlong didn't give the man surnamed Zhu a chance to breathe. His left hand turned into a fire dragon claw carrying a powerful flame force and grabbed him on the head. Wait a minute, your excellency is a dignified soul saint. It's too embarrassing to attack a child, isn't it? The man surnamed Zhu was extremely fast and dodged Lu Erlong's attack. After seeing the powerful strength of this woman, his attitude immediately changed and he wanted to talk about reason. Lu Erlong sneered, a small soul lord. He actually didn't know how to live or die and wanted to attack me. I didn't slap him to death. I was very patient. 7th soul skill Red Dragon True Body. Lu Erlong directly activated the martial soul True Body and turned into a more than 10-meter long fire dragon again. The blazing flames baked the earth. The huge body contained a lot of power. The dragon tail fiercely whipped the soul saint surnamed Zhu. At the same time the dragon claws were not idle. While the body was circling, it locked from several directions. Soul saint surnamed Zhu. It's a real dragon spirit. Could it be the killing horn, one of the golden iron triangle? The man surnamed Zhu was somewhat knowledgeable. The Golden Iron Triangle was well known in the Soul Master world. The big forces naturally had their information and record. However, 20 years ago the most powerful among them was only a Soul King. They disappeared in the past 20 years and the world almost forgot their existence. Soul Saint surnamed Zhu was a person of the same generation as them. He was in his 50s, about the same age as Flanders, but his strength was obviously a little worse. His spirit was only of high quality and he was no match for Lu Erlong at all. Damn it, why is it this crazy woman? The man surnamed Zhu secretly complained. Lu Erlong had not disappeared in these years. She was still quite famous in the Soul Master world. The fact that she slaughtered an entire forest of soul beasts made her famous. Although it was not a good reputation, the reputation of the female Tyrannosaurus Re was established. The man surnamed Zhu dodged the whipping of the dragon's tail but failed to dodge the dragon's claws. Several bloody scars were scratched on his shoulders. As the fire poison entered his body, his face turned pale and he groaned. Fifth soul skill, nether ghost kill. The man roared and turned into a ghost rushing towards Lu Erlong. His speed was even faster. The ghost seemed real and unreal and there were many after images. It was unknown which one was real and which one was fake. A trifling trick. Lu Erlong sneered and suddenly spurted out several feet long flames from his mouth. He didn't care about anything and burned all the ghosts. In an instant the ghosts dissipated one after another, all gathered into one person and fled in a panic under the flame. Uncle Qian. The plump woman Zhu Zuyun turned pale and looked uneasy. She pleaded with the cold old man, Teacher Chang, please help Uncle Qian. Her voice was soft and charming with an indescribable charm in her gentleness. It was both pleasant and moving. Her gentle face was not panic-stricken and uneasy but rather charming. The young man Davis had a gloomy face. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes and he said hatefully, Old Chang, that woman actually wanted me to kneel down. She deserves to die. For the dignity of the Xingluo royal family she must die today. Old Chang's eyes were deep and his voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Your Highness the eldest prince, this woman cannot be killed. Her martial spirit is a dragon. It is possible that she is related to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re sect. Killing her may cause big trouble. However, she offended the royal family, so it is okay to teach her a small lesson. Davis said fiercely. Okay, then capture her first. The boy net to her can't be related to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re sect. If you can't kill that woman, kill this boy to teach her a lesson. Zhu Zuyun glanced at Wang Shenmeng. The young man was very charming and had an indescribable temperament. The whole person was indescribably beautiful, making people reluctant to hurt him. Forget it. It was that woman who offended you. You didn't dare to kill her for revenge, but you took your anger out on a teenager. If it gets out, it will only make people laugh. Zhu Zuyun's words made Davis' face change. He was already ashamed and angry and had nowhere to vent. Zhu Zuyun hit the muzzle of the gun, which made him furious. He glared at her with his purple eyes and said coldly, when do I need you to point fingers at me when I do things? Why, you can't bear it when you see that boy is handsome. Humph, it seems that I must kill him today. Zhu Zuyun's pretty face flushed and she was ashamed and angry. Who did Davis think of her? Although she didn't have any good feelings for Davis for the time being, he was her fiancé after all. She felt extremely humiliated when he said such words. She bit her lip. Seeing that the Soul Saint surnamed Zhu was injured one after another and the situation was getting more and more critical, she had no time to argue with Davis and hurriedly begged, can Old Chang please help quickly? My Zhu family will definitely reward you. Don't worry with me here, Zhu Ken will not die. A faint light flashed in Old Chang's eyes and his aura rose. Circles of soul rings appeared under his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 black, and he turned out to be a soul Douluo. But just as his powerful aura was about to reach the peak, he suddenly froze as if a basin of cold water was poured over his head. Shock appeared in his eyes and his aura was like a deflated ball and it wilted in an instant. Chapter 49 Miserable Davis. P.S. It's delayed again and the update is a little late. Mr. Chang. Zhu Zuyun saw the old man suddenly wilted and thought he was unwilling to take action, and suddenly a resentment arose in her heart. Davis caused the trouble and the soul beast was killed by Mr. Chang casually. Now something happened and her Zhu family got hurt. It's really hateful. She saw that Mr. Chang's face was different and his eyes looked around, but he didn't pay any attention to her. Seeing that the man surnamed Zhu was in danger, she gritted her teeth and begged Davis, if you didn't make trouble and attack the soul beast and you couldn't handle it yourself and you were killed by Mr. Chang, how could you cause so many trouble? Please ask Mr. Chang to take action. If Ken Bo is in trouble, I want to see how you deal with it. Davis was also puzzled by Chang Lao's sudden decline. He was about to ask why, but when he heard Zhu Zuyun's words he complained about himself and said angrily, if I hadn't helped you to hunt spirit rings, would I have come to this Yingda great forest? It's fine if you don't appreciate me, but you dare to complain about me? Chang Lao has his own considerations on whether to take action. Does he need you to make decisions? Zhu Zuyun was so angry that her chest rose and fell and her face was full of anger. I invited you to come. It was enough to have Kenbo to help me. Who was the one who pestered you to come along and even caused Chang Lao, the teaching committee member of the Royal Academy, to come along, causing such a big trouble? Now you have the nerve to take credit from me? Can you be more shameless?" "Shut up!" Davis roared, looking at Zhu Zuyun fiercely, scaring her. She hated him, secretly opened her mouth and finally stopped provoking Davis. Davis turned to look at Chang Lao. His face softened a lot and his voice was as gentle as possible. "Chang Lao, didn't you say you wanted to take this woman down? Why don't you do it?" "Shut up!" Chang Lao was in a state of shock and he subconsciously roared in a low voice, cursing Davis's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. "This is simply a troublemaker. You said you were fine. Why did you want to attack the soul beast? And you still looked domineering after you were done. Now you have hit the iron plate. Not only will you be unlucky, but it will also be difficult for me." Chang Lao looked around and his mental power also covered a radius of 100 meters, trying to find the crown in the dark, but unfortunately he found nothing. The powerful tidal Douluo pressure just earthed on him seemed like an illusion, but the more this happened, the more horrified he felt. His martial spirit was a 5-step snake, which was not only extremely poisonous but also had extremely sharp perception abilities. As long as there were living creatures nearby, no matter how hidden they were, they would not be able to escape his perception. Even the tidal Douluo were no exception. This was the only reason why he was particularly horrible, indicating that the Crown Prince in the dark was either extremely powerful and the gap was too big to be perceived, or he had a terrifying ability to hide. No matter which one, it would not be difficult for him to kill him. Cold sweat dripped down Chang Lao's forehead and he could no longer be arrogant. He hated Davis for causing trouble for him, so he naturally had no good face for him. If he hadn't been concerned that the other party was a prince, he might have slapped him in the face. However, although he complained in his heart, Chang Lao still didn't dare to do anything. Davis was almost confirmed to be the Net Emperor. If he held a grudge against him, wouldn't his family be in trouble in the future? You should know that the Xingluo Empire's royal family is much stronger than the Tiandu Empire. The current emperor himself is a titled Douluo. Coupled with the martial soul fusion technique, his strength is almost as strong as Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re clan. Therefore, the Xingluo Empire's royal family's control over the empire is not comparable to that of the Tiandu Empire. All forces and nobles in the empire are obedient to the royal family. Even if Chang Lao is a soul Douluo, he is nothing in front of the royal family. There are no less than a dozen people like him in the Xingluo royal family, and they are all white tiger martial souls, and their strength is mostly above him. This is also the reason why Chang Lao is willing to follow Davis to the Xingdu Great Forest this time. He is old and has no hope of being titled in this life. There are no outstanding talents in the Net generation. For the future of the family, he made a bet in the prince's struggle in advance. Now he has completely stood on Davis' side. In order to make the investment not go down the drain, of course he must be well protected. Davis was yelled at by old Chang and his heart was burning with anger, but in the Stardo Great Forest he still had to rely on the other party's protection, and in the prince's fight for the throne he also needed the other party's support, so he could only endure it and secretly write it down in his little notebook. But at this time he didn't dare to say anything. His eyes looked around and suddenly he saw Wang Shenmeng standing opposite, watching the lively internal fighting of his few people with relish, and he immediately erupted like a volcano. "Can't deal with that woman, can't deal with this old thing, and can't deal with you, a little thing. Come and die!" Davis roared, and in an instant he completed the possession of the martial spirit and turned into a tall and strong man. In his awe-inspiring tiger eyes he used the momentum of the king of beasts and roared towards Wang Shenmeng. Chang Lao's face changed drastically and he hurriedly tried to stop Davis from committing suicide. The other party was secretly protected by the titled Douluo. "Isn't this looking for death?" However, just as he opened his mouth and hadn't said the word stop, a terrifying and cold pressure descended on him again, which made him hold back his words and made him unable to stop, let alone dare to take action. Old Chang's face turned pale and blue and he was bitter in his heart. He watched the eldest prince rush over, wondering what would greet him. The titled Douluo shouldn't take action himself, right? Could they have someone else in secret? You can't expect that boy who is younger than Zhu Zuyun to deal with Davis by himself, right? But the Net moment the old man's pupils shrank and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Wang Shenmeng completed the possession of the martial spirit in the blink of an eye, and his eyes were bright with colorful light. He looked at Davis coldly and looked into his angry and fierce eyes. Davis was suddenly stunned and froze there. The Net moment the boy stretched out his long leg and kicked Davis hard on the waist with a bang. With a scream, Davis flew back faster than when he came and fell to the ground with a bang. At this time his controlled consciousness recovered and he wailed while holding his waist, and sweat dripped on his forehead. "Your Highness, are you okay? Good brother, you fight well." Lu Erlong took the time to give a thumbs up and cheered loudly, then swung his dragon tail to stop Zukin and said with a sweet smile, "Just now I wanted to save my brother and you tried your best to stop me. Now you can't save yourself and you still want to save others? Bang! Taking advantage of Zhu Kan's distraction, the dragon's tail whipped him fiercely on the waist. Zhu Kan only felt a terrifying force as if he was broken in half. His spine made a cracking sound, his internal organs were bombarded by huge force and blood spilled out of his mouth like money. He fell all the way to the dust and couldn't get up for a long time. Uncle Kan! Zhu Zuyun's eyes turned red and tears fell like pearls from a broken string. She ran to Zhu Kan and saw him like this and her face suddenly lost color. She quickly took out a herb from her soul guide and put it into Zhu Kan's hand. Kan's mouth. After a moment Zhu Kan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ahem, I'm fine, His Highness. Zhu Zuyun's tense press Zion Rella ed and he said unhappily, Uncle Kan, you can't save yourself. Why do you care about him? If it weren't for him, would we be in this situation now? Zhu Kan smiled bitterly, thinking, can I just ignore it? If the eldest prince died, would their group have a good ending? Do you really think you are so loyal to that guy who makes trouble out of nothing? It's just that you have to do it. Chapter 50. Breaking the dog's leg. Davis lay in the dust with grief, resentment, regret and all kinds of emotions intertwined in his heart. His chest seemed to implode and he was uncomfortable and had difficulty breathing. There was also a burning pain in his left kidney. If it weren't for the numb feeling that blurred the pain, he was afraid that he would be unbearable. That kick was really fierce. Even his white tiger body barrier couldn't resist it. The terrifying power plotted in his body and the whole person seemed to turn into a puddle of mud in an instant. Where did that little monster come from? Why is he so powerful at such a young age? A 33rd level soul master was killed in an instant. It's simply unjust. And that damn old thing just watched me being bullied, neither helping nor treating me as if I were dead. I trusted him so much on weekdays. Did he think that I couldn't do anything to him just because I was the teaching committee of Xingluo Royal Academy? Does the family still want to have a future? And Zhu Kan, that waste, can't even handle a woman and he still has the nerve to live in the world and waste food? And Zhu Zuyun, that bitch, is also a slutty bitch. Seeing that the pretty boy is handsome, she was tempted. How dare she give me a cold face? I was so good to her. She refused to hold her hand on weekdays and she still hadn't completed the martial soul fusion technique. She didn't come to help me when I was beaten, otherwise how could I be so miserable? Davis was lying on the ground with resentment and he hated the other three people in his heart. He blamed all the misfortunes he encountered on them. He wrote down one by one in his little notebook, ready to settle the score when he became emperor in the future. Wang Shenmeng stood in front of Davis, watching his changing face with interest. Seeing him lying on the ground pretending to be dead, he kicked him rudely. Hey, don't pretend to be dead. I heard you say you wanted to kill me to vent your anger. Sorry, I always strike first against all those who want to kill me, so you don't have to pretend to be dead because you will really die soon. As he said, he took out a sharp dagger and gestured on Davis' waist. Davis opened his eyes wide and tried to sit up, but he felt numbness in his waist as if he had lost consciousness. He had to raise his head and said in a timid manner, I am the eldest prince of the Xingluo Empire, the future emperor. You can't kill me, otherwise you will be hunted down by the entire Xingluo Empire and you will be dead. You want to scare me? Would I be afraid of the Xingluo Empire? Wang Shenmeng sneered. What a bullshit, prince. I killed all four of you. Who would know it was me who killed you? No matter how powerful the Xingluo Empire is, it can smear someone's innocence without evidence. You, David S.I. who panted and threatened again, I admit that you are very powerful. I am not your opponent, but no matter how powerful you are, can you kill Soul Douluo? Even with that woman, you are not Chang Lao's opponent. If you want to kill us, Chang Lao will not let you go. Then you ask your Chang Lao to save you? Wang Shenmeng grinned and suddenly inserted the dagger into Davis' right waist. While stirring, he smiled and said, guess why he stood there motionless with cold sweat on his forehead in the cold weather? Ah! Davis screamed like a pig being slaughtered again and tears flowed out of pain. Chang Lao showed an anxiety in his eyes. He had wanted to come to rescue him a long time ago, but a great fear enveloped his heart. He had a premonition that as long as he dared to interfere in the struggle between the younger generation, he would face a terrible blow, so he did not dare to move at all and did not even dare to say more. Stop! Zhu Kan's face changed when he heard Davis scream. He stood up tremblingly with the help of Zhu Zuyun, regardless of his own injuries. However, he was unable to save Davis in the face of Lu Erlong's strong defense. Zhu Kan was an ease and looked at Chang Lao with hope for a long time. His pupils shrank. He saw a clue and felt cold in his heart. He smiled bitterly in his heart and lowered his posture completely. He said to Lu Erlong, who was blocking him, Dear Ms. Lu, we are wrong this time. We are willing to admit defeat and apologize. Please let our highness go. Being arrogant at first and respectful later is disgusting. Lu Erlong sneered. She was not a fool. She had always been very vigilant about that Soul Douluo. She had long been prepared to turn into a fire dragon and run away with Yao Meng brother if she couldn't beat him. But this person, except for showing his cultivation and preparing to take action, suddenly stopped completely as if everything had nothing to do with him. This abnormal scene surprised Lu Erlong and she paid more attention to this person. At this time she also saw some problem. The person was obviously suppressed by a more powerful instance and did not make a move. Although she blamed Xiao Meng for being dishonest and hiding the backup plan that could suppress Soul Douluo from her, she was more happy for him. At least with such a trump card she didn't have to worry too much about Prince Xueying. At the same time she was more confident and taunted, he killed our soul beast for no reason and wanted to kill my brother. Now that he lost the fight he wanted to end it with a simple apology. Do you think there is such a good thing? Zhu Qin said helplessly. Then how do you want to end it? Just open your mouth. As long as you let our prince go you can make any conditions, we will do what we can and our emperor can do what we can't do. Isn't it possible to do it with the power of the whole country? Lu Erlong narrowed her eyes. Zhu Qin's words were soft but hard and contained a threat which made her very unhappy. However, killing Davis really did more harm than good. She was furious before and just wanted to teach Davis a lesson, but she didn't think of killing him. Lu Erlong was stumped for a moment. She really didn't know what conditions to propose. She looked at Wang Shenmeng. I will discuss it with my brother. You wait. She walked up to Wang Shenmeng and looked him up and down for a long time. In Wang Shenmeng's puzzled eyes she claimed, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. Are you really only level 20? Are you sure you are not level 40? Wang Shenmeng rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to her. He pulled the dagger out of Davis' waist, bringing out a stream of blood, and he howled in pain again. Are you really going to kill him? Lu Erlong whispered in Wang Shenmen's ear, this guy is the prince of Xingluo Empire. Killing him will still cause trouble. You have a grudge against Prince Xueying, so it's better not to make enemies with Xingluo Empire again. Wang Shenmeng smelled her fragrance and felt her hot breath. For a moment he was a little distracted, but when he thought of the age of this body he had to suppress the temptation in his heart and replied, I don't care. As long as I give him enough benefits it's okay to let him go. But what about you? She has bad intentions towards you. Lu Erlong was angered again and gritted her teeth and said, you dared to set your sights on me. Of course I can't let it go, but it's not a crime punishable by death. Killing him won't do me any good. Break his leg and let him pay enough, then spare his life. P.S. Regarding Davis's appearance in the Stardew Great Forest, some book friends have questioned it. I have e-planed it in the book and I will e-plane it again. The original book makes it very clear that high-level soul beasts over 1,000 years old cannot be kept in captivity. Artificially kept soul beasts are basically 10 or 100 years old, and there are very few 1,000 years old and there are absolutely no 10,000 years old. So even if Davis is a prince he will go to the Stardew Great Forest to obtain the third soul ring, and it is impossible to be in the artificial forest.